of former Senate President, Honorable Juan Ponce Enrile, Mr. President. I believe it's fitting, and you agreed to this, you're the one who pushed this, that we take this up first hour today. So may we ask the Secretary, Mr. President, to read the title of the measure.
So we will accept that as a formal motion, Mr. Majority Leader. Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of proposed Senate Resolution 176 is now in order. Secretary, will we read the title of the resolution?
Resolution expressing the deepest sympathies and profound condolences of the Senate on the death of former Senate President Honorable Juan Ponce Enrile.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm making an appeal to all our colleagues that instead of sponsoring this measure today, because we have the budget deliberations at hand and several secretaries waiting, may we just approve this, of course, subject to style, and all those who wish to propose, of course, or give privileged speeches can do it on Wednesday. We have an ecological service for the good Senate President Enrile on Wednesday morning, I think at 9 a.m., Mr. President.
Yes, so we will just insert our sponsorship of the said resolution into the records of the Senate, and so
Yes.
the other members of the Senate.
Yes, myself as well, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to sponsor and give any amendments, I move that we close both the sponsorship, period of sponsorship and period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. So closed.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt Senate Resolution number 176, take in consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 177. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Proposed Senate Resolution 176, subject to style and in consideration of Senate Resolution 177, is hereby adopted.
Thank you, and and may we make all members of the Senate, of course, Mr. President, as a co-sponsor of the measure.
All members of the Senate are all co-authors and co-sponsors of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. And one of the reasons also why we need to approve it today is that so we can print it out and frame the parchment paper para maibigay po natin sa pamilya, Mr. President, itong darating na Wednesday. So with that, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 4058 under Committee Report number 18. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill 4058 under Committee Report number 18 is in order.
Yes, the status of the measures were in the period of interpellation, Mr. President. We have the general principles on deck. We still have a few members who wish to interpellate. May we recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to propose interpellation on the budget among the three good gentlemen and ladies that are here on the floor. Who would like to go first? No, because we have a list, but I think some of them don't wish to.
Well, we at this point, we recognize the chairman of the Committee on Finance,
Yes, Mr.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
And to interpolate in the list, and I'll read it for the record, it's Senator Panfilo Lacson, Senator Alan Cayetano, Senator Marcos, Senator Legarda, Senator Ejercito, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Hontiveros, and Senator Pangilinan. So, would any?
Senator Lacson has
will give way.
intimated that he will be interpolating around 4 o'clock.
Okay, Mr. President. So may we ask Senator Hontiveros? Yes, we'd like to recognize Senator Hontiveros, Mr. President.
Senator Risa Hontiveros is recognized to continue interpolations for House Bill 4058.
Salamat, Mr. President. So I guess I'm up again sooner than I expected. So magandang hapon muli, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to pose a shortened list of my remaining questions from our first round for this afternoon's plenary. So una na po, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, on the Maharlika investment in the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. gusto natin maiwasan na masayang ang 19 billion pesos na investment na ginawa ng MIF sa NGCP para sa renewable energies. So may we get an update from the Department of Finance on how the investment of Maharlika in the NGCP is doing, Mr. Chair?
So, insofar as the investment in NGCP via the holding company, which is I believe it's Synergy Grid, they're still doing the financial closing. So in the next few, I think depending on how complicated and how long the discussions between the legal counsels of each entities, we're probably looking at first quarter to second quarter next year.
So yung 19 billion pesos po, Mr. Chair, hindi pa aktual na ipupuhunan na sa NGCP ng Maharlika kasi hindi pa na kompleto yung financial closing.
So, correct. So
Okay.
may mga negotiations pa hong mangyayari. So pwede pong magbago. Yun po yung estimated amounts, pero pwede pa hong magbago.
Okay. So ano po yung mga particular na ninenegosasyon sa ngayon at alin sa mga aspeto nung ikokompletong financial closing ang pwede pang magbago? At least yung pwede niyong sabihin po in plenary habang umaandar yung negosasyon, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the valuation, Mr. President, can still change. So yun po yung isa sa mga ninegotiate between government, Maharlika, and Synergy Grid.
Okay. So pwedeng magbago pa yung valuation. Ibig sabihin pwedeng tumaas o even bumaba yung halaga na 19 billion pesos na investment, Mr. Chair.
Pwede pa ho, magbago ho yun.
Okay.
No?
Ano yung magiging basehan ng pagbago ng halagang iyon kung sakali?
Ang pwede hong maging dahilan ng pagbabago is number one is the market value of the investment. Synergy Grid is a publicly listed company, so titignan rin po yung valuation nitong kumpanya. And then, of course, tinitignan rin po yung risk to the investment. So these are all factors na pwede pong magbago pa doon sa presyo po.
Ano po yung kinoconsider na mga risks sa negosasyon sa ngayon, Mr. Chair?
Well, typically, since this is a regulated entity, it's a regulatory risk, yung isa sa mga tinitignan. Of course, mga ganitong type of companies, they also rely on loans. So tinitignan rin po yung interest rate risk as well as currency risk. Kasi sa laki po ng investment, marami ho dito will be loan from the outside. No? So with the recent weakness in the peso, that's also another factor. No?
Okay, salamat Mr. Chair. Ito sana, isa sana sa kinokonsidera ng gobyerno sa pag-finalize ng financial closing dito. Anong ginagawa ng Maharlika Investment Fund in partnerships siyempre sa Department of Energy at sa NGCP mismo? Anong ginagawa ng MIF para sa halip na coal-based electricity, renewable energies na kinontrata niya ang pwedeng i-transmit ng NGCP na in fact delinquent sa ngayon? Pwede po bang humingi sa kanila ng detailed technical report bilang bahagi din ng oversight ng Senado sa MIF, Mr. Chairman?
Insofar as NGCP and the transmission companies concerned, ang negosyo ho nila mag-transmit lang ng kuryente. So the contracting of the generation, typically ho, ang nagko-contract are the distribution utilities. So binabayaran lang po yung NGCP ng wheeling charge in terms of electricity transmission. Pero yung kontrata ho is between the distribution companies and also the generation companies. So it's the call of the distribution companies kung bibili ho sila ng mas maraming fossil fuel o mas maraming RE. Pero ngayon ho, meron ng RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standards, ang DOE. So they're mandated to contract 5% of their total electricity outputs from renewable energy. No? At tumataas ho yan over time. No?
Opo, Mr. Chair. At kasama naman ang DOE sa pag-finalize nung financial closing, di po ba?
Yeah, kasama ho sila. I think mostly on the technical aspect as well. Alam ho ni Senator Risa yung national security aspect of this asset. So I'm sure nagko-consult rin sila with DOE regarding this aspect as well.
Opo. In fact, Mr. Chair, hindi naman ako magtatanong tungkol sa, for once, no, na sa paulit-ulit nating pagtatalakay sa NGCP, hindi ko naman itatanong ngayon yung national security aspect. Mas yung dahil recently nagkakaroon ng mga problema na ipasok sa grid ang mga na-generate na renewable energies. And meron din pong recent policy shift sa Department of Energy na nababahala po yung mga renewable energy advocates, alam po ito ng chairman, na parang bibigyan ulit ng espasyo ang coal-based electricity sa kanyang dating preferred status, sa halip na mas i-push talaga yung pag-mainstream ng RE sa ating energy mix, simula pa lang dun sa pag-upload sa grid. So, pwede po kayang at least mai-communicate ng DBCC at ng chair natin itong concern. Nauulitin ko rin naman dun sa pagtalakay natin sa DOE budget na gawing explicitly part ng financial closing nung Maharlika investment sa NGCP na matatransmit talaga ang renewable energies sa pamamagitan ng grid natin, Mr. Chair.
I suggest, Senator Risa, that we can take that topic up with the DOE.
Alright.
Alam ko ho yung tinutukoy ng ating senadora. Ito po yung coal moratorium na nagbigay ho sila ng additional qualification on the moratorium. Pag expansion, hindi na raw kasama sa moratorium. So, ito alam ko ay maraming concern dito sa expansion ng kanilang moratorium. No? So, pwede ho nating pag-usapan at talakayan during the budget ng DOE. But insofar as the transmission is concerned, ang transmission business is normally just transmitting electricity from the GenCo all the way to the DU, the distribution utilities. Ang distribution utilities ho talaga ang merong desisyon kung saan sila bibili ng kuryente o anong uring kuryente ang kanilang bibilin.
I understand, Mr. Chair. But then again, certain language can be introduced dun sa financial closing on the part of national government para higit na i-encourage yung pagpapapasok ng renewable energy sa grid natin. In the detailed, pwede po bang makatanggap ang Senado ng detailed technical report bilang tulong sa atin, sa oversight natin sa Maharlika moving forward, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, andito po ang si Secretary Recto who sits as an ex officio chairman of the Maharlika. So, pwede ho silang magbigay ng mga technical reports. For example, maganda ho yung tanong niyo, yung evaluation report, kung ano ba ang ginamit nilang evaluation methodology on their investment, as well as beyond the evaluation. For example ho, ano ba ang, from a national security aspect, ano ba ang benefit ho sa atin. No? So, we can request a report in confidence. I am sure confidential
Sure,
yan,
Mr.
na
Chair.
isubmit ho sa Senado.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Dako naman po ako sa technical smuggling na baka itanong din ni Senator Pangilinan at gayon din nating lahat sa pagtalakay sa DA budget. So, malaking halaga ang nawawalang revenues at negatively affected ang ating mga magsasaka dahil sa pag-misdeclare ng mas mababang kalidad at halaga para sa ating mga ini-import na bigas. So, ang pagresolba ng issue nitong technical smuggling, ito po ba ay nasa taas ng priorities ni Commissioner Nepomuceno? At ano po yung magiging clear milestones nila para sabihin na nasosolve na natin itong walang kamatayang age-old problem na to, Mr. Chair?
I joined the Senator Risa, the good lady from Banay, to emphasize on curbing technical smuggling and smuggling in general in our country. Talagang wala hong panalo sa smuggling dahil talo na ho ang farmers ho natin, tapos wala pa tayong revenues na kukuha. No? So, hindi ho talaga tayo, wala hong nagbe-beneficyo ho dyan. Medyo bumababa ho yung presyo pero hindi naman sustainable dahil maraming farmers ho ang nadi-displace. So, sa BOC naman, in fairness to them ho, talagang tuloy-tuloy po yung kanilang pagsugpo dito po sa smuggling sa ating bansa. So to date, ang to date po ang value ng na-seize na goods ho nila is about 4.7 billion pesos po. Sari-sari na ho to. May cigarettes, mackerel, onions, vape. So, malaki-laki na rin po yung kanilang na-seize na mga smuggled goods.
At sa mga priorities po ni Commissioner Nepomuceno, nasa taas ba or top 3 or top 5 yung pag-solve ng technical smuggling, Mr. Chair?
Nasa ano ho to, priority, nasa top 1. Sabi ho sa akin ni Commissioner Nepomuceno na may explicit instruction ng ating Pangulo na habulin ho talaga yung mga smugglers. At hindi lang po ma-seizing goods, kung hindi kasuhan at siguraduhin manalo tayo sa kaso. Pero I remember during sa Ways and Means Committee hearing a few days ago, meron ho tayong mga batas na dapat ho rin ayusin. I remember sabi ho ni Commissioner Nepomuceno, marami sa mga nahuhuli nila ang mga consignee, mga driver, mga kasambahay. So hindi ho sinusulat yung mga totoong consignee. So dapat ho talaga i-revisit yung mga batas ho natin para po habulin yung mga totoong smuggler. Hindi lang po yung naglalagay lang ho sila kung sino-sino as consignee para hindi ho sila makasuhan.
And I think sinimulan din nating on our end, Mr. Chair, solusyonan yan, lalo na halimbawa nung ipinasa natin yung anti-economic sabotage law na may mga marami at mahalagang input din mismo ang Bureau of Customs.
Correct. So isa rin yung sa mga gagamitin nila o ginagamit na batas para po habulin yung mga smugglers po.
And mabuting mabalitaan na number 1 priority itong pagsulba ng issue ng technical smuggling ni na Commissioner Nepomuceno. Ano yung magiging milestones nila sa pag-achieve nung number 1 priority na iyan? Clear milestones para sabihin na achieve nila, Mr. Chair.
Aside from doon po sa mga seizures na ginagawa nila, yung prosecution as well as conviction. Admittedly ho, like for example, nung nagkaroon ho kami ng hearing tungkol sa smuggled tobacco at vape, admittedly napakababa po ang conviction. Mataas po ang seizure, mga thousands. Natatandaan ko, thousands po yung seizure. Pero pag lumakad ho tayo doon sa wheels of justice hanggang conviction, less than 1% lang ho nako-convict. No? So maraming nahuhuli pero halos kakaunti lang po yung conviction. So yun po yung challenge natin sa BOC and sa BIR na taasan po yung conviction. Together with the DOJ, of course.
Yes.
Talagang dapat ho mayroon pong makulong rin sa mga smugglers.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. At nung binanggit niyo yung DOJ, naalala ko, sinabi din ng dating DOJ Secretary na at that time, several months ago, pinagtatrabaho niya yung mga tao ng DOJ, halimbawa sa Philippine National Police, para yung case build-up ay mas mahigpit. And I don't know, perhaps kung ginagawa na rin nila or pinaplanong gawin DOJ with BOC para itaas nga po yung percentage ng convictions, Mr. Chair.
Meron pala ho silang pending na MOA to create this BOC-DOJ
okay.
joint activity against smuggling. This is during the term of Ombudsman Remulla. No? So medyo na antala lang ho dahil sa pagkakapalit po ng kalihim doon. Pero pinupersuho nila yan para magkaroon ho sila ng mas matibay pa na joint activity between the entity that seizes the goods and the entity that files the case, and eventually, hopefully, manalo po tayo doon sa kaso.
Hopefully, Mr. Chair. And at least yung dating SOJ ay yung ombudsman
Yes,
ngayon.
oo.
So even
Correct.
on the personal level,
Yeah.
mas may paraan na kumpletuhin itong
Kanina
itong
po nakita ko
proseso
na
nito.
nag-oath na po yung bagong Secretary of Justice, si
I
Secretary
see.
Vida. So I think pwede na pong i-revive ulit ng BOC yung kanilang plano na magkaroon ng mas maigting na relasyon sa pagitan ng BOC at DOJ.
And I wish them the best in that, Mr. Chair, para ma-achieve talaga yung sinasabing number one priority.
Correct.
Opo.
At may makulong. Kasi
At may
yun ang
makulong.
problema. Maraming nahuhuli, walang nakukulong eh.
Opo. At dapat hindi lang po yung mga bodegero, mga
Oh, yeah.
kung
Correct.
sinong kunyaring signees
Correct.
ng mga smugglers, Mr. Chair. Salamat po. Dako naman po ako dun sa GSIS School Buildings Insurance. Maraming mga eskwelahan, alam po nating lahat, ang nasalanta ng mga nakaraang lindol at bagyo. However, as was, I believe, the practice before, our schools should be covered by the National Indemnity Insurance Program, o NIIP, and international reinsurance. Tama po ba? Medyo kinakabahan po ako, Mr. Chair, kasi wala po akong naririnig na balita tungkol dyan ngayon, pagkatapos ng Tino at Uwan at pagkatapos ng Lindol, Mr. Chair.
Actually, meron ho yung pondo sa unprogrammed funds. Ito po yung insurance premium for government assets, particularly for school buildings. I remember nung hearing po, yun po yung isa sa mga katanungan. So ito po ay tinransfer ho natin from unprogrammed funds to program,
Okay.
to a tune of 1 billion pesos po. No? So at least so mapapondohan na siya. At kasi ang konteksto ngayon, ang dami hong bagyo at lindol at nakita ko po sa mga reports na marami tayong classrooms rin nasisira. So pwede na po nilang makuha yung insurance payments para ma-repair po yung classrooms. Ang challenge lang po yung bilis. Alam ko medyo matagal-tagal ho pag-release nitong pondo, pero at least ho pwede na sila mag-claim doon po sa insurance.
Okay. Salamat, Mr. Chair. It's also good to know na isa tong konkretong instance na inilipat ang isang item mula sa unprogrammed papunta dun sa programmed. Kasi maalala natin kung na yung unprogrammed appropriations ang naging isa sa malalaking issue tungkol sa current 2025 budget. And in fact, isa sa mga dahilan na ako at si dating Minority Leader Coco Pimentel ay bumoto ng no sa 2025 budget. So yung current programmed funds para sa school buildings insurance na nagkakahalaga ng 1 billion pesos, sasapat na po ba ito? I almost know the answer, Mr. Chair, but so follow-up is at least anong percentage ng insurance sa damaged or destroyed buildings ang masasagot nitong halaga, Mr. Chair?
doon po sa existing yung this year 2025 according to our National Treasurer, kaya naman pong ibayaran ni mga damaged schools, no?
Okay.
So may mga binigay na data sa atin. Ang hindi naka. Actually, ang good news,
Naku, ibig sabihin may bad news, Mr. Chair.
actually,
let's hear the
napag-usapan
good
namin
news
sa
first.
hearing to ni National Treasurer. Ang good news, so kaya naman with the current 2 billion premium payments to GSIS to cover all the claims of DepEd insofar as classroom is concerned. No, kaya naman po kasi malaki po inilaan ho natin, almost 2 billion in terms of premium payments.
Okay.
Ang bad news ho, matagal lang ma-access. No?
Ganong katagal yung matagal, Mr. Chair?
Actually, parang more than... Yeah. Kasi ang proseso ho kasi, pag may bagyo, si DepEd pupunta ho sa site, i-assess niya. Pag may cost na ho, ibibigay sa GSIS. Of course, GSIS pupunta doon to validate po yung cost. So typically, umaabot raw na more than a year para
Oh my
makuha yung claims.
Okay.
No? So, iyan din po isang problema dahil kung 1 year ho makukuha yung claims, in the meantime, wala tayong classrooms.
Exactly,
No?
Mr.
So, kaya makikita ho natin this time in the proposed budget ho, we also increase the budget for repairs and maintenance. Kasi may mga classrooms ho tayo na pwedeng gamitin, hindi lang nagagamit dahil sira siya. No? So, yun po yung ano.
Wala po bang pamamaraan po kahit sa ilalim ng dating NIIP na sa ganitong ka-urgent na emergency situation na hindi lang isa o iilang school buildings ang apektado kundi widespread ang damage or destruction na medyo pwedeng mapabilis? Or Mr. Chair, yung sinabi niyo pong 2 billion pesos kayang sagutin ng in the magnitude of 2 billion pesos yung premium payments ng GSIS. Kung bukod pa po yun dun sa 1 billion pesos na inilipat sa programmed fund, I don't know, pwede po bang i-advance muna yung 1B and then i-cover within 1 year at the latest ng GSIS? Ibig sabihin, ano po yung paraan na kaagad matulungan yung mga school buildings na mag-reconstruct o mag-repair, Mr. Chair?
Actually, Mr. President, Her Honor, kaya ho namin binawasan rin yung amounts from 2 billion to 1 billion kasi parang mas mabilis pa ho pag naglagay tayo ng 1 billion to repair of classrooms. Kasi kung mag-aantay ho tayo ng 1 year plus para makuha yung reimbursement o yung claims, tapos magre-repair pa lang tayo, napakatagal ho. No? So in the meantime, yung classrooms hindi ho nagagamit. So I think we should request for a report sa ating Bureau of Treasury kung magkaroon ng cost-benefit analysis and also a report whether itong binibigay natin sa GSIS in the form of premiums, talagang nakakatulong sa pag-re-repair ng ating mga classrooms. Kasi we need to assess, baka kung 1 year plus ho natin makukuha, napakatagal ho. Napakatagal. No? So, ang need po ng mga bata is immediately.
Ngayon.
Oo, ngayon. So,
kasabihan pa nga, Mr. Chair, di ba? A child cannot wait for tomorrow.
Correct.
His name is today.
correct.
Opo.
Ako, I absolutely agree. So, we'll request for a separate briefing and report on this National Indemnity Insurance Program. Napag-usapan ho namin to during hearing, but
Opo.
we need to drill down pa kung ano ho dapat gawin. Kung effective ba siya or maybe a different package or a different arrangement with GSIS.
All right, Mr. Chair. Magpa-participate din po ako dyan. And
Yeah.
I hope remedial measures can be undertaken para kung mananatili pa rin itong napaka-importanteng function sa GSIS, ay mapabilis nga yung pag-extend niya ng service na ito sa mga eskwelahan na nasa ilalim din naman ng gobyerno natin, Mr. Chairman.
Apparently ho, itong program only started last year. So meron pang mga, sabi sa akin ni National Treasurer, birth pains, meaning nag-a-adjust pa ho yung process. But it's a good concept, but we need to sit down and analyze whether it's worthwhile allocating 2 billion, 1 billion, 2 billion, nang napakatagal naman po makuha yung claims. No?
Yes. Well, I agree, Mr. Chair. Allocating billions or a sufficient amount for the upkeep, repair, reconstruction when necessary of school buildings sa ating natural disaster-ridden country, kailangan may paglalagakan talaga siya. And we have to find the best place, kung GSIS man yan or iba man yan, and for them to make a quick response.
Correct. I agree.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Dako naman po ako sa regional development councils and ang walang kamatayang flood control projects. So maalala natin na itinigil ng Department of Finance ang mahigit kumulang na 70 billion pesos na halaga ng flood control project sa 2025 GAA. So, nagkonsulta po ba ang DBM at saka ang DOF, Mr. Chair, sa DepDev at saka sa Regional Development Councils bago inaprubahan in the first place yung mga proyektong iyon? At ano po yung algorithm naman ng DepDev para mag-conclude na itong proyekto, nag-a-align nga po siya sa River Basin Master Plans, Mr. Chair?
Unfortunately po, sabi sa akin ho ni Secretary Balisacan na itong flood control hindi ho dumadaan po sa DepDev. No? Dahil po ang kanilang threshold, pag PPP projects, about 15 billion po. So anything below 15 billion, hindi na ho dadaan sa kanila pag PPP. Pagdating naman po sa GAA projects, 5 billion po ang threshold. So anything below that, hindi na ho dumadaan sa kanila. So hindi ho nila nare-review yung mga plano pag mas maliit po yung mga projects na ina-allocate po ng Department of Public Works.
And alam naman po natin, Mr. Chair, yung napagalaman din po natin kahit sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee investigations, yung notorious practice of so-called splitting projects. Opo, para maging mas mababa, mag-slip under ng threshold na subject na sa vetting ng DepDev or ng ibang
Correct. Sa national expenditure ho, makikita na ho natin doon yung ibang mga projects na na-identify ho natin. No? Isang project lang ho siya pero napuputol siya into many phases. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair. At sa ganung paraan din, hindi lang DepDev ang nalulusutan, pati ibang mga ahensya, halimbawa tulad ng DENR, dahil spinlit ang isang halimbawa, mahabang daan, halimbawa sa isang mountain range, may nadadaan ng mga ecologically sensitive areas dahil bumababa di umano ang financial threshold nila, bumababa din equally yung eyes on the proposal ng iba't ibang mga ahensya. And ngayon kaya nadadagdagan yung pagtingin natin mismo na nagtatrabaho dito sa Senado, bukod sa ating mga kababayan, kung gaano kahalaga yung eyes, particularly ng DepDev at ng mga regional development councils. So kung kung dadaan na yung ganitong mga, kahit yung ganitong mga proyekto sa DepDev at sa mga RDCs, ano yung meron na bang or ano yung maaring buwing algorithm ng DepDev para sabihin, okay, binet namin itong proposed project against yung, halimbawa, River Basin Master Plan and check, it will qualify, Mr. Chair.
Doon po sa mga pagdinig ho natin, nasabi ho ni Secretary Dizon na by 2027 ho, sisiguraduhin niya na maayos na ang proposals ng Department of Agriculture, Department of Public Works.
Balita yun, Mr. Chair.
No, malayo, ang layo. Oo. So,
2027.
kailangan, inaayos ho nila, first of all, yung mga policies nila on local government coordination. Dapat ho, may totoong shovel-ready na. Ibig sabihin, may plano, may feasibility study. At inaayos na rin ho nila yung master plan for this project. So makakaasa ho tayo, pagbigay ho nila ng budget for 2027, marami na pong reforma pagdating po sa propose ng project. And alam ko ho, ang DepDev and ano ho rin sila, pinag-aaralan na rin nila ngayon yung mga master plans ng mga river basins ho natin. So kasama ho sila doon ho sa pag-aaral ho nitong mga river basins ho natin. Yung master plan po.
And I'm sure, Mr. Chair, and I hope, kasama doon yung DNR kasi sinasabi din nila na hindi lang infrastructure-based solutions ang kailangan natin, dapat kasama at minsan, no, depende sa proyekto, nature-based ang solutions sa pagbabaha dito po sa ating bansa, Mr. Chair.
Actually, marami hong revelations nangyari dito sa flood control. Narinig ko, sinabi rin ni Secretary Dizon, marami sa mga flood control ni plano wala no? So kung plano wala, definitely yung master plan wala rin, no? So marami dito parang patse-patse po yung mga projects pero hindi alam kung talagang makakatulong o hindi. So ito po yung kinokorek ngayon ng DepDev, DNR as well as DPWH, no?
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Kasi yung sinabi niyong ganyang mga proyekto, walang engineering plan, may financial plan lang. Kaya po nagbunga ng hindi ng flood control kundi ng corruption at yung yung mga pagdurusang dinadaanan ng mga kababayan natin ngayon.
Mr. President, if I may interject.
Yes,
with the permission
Mr.
of,
President, Senator Estrada.
Lisa. I think the presiding officer is busy.
Senator Estrada is recognized.
Thank you. Just only one question. Your Honor, kung magkakaroon ba ng partisipasyon ang Regional Development Council dito sa mga flood control projects, magkakaroon ba tayo ng mga ghost projects?
Kung tinitignan ho namin, yung batting average ng Regional Development Council, less than 30% lang po or around 30% ang projects na na-approve ng Regional Council na napopondohan ng GAA. So ang ibig sabihin ho dyan, kahit na ho nag-usap-usap yung mga LGUs, hindi ho napopondohan yung kanilang mga projects. But in a perfect world, sana ho ganun. No, dahil ang Regional Development Council, kasama doon ang LGUs, DPWH, DNR, lahat ng mga regional agencies nandoon ho. So doon ho sila dapat nag-uusap-usap kung ano po yung magandang project sa kanila.
Nung umpisa pa lang, nung maraming mga amendments sa mga kongresista, mga senador, mga flood control projects, dapat pala nagkaroon ng partisipasyon ang Regional Development Councils para hindi na tayo nagkakaroon ng ganitong klaseng problema. Dahil sino ba ang mga mastermind ng mga ghost projects? Di ba yung mga engineers dyan sa mga DPWH? Hindi naman mga senador, hindi naman mga congressman eh.
Tama ho. Kailangan ho talaga, mas maganda ho talaga dumadaan sa Regional Development Council. Kahit na ho yung meron ko, kasi alam niyo naman, bilang dating mayor, meron tayong mga City Development Council, Provincial Development Council, kahit man lang dumaan doon para at least vetted and coordinated yung project.
Kasi sa pagkakalam ko, I'm sorry, Senator Risa, yung mga mayors na napaglaanan ng pondo ng mga flood control projects, hindi nila alam na meron silang mga flood control projects sa sarili nilang bayan. Am I correct? Di dapat alam, dapat naabisuhan yung mga local government units na meron silang ganitong klaseng flood control projects. Parang sa Quezon City na rinig ko na si Mayor Joy Belmonte hindi niya alam na mayroong ganitong klaseng project na flood control project sa kanyang kinasasakupan. Dapat talaga na bilang isang mayor, o bilang isang governor, o bilang isang local chief executive, alam nila kung ano nangyayari sa sarili nilang bayan o sarili nilang probinsya. Hindi yung nabubulagaan na lang sila. Oh, bakit meron palang flood control project dito? Hindi namin alam. Pala, ghost project na pala.
Tama ho, I agree with you, Senator Jinggoy. Lumabas yan sa marami nating pagdinig dito sa Senado. Katulad po yung sa Oriental Mindoro na billions yung project sa hometown ng governor pero hindi rin alam ng governor. No? So, hindi na-coordinate po sa local government units itong mga project na ito. So, dapat po talaga ma-coordinate kasi at the end of the day, ang local government units ang sumasagot kung may problema doon sa lugar. Kung mayroong baha, kung mayroong ine-evacuate, sila ho ang sumasagot. No?
Dito ba sa 2026 budget, mayroong mga flood control projects?
Zero. Wala ho.
Zero.
Zero ho. Walang flood control.
Mabuti naman. Thank you very much, Senator Risa.
Very welcome, Mr. President and Senator Estrada. Sa DepDev pa rin po, Mr. Chair, tumitingin na po ba sila sa mga alternative ways para i-address yung flood damage? Halimbawa, pagbibigay daan sa ilog na dumaloy, sa halip na labanan ito o i-constrict ito o kaya pagpapalaki ng water retention capacities ng mga upstream swamps. Ang DepDev ba nagko-consider na rin ng mandatory insurance coverage against flood risks, Mr. Chair?
Doon po sa River Basin Master Plan, yan po ang plano ng DepDev this coming New Year na talaga hong maglabas na ng mga master plans. Sila na hong mag-spearhead per river basin so that itong master plan po ang susundan insofar as flood control projects are concerned. No? So, malaking endeavor ho yan, pero I believe na umpisa na yan in the past administrations. Kailangan lang po ma-update. So yun po yung isa sa mga malaking aktibidad nila this coming New Year. Insofar as the insurance po, wala hong ganun na project po ang DepDev. I think pwedeng tignan yan ng DepDev. Tignan ho nila kung how we can inject an insurance coverage dun po sa mga flood-prone areas or affected areas by mga ganitong climate change.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Or baka pwede rin nilang pag-aralan, pagtulungan ito dun sa binanggit nyo kaninang review ng GSIS, NIIP, or iba pang pwedeng bahay ng insurance para naman dun sa school buildings. Kasi lahat naman affected nitong mga disaster cost na mga pagbabaha. And I hope as far as yung New Year's plan ng DepDev na talagang i-champion yung River Basin Master Plans, I presume and I hope na katrabaho nila doon yung DZAR na matagal na rin. Yun na nga po, may sinusulong na mga nature-based solutions and master plans to if not completely prevent, at least i-mitigate yung epekto, masasamang epekto ng mga natural disasters na ito.
Wake-up call ho talaga itong nangyari ho sa
Sobra
atin
po.
at dapat umpisahan ho natin to sa pagpaplano dahil kung wala hong plano talagang papatsi-patsi lang po yung project at hindi ho nakikita yung solusyon. No? So yan po naman ang plano ng DepDev.
At yun naman po yung traditional na, kumbaga, core competency niya, core business niya sa buong gobyerno. No? Gumagabay, palagay ko, sa lahat ng opisina sa executive na ayusin yung buong development process mula pagpaplano hanggang sa evaluation at pagpaplano muli cyclically, Mr. Chair.
Sabi ho sa akin ni Secretary Balisacan na part of the charter of the DepDev is master planning. No? So linagay ho sa batas talaga na mandato na nila ngayon na tulungan yung iba't ibang agency o mag-spearhead pagdating ho sa master plans.
Exactly, Mr. Chair. Salamat po para doon. Huling tanong ko po sa round na to tungkol sa veto recommendation ng DepDev pa rin. Sa pagtatayo po ng bagong Department of Economy, Planning and Development, pinaglaban natin ang kapangyarihan ng DepDev na magrekomenda sa Presidente kung may aalisin na mga proyektong di sang-ayon sa mga national priorities. And ngayon, syempre, nakatingin tayo dun sa yung Philippine Development Plan, ambisyon 2030, 2040. So, sa kasalukuyang budget ng DepDev, sapat na ba ang pondo at staffing para palakasin ang teknikal na kapasidad ng Regional Development Councils na makapagrekomenda ng pag-veto sa mga hindi kinakailangang or makasasama pang ang mga proyekto, Mr. Chair?
Actually, admittedly ho, kulang pa sa manpower and capability and DepDev pagdating ho sa monitoring and evaluation ng mga projects. Kasi part ng mandato ho nila, kung napondohan natin, nagmo-monitor at nag-evaluate rin sila dun sa mga projects, lalo na yung mga malalaking pong projects. So admittedly, kulang ho sila sa manpower and capability per region. Yun naman po ang dinidevelop nila over time.
Okay. Very well noted, Mr. Chair. Magsususpend muna ako, Mr. President. Maraming salamat, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you very much,
May ilang
Senator
huling
Risa.
tanong na lang ako sa susunod kong round. Pagkatapos may mag-take turns din po yung ibang mga colleagues natin.
Maraming
Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Antiveros, Majority Leader. Senator Lauren Legardas, I believe, is next to interpellate. Senator Legardas, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to commend the chair who has been so diligent in attending all the subcommittee meetings as well. And I am grateful to have been by his side in most times where I chaired the committee or even those that I don't chair. And so these questions are those perhaps that were not fully clarified during the DBCC or during our respective hearings to help clarify in our minds. And second, to improve the budget further because we know it's still a long process till the second week of December. Having said that, Mr. President, may I start with the National Expenditure Program as submitted by the President that was used as the basis of our budget hearings because at that time the GAB was not yet transmitted to the Senate. This was used by the Committee on Finance. And eventually, of course, the GAB was transmitted to the Senate. And in my understanding, the basis of the Committee on Finance report, as we have it, would have been the NEP. Let us clarify that. I mean, at least our hearings, where we ask the questions of the committees and the agencies. So from the DBCC to the individual agencies, the House General Appropriations Bill was not yet transmitted, but then the committee report of the Senate, in my understanding, we used the NEP or did not follow the GAB insofar as the realignments of the DPWH. Let me just clarify what I mean. Because during the budget hearing of the DPWH, we were informed that the budget of that agency, upon its own recommendation, was pruned from 880 billion to 624.48 billion, or a reduction of 255.5 billion. So to have a total picture of the House GAB and for transparency, before we proceed to deliberate on the budget of each agency, may this representation, Mr. President, try to understand, since the programmed new appropriations under the NEP that was submitted and the GAB that was transmitted to the Senate by the House carries the same amount of 4.4, more or less, trillion, can we say that the cuts in the DPWH budget were realigned to other agencies, programs, activities, departments, and funds. Kindly inform the Senate which agencies, departments, or funds were augmented from the DPWH cut of 255.5 billion and for what purpose? And may we know the recommendations of the Committee on Finance on the said increases? That's so that we understand it, because people ask us, it was cut there, there was a recommendation, a list in the House GAB, the Senate is adopting the House GAB, or do we have another recommendation for the cut of 255? I stop there, but we'll pursue that after I hear the response of the chair. Thank you, Mr.
Let
President.
me just clarify. The question is, what happened to the cut,
255.
the 255?
We actually talked about this in
Yes.
private, Mr. Chair. Bear with me. I just wanted to be transparent.
Correct,
Yes, pero pinag-usapan na natin
Tama
yan,
po.
and I think I mentioned to you that I will ask this. Thank
Yes.
you, Mr. Chair.
The NEP was cut by 255 billion to be exact, by the House of Representatives, and it was reflected in the General Appropriations Bill. And the 255 was distributed in various departments in terms of increases. And they also have several decreases within the agencies. So in short, in 255 po, the 255 was spread to various agencies in the form of increases.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. President. Even some of our colleagues would be asking us in the process, saan napunta yung 255? Perhaps it would be best to put into the record, because from here up to the BICAM, it would change again. And I think we owe it to everyone to say where the 255 billion that was cut from that agency, where was it actually placed? I think we have a list of that. Thank
Mr.
you.
President, the good thing about this budget cycle is everything is uploaded. So
Yes.
the NEP is already available in the website of the DBM. The GAB is already available in the website of both the House and the Senate. And then our very own committee report is also available in the website. So you can now see the movements between the NEP, the GAB, and also the Senate committee report. There are a lot of changes in the GAB, but for example, I'll just cite some examples. This is in the GAB. The Department of Agriculture increased by 28 billion. The Department of Education increased by 39 billion. The increase. Neto, yeah. Increase, yeah. The Department of Health increased by 31 billion. So these are the large amounts. The Department of Labor increased by 13 billion. So marami ho siya, no? We're talking about DSWD increased by 36 billion. These are the bigger changes in the GAB, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. I would like to clarify whether these items that you mentioned came from the cut from the flood control of the DPWH.
Yes, it came from
Yes.
that. That's the primary source, Mr. President.
Yes.
But in between, they have also cuts in the departments, Mr. President. But the primary source is that cut, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. And what you put into the record are the realignments done from the flood control cut in the HGAB, or is the Senate version? Because did we take into consideration the realignments of the 255 from the DPWH cut, or is this the House list or the Senate list of where we put the 255? Just for clarity.
Just to add, another big change from the 255 is the PhilHealth subsidy to a tune about 60 billion, Mr. President. So those are the big, the changes I mentioned are the big ticket items that were taken from the 255, Mr. President.
The good chair, Mr. President, is referring to the list in the House GAB.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Correct.
So that it's clear.
Yes.
The 255 was placed among others, but if you total that, it's not yet 255, but that's some of the items
Yeah,
mentioned.
the big ticket
by Your
items,
Honor.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Okay. So this 255 cut of DPWH, and I commend the chair for finding double items and those without coordinates. If I'm not mistaken, you found an additional 55 billion cut by the committee, and the realignment to DepEd for school buildings, for state universities and colleges, and for the OTR. May we know now how much is the infrastructure budget for 2026, which was pegged at 1.55 trillion in the NEP? What I'm asking is, if it was 1.55 trillion in the NEP, having realigned some infrastructure to other, perhaps soft, perhaps also infrastructure, is the Senate committee report also aligned with the infrastructure level in the NEP, Mr. President, or is it lower than?
Mr. President, in our computation, the infrastructure spending is about 1.4 trillion pesos, Mr. President. It was down from about 1.5 trillion pesos, Mr. President.
Thank you for that information, Mr. President. So just so that it's clear, in the NEP, it was 1.55 trillion, and in the Senate committee report, it is down to 1.4 trillion.
Mr. President.
Yes. Thank you for that information. May we know now, Mr. President, what are the measures, interventions that the economic team, the executive department will adopt to ensure that the GDP target growth of 5.5 to 6.5 as originally conveyed in our DBCC will be achieved, if at all? We realize and we know that they've tried to scale it down. We must find out, it's very challenging, almost near to impossible, that we must grow 7% in the fourth quarter to achieve the 5.5% growth rate, which was originally targeted by the end of the year. So may we just come to reality and try to understand in this last quarter what growth are we targeting and what do we need? Because if we are to recall our projections for 2025, we had projected a growth rate of 5.5. That means in this fourth quarter, because of the lag of the previous quarters, we'd have to grow 7%, which is, I think, very unrealistic and near to impossible. Yes.
I agree, Mr. President. I think hitting 6%, even 6% for the last quarter, it's impossible already, Mr. President. To date, for the first three quarters, we grew at around 5%. and we're looking at hitting 5.5%, no, by end of the year. No, so, but it's really a challenge right now, Mr. President, because of the weather conditions and also what happened in Visayas, also what the various natural disasters that we experienced, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And
And
therefore,
also the flood control controversy, Mr. President. That's also another factor that is affecting our economy, Mr.
yes.
President.
Having said that, Mr. President, thank you for your candor and your honesty. May we know what the executive department is doing, the economic team, as interventions and measures to be able to grow our economy, although we know that the 7% is unachievable?
Mr. President, Secretary Recto mentioned that they're spending as programmed this year. And of course, they're doing catch-up programs also to spend as fast as they can before the end of the year, because government spending is one of the big contributors to our economy, Mr. President.
Yes, may we know what kind of government spending? Is it spending on infrastructure, and what kind of infrastructure, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, infrastructure is definitely what's in the budget or the GA right now. They're aim to spend it as fast as they can in the next 2 months. So infrastructures, repair, rehabilitation, classrooms, everything in the GAA, Mr. President. So at the same time, they're also ramping up spending on the other programs in the government. So meaning, Mr. President, they will drive the economic growth through efficient spending of resources in the last 2 months of the year, Mr. President. And of course, the biggest move will be regaining confidence to governance. So Secretary Recto is very clear that by the end of the year, people will be put in jail because of the issue, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I was once in your seat for 5 years, and I would always, of course, try to say that, yes, more school buildings are being built. Yes, DZAR is building the regional airports. Yes, they're building more roads and bridges. But really, Mr. President, we know the truth. And everyone who sits in this room know the truth that the slowness, I can't find, yung kabagalan po ng sistema ay talagang nandyan. So, I accept your answer because I would have answered the same if I were defending the budget. And our colleagues beside you in the executive would say the same. But when we speak to each other at the back, I see Senator Recto nodding, he would say, ang bagal talaga. I don't have to put into the record our frustration in our committee hearings. Senator Bam, in his frustration, saw how slow, almost nil, was the construction of classrooms. We know how probably frustrated the DBM secretary is because they thought by ramping up infrastructure spending, it would lead to a greater robust economy, but it did not happen. So may we know how are we supposed to believe your answer, Mr. President, which I would have said myself?
That's an excellent question, Mr. President.
Yes.
In fact, when we were consolidating the budget, we were surprised that, for example, HFEP, yung Health Facilities and Enhancement Fund, we were surprised that to date, zero pa ho ang na-allocate doon sa pondo na about 40?
Tama po kayo.
About
Yun po
14
ang ibig
billion,
kong sabihin na gusto kong
Mr.
marinig.
President. In terms of classroom, 22 pa lang ang nako-construct. In terms of health facilities, zero pa ho ang nako-construct. And end of the year na ho ngayon. No? So it's really, the spending is very dismal. And one of the things that we noticed, alam niyo ho to, Mr. President, Senator Lauren, is all the construction are centralized to DPWH. No? Naka-centralize ho yan sa DPWH. So, yung transfer lang ho ng pondo, the transfer from DepEd to DPWH already takes about 6 to 8 months. the transfer of funds from DOH all the way to DPWH also takes 6 to 8 months. So in this budget, we are liberalizing the construction of those facilities. I'll give you an example. In DepEd, we introduced a special provision wherein DepEd can now tap the private sector, the LGUs doing counterpart. They can also do PPPs to construct classrooms. The same with HFEP. The DOH can download funds to the LGU so that the LGUs can also construct. Yung TICAS naman, yung mga construction ng mga kampo ho natin, we gave it back to the Department of the DND, the Department of National Defense, so that they can do the construction on their own. So it's not centralized anymore. We liberalize the construction so that everyone can construct all at the same time.
Yes. Thank you for that answer and appreciate the chair's intervention in the implementation of the budget, which will be contained in the GAA of 2026. However, my question earlier was, how are we going to increase spending and reach the highest possible growth rate para makahabol po sa susunod na kulang-kulang na 2 buwan na lang kung ang bagal nga ng pagpatupad ng mga proyekto sa lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno. And I don't say this just for this year or last year or this administration. It's been like this for decades, Mr. President. Ang bagal-bagal ng whether it's education or health or infrastructure in the PWH, it's dismally low. So what kind of measures, interventions is the executive economic team doing to utilize the resources efficiently and effectively, Mr. Chair?
Another intervention, Mr. President, that ano na ito, no? Nagawa na?
Ito, sir, nasa kanila na yung
Yeah.
pera. So, kailangan maubos nila.
Yeah. So the DBM already downloaded 1.3 trillion pesos to various agencies. So in other words, nasa agencies na ho yung pera, no, for the last quarter. So it's really, in other words, there's no more time lag insofar as documentation is concerned because the money is now in the hands of the agencies. And the agencies' job now for the next 2 months is to spend. No? Spend.
Wisely.
Yung paggagawin nila.
Yes.
Wisely, of course. No?
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Perhaps what we could do, which is part of your job as chair, is to not just wait for 1 year, perhaps at the very least a quarterly oversight on the spending and implementation, obligation disbursement, and actual oversight on the agencies lodged with the biggest allocations for infrastructure. So we see how the local economy is benefiting, if at all.
It's an excellent suggestion,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that the oversight should not be limited or should not come at the end of the year. No, we can do it on a quarterly basis. So we'll
Even
practice
monthly.
that.
I will join you with monthly oversight.
Yeah.
Enero, ito. At kasasabihin po nila, wala pa. Hindi sa wala pa. Na-release na nga ng DBM ng last quarter. So ang gagamitin nila sa Enero, yung na-release ng 2025. So dapat ginagalaw na. So you can actually do monthly so that the agencies are on their toes.
Mr. President, we'll take that suggestion and we'll take the excellent suggestion to heart, and next year we'll implement that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, as we ourselves know, the government target, the projection of 5.5 to 6.5% projected GDP for this year, 2025, will not happen. May I know how the projected revenue collections and the fiscal deficit for 2025 will be affected? Because based on the 2025 BESF, when we started this year and during our DBCC, it was said that, and it's very clear, that 1% increase in our GDP will translate into 34.1 billion in additional revenues. Does it therefore mean a decrease in GDP will also translate into a lower revenue collection because of the non-meeting this target? So in short, dahil hindi po umakyat yung GDP, yung ating additional revenues wala, syempre apektado ang ating revenue collection. So ano na po ang ating projected revenue, ano na po ang ating projected fiscal deficit. Thank you.
Admittedly, Mr. President, that whenever our growth goes down, our revenue collection also goes down. And admittedly, Secretary Recto mentioned also that revenue will go down because of the slowdown in our economic growth. However, because of their wise fiscal management, deficit will still be maintained at 5.5% of our GDP, Mr. President. So in other words, they'll be doing some really very wise and prudent cash management, Mr. President, in order to maintain our deficit.
We thank you for that, Mr. President.
As targeted, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now, again, this was discussed in the DBCC. I'd like to bring it to plenary as well in light of the targets that we have stated. I'd just like to put into context my question. The government continues to highlight the target of spending. Again, correct me please, the economic team members are here, they're experts. Correct me if my numbers are inaccurate, but this is what I gathered from our DBCC. The target of spending 5.6% of GDP on infrastructure as a driver of economic growth, in line with international evidence or standards, including World Bank studies, showing that public investment can generate medium-term multipliers of around 1.5 when the projects, of course, are well selected and if they're efficiently implemented. There are growing questions about whether current spending levels truly translate into effective and high-quality infrastructure, given all the issues that we are also aware of, and the leakage, systems loss, corruption, and the slowness, everything put into the picture. Taken together, these raise concerns that the reported 5% of GDP may overstate the real value of infrastructure actually benefiting the public, especially if a portion of the budget does not result in durable, well-built, or efficiently delivered projects. Sa madaling salita po, kung sinasabi po ng gobyerno na gumagastos tayo ng 5% ng GDP sa ating infrastruktura, ang tanong, lahat ba po ng pisong yan ay tunay na napupunta sa matinong kalsada, tulay at mga proyekto? Dahil ayon po sa World Bank, bawat piso ng maayos na infrastruktura ay pwedeng mag-generate sana po ng 1.50 pesos na dagdag na kita o paglago. Gusto ko pong maintindihan ang ating koneksyon ng ating paggastos at ang epekto sa domestic economy.
Actually, if the flood control issue did not happen, we were on track to spend at the very least 5% of our GDP to infrastructure, and that has been the plan of government even during the prior administration, to maintain it at 5% at the very least or more. But because of the flood control issue and the reduction in the flood control budget, we would only hit 4.7% of GDP for 2026. So as much as possible, we diverted some of the flood control projects to also to infrastructure projects. For example, the suggestion of Senator J.V. Ejercito to put it in airports, put it in seaports. We adopted that so that It forms part of infrastructure spending. We also increase spending in classrooms and also in the repair of classrooms. So we tried as much as we can, to divert some of the funds to infrastructure spending as well. But admittedly, because of the sheer amount of 250 billion, it was quite difficult to cascade it to other infrastructure projects. But definitely, this is only a short-term aberration, only for 2026. Once the DepDev has organized their activity in master planning, the DPWH reforms their process, we will revert back to minimum of 5% GDP in infrastructure spending in the following year.
Thank you for that, and we look forward to that happening. And I'd like to know, Mr. President, I'm sure because of these revelations in the past months, there have been reforms already. There are already safeguards in place, such as strengthened project preparation, independent technical evaluations, improved contractor monitoring, and a more strategic approach to flood control prioritization. Although, as you say, in 2026, there is not a single flood control project. Although, to be fair, flood control is part of climate adaptation.
Just
But
to
for
qualify,
foreign-assisted
meron tayong
projects.
foreign assisted.
Yes.
These are ongoing projects. So just to qualify that.
Yes, for foreign assisted ongoing
assisted.
projects.
Yeah.
Understood. So may this representation and the body be enlightened on reforms and safeguards that are being implemented to ensure that infrastructure spending is not only higher in quantity, itong porsyento, itong malaking bilyon, but more so aligned with the high standards of quality, durability, and value for money, and as you yourself mentioned, like the foreign-assisted projects. And my second question to follow that up is, who implements the foreign-assisted projects? Sinasubcon rin yan sa mga Pilipino eh. But why are they supposedly more durable, never ghost, and hopefully not substandard? So those are my two questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is based on my personal experience. When I was a mayor, I remember JICA implemented several projects along Kamanava. And I noticed that a lot of their master planning, detailed engineering, even monitoring are all come from the funder, in this case, the Japanese. And they're very strict in terms of quality and standards. Of course, the actual construction will come from the Philippines, construction companies coming from the Philippines. The engineers that they partner with are also Filipinos. But in the selection of those construction companies and engineers are very strict. They really have a high standard of selecting local partners. So in other words, Mr. President, talagang very, very strict po pag foreign-assisted projects ang ini-implement dito sa bansa ho natin. Dahil yung standard nila, ang sinusunod ay Japanese standards.
Yes.
No? So that's why if we see the flood control projects funded by JICA along Pasig River, talagang makikita natin parang Japanese quality po yung ini-implement nila. No? So, but of course, these are loans. These are ODA loans coming from different countries, and ODA loans are also very limited, Mr. President. Hindi natin, we also manage the ODA loans that we contract with different countries because they're still loans. Utang pa rin yan eh. So we need to manage that, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may, with the permission of Senator Legarda.
And Mr. President, before we recognize Senator Zubiri, let me congratulate our good majority leader for being one of the recognized individuals in strengthening the Japanese and Philippine relationship. He was recently conferred with a recognition that is really a very unique and a big honor to our country.
I join you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, in recognizing, appreciating the contributions of our esteemed former Senate President and Majority Leader, and he was granted and bequeathed the highest honor of the Japan government by the Emperor himself, the Order of the Rising Sun.
Grand Cordon Order of the Rising Sun, who was previously awarded to only 3 other senators, Senator Edgardo Angara, Senator Frank Drilon, and Senator Manny Villar. So I'm in great company. But thank you. With the permission of the gentlemen and ladies, I just also want to add that Cagayan de Oro, we suffered, and I'm sure Saknina is my neighbor in Marawi, and their families from northern Mindanao as well. We were hit by Typhoon Sendong in 2011. I remember because I had just resigned from the Senate at the time, and shortly after those Typhoon Sendong, where we lost 1,000 lives. 1,000 people died there. As a matter of fact, it was so bad that it shook the foundation of all the decent people of northern Mindanao to act. Unfortunately, that rainfall came from Bukidnon because we are the highest area in the Mindanao, and we actually contribute to the water, the floodplains of South Cotabato, Maguindanao, Cotabato City, as well as Iligan and Cagayan de Oro. What we finally did was to come up with a river basin plan done by JICA. JICA, the Japan, of course, aid agency, came out with the plan. It was executed. At the time, it was executed by Mayor Oca Moreno, who's a good friend of ours, very decent mayor of Cagayan de Oro. And now it is a model because what they did was it's a mega dike, but with highways on top, parks, well made. It was JICA funded also. And JICA was really on top of everything. And so now, if you look at the area, there's a no-build zone. All the areas within the dike area are no-build. You do not see a single house there. And it's being implemented by the LGUs, subsequent LGUs that followed. And because of that, we've not had, knock on wood, we've not had an episode in Cagayan de Oro. So if it's done properly, one time, big time, done properly, coordinated properly, monitored properly, it can be done. And it's actually featured in many vloggers, and they do a lot of drone shots, and they really see the Cagayan de Oro flood control basin. I would suggest that the departments take a look at that because it's really a success story. And it was done through JICA and implemented with JICA's help and monitoring. I'm saying this not because I am pro-Japan. I just got the highest award, but I'm saying this because it works if done properly. Iligan as well. We did that also for Iligan. So that's what we need to do. I think we need to master plan and follow through with the master plan. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you,
Thank you,
Madam,
Majority Leader, for that
Warren.
intervention. It's
Super.
really, most of the funders will follow their own country standards.
Yeah.
If it's Japanese, Japanese standard, Korean, Korean standard. And part of their activity is to make sure that the quality is of high standard.
I think the idea there, Mr. President, with the permission again of the two, is that hindi pacha-pacha. When I had a talk one time with Secretary Bonoan, he told me, problema, Migs, yung pondo, hinahati-hati ng mga congressmen or gusto nila dito ilagay. Tapos sa kabilang district, dito ilagay. So nagkakabutas. In what happened in the JICA project, from beginning to end, where the water from the downstream and upstream, talagang walang butas. It was a master plan that was followed through. It was not chop-chop. So I guess if there is budget for flood control next year or the succeeding years, it should be followed through with a master plan that will be done properly, Mr. Chairman. Being the chairman, I think you will also be monitoring this every year for the funding. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having said that, so we see successful infrastructure programs if they are foreign funded because the foreign funded organizations or countries have very efficient oversight and actually bid it out to some Filipino companies perhaps. Why don't we do that, Mr. President, with all infrastructure programs in the Philippines? why don't we use the same procedure, similar use of organizations, contractors, suppliers, procurement processes, the same program management, oversight being done by foreign assisted projects? What kind of interventions can we do for next year's budget so that each and every peso spent will be spent as if it was from a foreign assisted project? Paano po? Kasi nagaganap naman sa Pilipinas ng maayos kung gugustuhin po.
I think that's the plan of Secretary Dizon this coming New Year's, to make sure that the implementation of projects is also almost as similar as foreign assisted projects in terms of planning, doing the detailed engineering, execution, as well as monitoring, all the way to operationalization of the project, Mr. President. So, narinig ko yan po yung kanyang plano. And when the DPWH budget comes in, we can also scrutinize or ask him about his plans on reforming the process.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. President. I join you in anticipating the implementation of projects the way others can do it efficiently. May I quote, Mr. President, statements this representation has made way back. Magsimula po tayo noong October 12, 2016, noong International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction. May I quote myself? We must invest in disaster risk reduction. It has been estimated that the economic impact of disaster will be reduced by $7 for every dollar spent for DRR. May I read again the Agos Summit on Disaster Preparedness, where I was keynote on July 8, 2017. For every $1 invested in disaster risk reduction, you can save up to $7 in losses. Those were my statements, not made from my imagination, but from United Nations Global Risk Indices. May I also quote, please? Investment in disaster risk reduction generally represents a large saving in terms of avoided losses and reconstruction costs, with cost-benefit ratios ranging from 3:1 to 15:1 or higher in some cases, according to a study published way back in 2015 in the UNDRR's Global Assessment Report on Disaster Risk Reduction. Also, the World Meteorological Organization, or WMO, both the UNDRR and WMO are Geneva-based organizations, believes that $1 invested in prevention could save $7 in recovery. Having said that, Mr. President, may I know, in the way this 2026 NEP was crafted, may I be enlightened, educated, may I feel how the 2015 UNDRR and WMO reports, which are data-driven and science-based, utilized to come up with the National Expenditure Program, which we are studying and contemplating on now. How did we mainstream disaster risk reduction and anticipating disaster losses na nakakatipid po tayo ng $7 sa bawat isang dolyares na ating ini-invest in DRR? If this was not used, I would appreciate an honest answer. If it was used, I want to understand how it was used by the economic team. Oh, ano susunod? Ito. Huwag na to. Ito. Ito.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that question from Senator Lauren. For the 2026 NEP, the budget for adaptation is about 844 million pesos, and the budget for climate mitigation is about 139 million. Anto? Sorry, Mr. President, I didn't see the legend. Let me just repeat. For 2026 NEP, the budget for adaptation is 844 billion pesos. For mitigation is about 139 billion pesos. So the total is about 983 billion pesos for both adaptation and mitigation, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. When you compute the 844 billion for adaptation, this is only a small percentage of the trillions of pesos budget. May I be enlightened, Mr. President, on what are examples of the 844 billion climate adaptation projects and whether it is mainstreamed in government agencies, especially the infrastructure agencies? And may I be enlightened as well how the economic team mainstreams DRR and CCAM in planning for the succeeding fiscal years.
Well, Mr. President, just an initial answer. The adaptation and mitigation have several priorities. For example, food security, water sufficiency, ecosystem and environmental stability, human security, climate smart industries and services, sustainable energy, knowledge and capacity development, and cross-cutting priorities, Mr. President. But we'll get some concrete examples.
I would be happy to put into the record concrete examples, Mr. President. And if I may, I know I sound like a broken record. I've always said this for more than 20 years. We do not allocate an amount for climate adaptation and mitigation or disaster risk reduction. The whole budget must be a climate adaptive budget. The whole budget must work towards reducing disaster loss, whether it is in infrastructure or it is in projects that are non-infra but would lead to education. Since I started helping the budget, if I may, just bear with me please, in 2013, it's always been said, oh, we allocated this amount for climate change. Oh, we did this for DRR. You work in silos. That is not how it should be, Mr. President. It must be mainstreamed in the way we think, we act, we brief, in the way we build, in the way we educate, in the way we do rainwater collectors, in the way we build infrastructure, in the way we build bridges, in the way we build dams, in the way we release water from dams, from dam release protocols to the use of Doppler radars to constructing flood control, dikes, and revetments and infrastructure. It is my sincere desire that the whole budget would focus into CCAM DRR. And this is nothing new, Mr. President. We've been talking about this for 20 years. And I am just somehow sometimes frustrated that in every administration, we always have to put ceilings on adaptation, mitigation, and DRR when it should already be mainstreamed in every government department. Again, not your fault. Again, not the fault of this admin. I've been speaking this way for more than 20 years in this chamber, and I wish we could have a budget that has the template for CCAM, because as I said, For every dollar invested in DRR, we have $7 of recovery that we would not have spent because we did it right at first sight. I would be happy to hear a response from the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that question. I think I joined Senator Lauren during the budget hearing of the Climate Change Commission, and we can task the Climate Change Commission to spearhead a program or a mechanism wherein climate change adaptation and mitigation should be mainstream and embedded in the activities of the different agencies. Come up with the guidelines, come up with some form of template. So in the formulation of their budget, they will already take into consideration climate change mitigation and adaptation in their different PAPs, program activities and projects, Mr. President. So we can, my suggestion is we can mobilize the CCC to do so, Mr. President.
It's a small agency. Perhaps
Ano lang mga template lang, Mr.
you're
President?
correct. Even the DNR can
Yes,
help.
or the DNR,
Hopefully,
yes.
Because the DA also has their climate change offices. All these agencies have their little bureaus or programs relating to CCAM because it's nothing new. We've been doing this for 20 years.
Correct. We'll
Yes.
request from the economic managers concrete examples on climate change mitigation and adaptation, considering that close to about $1 trillion pesos actually have been allocated to climate change adaptation and mitigation projects.
Yes. I know that the chair may not be able to read into the record the big ticket items in the 844 billion, but I would be happy to receive from the agencies of government or NEDA or even the LBRMO what are the big ticket items in the 844B that relates or that addresses the issues on climate change adaptation and mitigation.
The DBM will submit to the committee and to your office, to her Honor's office, the breakdown of this climate change adaptation budget of 844 billion, Mr. President. There are components, but concrete examples and also concrete projects.
Yes. Because we can easily say food security. Madali pong pakinggan
Correct,
at magandang pakinggan, pero saan talaga napupunta? Then we could say climate adaptation. And when we look at the fine print, it would be flood control. But what kind of flood control? It should be nature-based, let's say enhancement of mangroves instead of cement. It could be green and not gray. Yeah. Having said that, I would like to go into governance and corruption and macroeconomic impact. So, again, during the DBCC, Mr. President, the medium-term projections, it was said, depend on executing the 1.324 trillion in capital outlays. Again, I would be happy to be corrected if the figures are not accurate. So based on the DBCC, the medium-term projections depend on executing the 1.3 trillion in capital outlays annually and rely on achieving a 5 trillion in revenue collections. Yet governance failures directly constrain project execution and deter investor participation. We all know that and sadly admit it. May this representation be educated? What are the formal mechanisms by which the DBCC, the economic team, will integrate corruption risk metrics and procurement transparency indices into the medium-term fiscal framework and the fiscal forecasts? Should the 2026 budget include perhaps a dedicated allocation, perhaps, I don't know, 5 billion for a substantially enhanced independent audit mechanism as a safeguard against ongoing governance scandals and project failures? I just want to understand what is the game changer that will ensure that we will reach our targets and not speak 1 year from now of the same governance failures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, for one, during the budget of the DPWH, we also talked about how to prevent the same issue from happening this coming 2026. And one of the things that we included in the 2026 Senate Committee report is a fund of 2.4 billion pesos for pre-audit, Mr. President, of all DPWH projects. This was recommended by the COA, the Commission on Audit, and at the same time, the DPWH accepted this proposal during that hearing where you were there, Mr. President. So we carved out 2.4 billion to fund COA's pre-audit activities in DPWH. At the same time, DPWH will be using modern technology to make sure that ghost projects will not happen again. So they will use satellite technology that can pinpoint exactly where the projects are, technologies that can be used to validate the projects that are being implemented. So the use of technology will be a key reform that the DPWH will be doing this coming new year, Mr. President.
We can also use the following provisions under the new Procurement Act.
Secretary Pangandaman mentioned to me that under the new Procurement Act, there is an enhanced transparency and accountability mechanism, Mr. President. This is one will be the open data contracting that will ensure open access to procurement processes and contract implementation. The other one is participatory procurement. Empowers observers and civil society organizations in independent oversight and monitoring rules, and beneficial ownership disclosure. Mandates declaration of beneficial owners to detect conflict of interest and prevent circumvention of blacklisting, Mr. President. Those are the mechanisms, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. We anticipate the implementation and hopefully the immediate positive impact of the open governance which the DBM has been championing in the past months.
That's on the procurement side, Mr. President,
Yes.
but on the implementation side, the pre-audit is a major reform that we included in the budget, Mr. President, because in the past, as we have seen in the issues of ghost projects, hindi ho nabibisita ng COA resident auditor, no? Because sa dami pong projects, hindi ho nabibisita lahat. Bayad na, hindi pa rin nila nabibisita. So we're reversing the process by adding more funds, getting more auditors on the ground. So bago po mabayaran yan, definitely mabibisita na nila.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I know I would like to ask now about budget alignment and project integrity, and allow me to read just the context of my question. The total budget proposals submitted by the national government agencies reached 10.101 trillion. Again, let the executive department correct my figures if it's not accurate. Yet the national expenditure program allocation is constrained to 6.793 trillion, a reduction of 3.3 trillion or approximately 33%. The Department of Budget and Management has cited strict parameters for crafting the NEP, including, and I always hear this term, shovel readiness. Projects must have completed feasibility studies and procurement plans. The prioritization of project completion over new construction, I'm happy to know this. I hope that the unfinished multipurpose and health centers and DepEd school buildings, etc., and bridges will have priority over new construction. And the assessment as well of agency absorptive capacity, and this is often the problem. However, the Senate post-budget hearing summary reveals systemic integrity issues. You yourself have flagged billions. I will not belabor the issue. You mentioned about missing station numbers, etc., and incomplete technical documentation. And many locally funded projects bypass the Public Investment Program, the PIP, as well as the 3-year rolling infrastructure program. We spoke about this during one of the subcommittee hearings, the TRIP requirements, and the lack of rigorous technical validation required for development effectiveness. Foreign assisted projects also face sometimes persistent delays, which are tied to underfunding in terms of the right-of-way acquisition, contributing to 4-year delays on flagship projects. So my question is, having said that, the Department of Planning, Economy and Development, DepDev, is responsible for the PDP. The DBM manages the budget execution and allocation. How has the DBCC ensured that the 6.793 trillion NEP is rigorously aligned with the PDP priorities and the projects that may not have been included in the PIP and the TRIP, or perhaps lacking in complete feasibility studies, or perhaps have no detailed engineering studies and are systematically excluded then from the budget? Which brings me to the issue of agencies of government always coming to us asking for their priorities that were not included in Tier 1, but they say are priorities, but could not have complied with supposedly the rigorous requirements of the economic team, or of these two agencies I mentioned. So may I know how will the executive department deal with this, from a 10 trillion budget proposals to a 6.7 trillion NEP, so 1/3, 33%, sinantabi. And if you talk to every agency of government, this is the mantra. Sabi po, wag na kaming humingi, pero wag na nyo sasabihin, pero ito po kailangan talaga You know that. All of us here, they come to us with requests. I think the chair would confirm that, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
You have balikbayan boxes of requests.
Yes, Mr. President,
Yeah.
marami ho talaga until now. A lot of agencies, local governments and agencies.
LGUs and NGAs.
NGAs.
Yes.
Big and small NGAs, they're actually coming to request for additional funding. So it's really, Mr. President, as the good gentle lady from Panay knows, it's really about fiscal space, Mr. President. So because of the tight fiscal space, it's very hard to give amounts to agencies that are not in line with the priorities of the President, Mr. President, and also in line with the Philippine Development Plan. So you're absolutely correct that the initial request, actually the initial was 11 trillion, Mr. President. It was trimmed down to 10 trillion. But even at 10 trillion, it cannot be completely allocated. So the DBM prioritizes, making sure that the projects are can be implemented as soon as possible. Although during the hearing, the DBCC hearing, there are still room for improvement in terms of shovel readiness, Mr. President. Nakita natin na maraming mga projects on paper shovel ready pero hindi pa siya talagang shovel ready kasi kulang ng feasibility study or others. So admittedly, the DBM will correct that issue this coming new budget season, Mr. President, to make sure that really projects that are really really shovel-ready will only be included in the proposals, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So considering that 33% were not included, are we then assured that all of those included in the NEP have complete engineering designs, updated cost estimates, procurement plans were done, and the TRIP, the PIP, and the TRIP were complied with? Itong TRIP, minsan, I'll use a naka-bad trip because we were in a committee hearing. And a small agency, wag niyong sisihin. Ang sagot po ng DBM, again, kaibigan ko sa DBM, kasi walang trip. Naawa ko sa maliit na ahensya, o sige na, National Museum, kaya tinanong ko ngayon, sa bawat hearing, may trip ba kayo? Kasi requirement daw yung trip. And these are multi-year projects. And the answer was, the allocation for 2026 was put to 0 because there is no trip. We were all confused and we asked for a memo on the trip. But I'm happy there should
Was
be
there,
a
Mr.
trip.
President?
There
Yeah.
should be a trip. But then, pag multi-year project at nabigyan nung nakaraang taon, hindi bibigyan ng next year, nakatiwangwang yung building kasi walang trip, hindi ba iniisip yon na at least multi-year? So, again, back to my question. Huwag magagalit ang DBM, gusto ko lang maliwanag kasi. Oo. Lahat ba ho na nasa NEP ay merong nakapasa sa DepDev na PDP, PIP, merong trip na maganda naman, dapat kasi talagang pumapasa dyan, at may feasibility studies na detailed engineering designs, which are requirements. Because yung 33%, diba, hindi na naisama. 3.3 trillion, hindi na isama. We assume na yung sinama ay compliant po. O baka hindi pa rin naman. Just so that we are aware, and if we need to cut any further, we still have the time to cut between now and our passage of the Senate version.
Well, Mr. President, I can confidently say that the projects in the DPWH, in the Department of Public Works, under the committee report, has the minimum documents to become shovel-ready. No? Because we also included in the committee report the station numbers of all the projects there. No? So in order to have a station number, kailangan merong detailed engineering, merong ring feasibility study, at iba pang mga dokumento. So lahat ho yan meron na sa DPWH projects. And we also remove yung mga doble. How much did we remove yung mga doble-doble? How much? Yung mga doble-doble? How much? Magkano nga? Yung mga duplicate projects, no? Projects that appeared, let's say, in 2024 GAA, 2025 GAA, then reappeared in 2026. We remove all of those. And that amounted to about 4 billion pesos, Mr. President. So, in other words, this list of DPWH projects are vetted properly. Since nawala na po yung flood control projects, nawala na rin po yung issue of not being shovel-ready. No, because yung flood control, that's the component, or that's the group that is actually problematic because wala siyang feasibility study, wala rin siyang detailed engineering. So problematic ho siya. So nung tinanggal ho siya, naiwan roads, bridges, we mandated DPWH to give us the station number. So we're very confident na these are, meron na ho mga detailed engineering itong mga projects na ito.
Thank you for that. May I just say this, that the exclusion, yung pagtanggal po ng flood control at yung pag-retain po ng ibang infrastruktura, I think it does not assure us that the others that are remaining actually complied with all the stringent measures. But I hope that they did. May I therefore be assured if the TRIP has effectively become a gatekeeping mechanism for inclusion in the National Expenditure Program. Simple po, lahat pa ho ng proyekto sa NEP na na-carry po sa GAB na inaaral po natin ay napasa po ng TRIP.
Yeah. Well, I was given the answer given to me by Secretary Pangandaman. It's a mandatory requirement. So all agencies should fulfill the TRIP, the 3-year rolling infrastructure program. However, Mr. President, admittedly, not all the agencies are complying. In fact, some agencies doesn't even know about the TRIP, Mr.
That's why.
President.
So what do we do? May we know, Mr. President? That brings me to my the core issue here. Of those included in the NEP, how many have not complied with the TRIP or the 3-year program for multi-year programs that were actually studied by DepDev? Simple lang po, how many infrastructure projects in the NEP and the present HGAB, which we are studying now, are not TRIP compliant? And what would the executive and the economic team suggest we do with this? If the agencies are not even aware, then how were their projects included in the NEP if they're not even aware of the existence of a requirement of the DepDev and DBM?
President, I was made to. Right now, I was just conferring with with DBM and DepDev. I was made to understand that the TRIP is a mandatory requirement. However, not all the agencies are complying, and it seems to me personally that not all projects are also covered, Mr. President. A case in point here will be the DPWH projects, which actually, kailangan nga ng TRIP.
Yun nga ang kailangan.
Yung mga malalaki nga ho ang kailangan ng TRIP because
yes.
the TRIP is supposed to be a master plan for the next 3 years, Mr. President. So we'll urge the DBM and also the DepDev to review this practice, the TRIP practice. On paper, it seems to be a good mechanism, but if it's not going to be implemented strictly across different agencies, parang hindi natin makikita yung kanyang benefit, Mr. President.
May I be informed which agencies are not covered by the TRIP and which agencies are covered but are not compliant? And if they're not compliant, perhaps we can ask from the economic team to identify projects that need to be covered but did not comply so we can actually axe it. Tanggalin. Hindi nag-comply eh. Di ba ganun ba ho? And replace it or realigned further to support other budgetary priorities.
projects. I was made to understand that DepEd is covered and they've submitted. So, parang ang DPWH lang po ang hindi covered na big ticket agencies.
How do we accept the budget of DPWH? I have here the memo on the trip as an input to the budget preparation process. You, Mr. Chair, had so rightly said that it is indeed a priority. There was a memo on the national budget call for 2026 that underscores the requirement for infrastructure PAPs to be included in ongoing infrastructure projects must be included in the PIP and the TRIP.
New to us and also questionable and also not in line with how we craft the budget, Mr. President. So again, Mr. President, it's a mandatory document. However, DPWH is not covered, or sorry, DPWH is covered but not complying, Mr. President. So the DBM and DepDev really need to review this mechanism and be strict in the implementation of this mechanism.
Isn't that the most important government department that must comply? Because the TRIP would mean they have feasibility studies, they are shovel ready, they went through the proper procurement plans. And if they are non-compliant, I don't have words to
Well,
say.
Mr. President, it needs to be reformed. The TRIP, if the DBM and DepDev decides to continue with the TRIP, then we need to reform it and make sure that it's implemented across different agencies. It's also, Secretary Balisacan also mentioned to me that there's also a question of interoperability between departments because, for example, in DPWH, ang dami pong projects. So instead of submitting to them the feasibility one by one, it will be done online and electronically. So that's also another thing that they are resolving. But admittedly, Mr. President, you're absolutely correct. The implementation is uneven as of this point.
Do we therefore, Mr. President, review all the infrastructure projects we are currently reviewing contained in the NEP and HGAB and take into consideration the inclusion of infrastructure projects that did not go through the process as mandated, not by the legislature, but by the executive department itself? Why mandate something that is not followed? It's not followed.
Mr. President, it needs a review, this trip. That intention is the intention is good because it gives you it's forward looking. It's the development of a master plan and feasibility study is mandatory. However, the implementation is uneven, Mr. President. So admittedly, the DepDev and DBM needs to review this, needs to review the implementation of the trip, Mr. President. But Mr. President, we will request from the agencies to submit to us the implementation and compliance of the trip. So we requested from the both departments to submit to us the compliance per project, per agency, per program of the trip, Mr. President.
I am just shocked to learn that a whole department refuses to comply with the trip requirement of DepDev and DBM.
But in fairness to the other departments, I asked
Yeah.
about the Department of Health, the Department of Agriculture, and they're compliant in terms of the 3-year rolling infrastructure program, Mr. President.
I will ask this again in the DPWH hearing and in every agency where the trip is covered. And we would like to understand, because conceptually it is important so that you see the readiness of the agency. And we want to understand the non-compliance and the impact of its non-compliance, because if the others are compliant, why not the others? The difficulties and the challenges it faces, and whether to have such a requirement at all. Eh kung di naman po sinusunod, bakit po natin imamandate?
Thank you, Mr. President. I requested the agencies to submit to us the compliance report on the trip, Mr. President.
Thank you. I proceed now, Mr. President, to a perennial problem. Again, as I used to sit there 10 years ago, the same problems persist. Low absorptive capacity and persistent project delays. 4-year delays suggest that government cannot effectively execute even current budget levels. Yet allocations remain high. May we know how the executive department plans to break this pattern of weak execution? What specific quarterly metrics will track project delivery rates, cost performance, timely completion, and contractor performance? Should budget utilization rates be monitored, as I suggested, monthly or quarterly rather than annually, and the withholding of funds from non-performing agencies to redirect towards faster executing entities, although I know this may not be possible if it's already line itemed in the GAA?
Mr. President, the DBM released the circular letter number 2025-2, and this is for the conduct of agency performance reviews every year and done on a quarterly basis. So this agency performance review covers absorptive capacity, the utilization of funds, and also the efficiency in terms of utilization of their budget, Mr. President. Quarterly. So meron silang agency performance review, Mr. President. In fact, I remember getting a summary or an annual summary of that agency performance review, Mr. President. So it's comprehensive. Lahat ng agency meron doon. And they give grades. No? May rating po kung sino mga agencies are efficient, sino mga agencies are not efficient, Mr. President.
Ah, that's very good.
Yeah,
May we
rating po sila.
request that from DBM?
Yes, Mr.
And we will
President.
read it into the record in the next plenary.
Yeah, I've
unless,
seen the report, Miss. In fact, meron ako dito, Mr.
Yes.
President.
And I would assume, Mr. President, that that would be the basis of the next year's budget. Kung mababa ang kanilang utilization, mababa rin ibibigay sa kanila. Hindi nila manguya at malulon ang binibigay sa kanila. Diba? Gawain natin yan, Doblon. Oo. Diba? Diba naiinis tayo pag binibigyan, hindi ginagamit. Yeah. Yes. So we would be happy to receive the list of the non-performing agencies and perhaps know the reasons why, what are the challenges they face, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I'm looking at the budget ng Bayan Monitor, the agency budget review, Mr. President. And in this review, they give scorecards or they grade the agencies according to their utilization and efficiency of the use of funds, Mr. President. So for example, the top performing agencies, nakasulat ho dito, Public Attorney's Office, Philippine Information Agency, National Intelligence and Coordinating Agency. I'm just reading some random agencies, Mr. President. Foreign Service Institute, Cagayan State University, Civil Service Commission. So ito yung mga top performing agencies, Mr. President.
Maliliit na ahensya at walang infrastructure.
Except for public attorneys, Mr. President, malaki-laki ito. Gusto niyo marinig yung poor performing, Mr. President?
The poorest performing, yes, Mr. President. The OTR, sigurado nandyan yan.
Meron hong top performing dito sa harap pero
OTR palagi naiinsidablan mo. Hindi na ba? Hindi makaya.
pala, Mr. President. Okay lang, Mr. President. Okay lang, Yusek. Ito yung mga poor performing, Mr. President. Romblon State University.
Wag na yung SUCs, mga government
Cotabato
agencies.
Foundation College of Science and Technology.
Government agencies.
Government. The lowest. According to the list, Mr. President, the lowest is Department of Migrant Workers, then the Commission on Higher Education, the Department of Housing, DOTR, Mr. President. COMELEC is also a low performing. And this is spending. Pag sinabi natin low performing, hindi ibig sabihin hindi sila magaling. Yung paggastos lang ho nila ng budget, Mr. President. So these are we'll submit the list to Her Honor, Mr.
Yes.
President. The
We'll submit the list. When we receive
the
the
top
list.
and the lowest.
Then it will be just to,
And
so
we'll-
that the agencies, Mr. President, may prepare the answer.
Correct.
They have to know their standing.
Yes,
And
yes.
perhaps explain to us their
It's a-
inefficient spending so that we know the problems.
Yeah, it's a
We
good
can help them.
scorecard, Mr. President,
Yeah.
and this bodes well with your suggestion of conducting oversight every year, every month, every quarter, so we
I'll
can
join
use
you.
the agency performance review,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
It's not to blame anyone. I'm sure there are stumbling blocks, there are challenges, so we can help
Yeah,
them.
of course.
Yeah.
There are bottlenecks. definitely,
Bottlenecks,
yeah.
yes. Thank you for your patience, Mr. President. Now we go to measuring poverty, food security, and social inclusion. The Philippine Statistics Authority, let me just give the context of my query. I asked it in the DBCC. I want to put it on record now. They've always used a threshold at 63 pesos per person per day. But this figure has been criticized as unrealistic and perhaps disconnected from reality, particularly in urban areas, since it is based on a 2018 food basket and provincial averaging that masks significant regional price disparities. So having said that, this is an outdated methodology, et cetera. So may we know, Mr. President, the macroeconomic framework highlights poverty reduction and social inclusion as key development outcomes. Yet, the threshold is still using the 63 pesos a day unless it was already changed, computed from a 2018 basket that does not reflect the current market realities or even the regional cost of living variations. So how would this affect the reliability? Paano natin maaasahan ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno given the government's macroeconomic assumptions on consumption, savings, and the reduction of inequality if we use a 2018 PSA figure? Whether it is in the budget of DOLE or the SWD or any agency of government, assuming this was used by the economic team.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, just to update Her Honor, Senator Lauren Legarda, this numbers of 63 pesos per day per person was already updated. It increased by about 18 to 27%, Mr. President. No? So the current value right now is at 655 pesos per family of 5. So if you divide that by 5, that's 131 pesos per day per person, Mr. President. So na-update na ho siya. Mr. President.
Very good.
Yes.
Because in the DBCC, it was still, this was my question then,
Mm.
3 months ago, and in between August and November, it was revised. We want to be informed and educated because at that time, it was still 63 pesos a day based on PSA figures. Does that mean, Mr. President, that the PSA had updated? Because I think there was an answer at the time that they said it was being updated, etc. So between the DBCC and now, the poverty thresholds were changed.
Yes, Mr. President.
It's no longer 63 a day. And
Yeah.
what is it now, Mr. President?
It's 655 for a family of 5. If you divide that per person, that's 131 pesos per day per person,
Okay.
Mr. President. So it was just
Thank you.
recently updated, Mr. President, because the survey was just recently concluded or recently put together.
Thank you, Mr. President. It more than doubled then.
Yes, Mr.
Uh,
President. And also they
but-
adjusted the food prices, Mr. President. That's the
Yes.
most important.
But does it mean that the inputs of every government agency relied on these updated figures? Mr. President, remember the NEP was made the first semester of 2025. It was submitted to Congress in July. Even if there's a NEP revised, it is not all agencies. But between August, when we deliberated on the NEP, and now the PSA provided the agencies with the amended poverty threshold. How could all agencies in 3 months amend their submissions when the NEP was already submitted to Congress by June or July?
But Mr. President, we have real-time coordination with the PSA and DSWD. I think one of the most one program that will definitely be affected by this reduction in or increased in poverty threshold is the 4-piece program, Mr. President. So we coordinated with the DSWD on this aspect. With the PSA and the DSWD with this aspect, Mr. President. So mag-a-adjust ho kasi mga poverty-related programs ho natin. And during the hearing, I remember we asked the PSA about this poverty threshold, also with the adjustments in terms of the number of 4-piece beneficiaries, and we adjusted it accordingly, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, and I'm glad the good sponsor mentioned about the SWD and the 4-piece program. Maaapekto din yan yung SLP program, yes, as well as not just AIX, SLP, but also the senior citizens pensions. I'm not certain how, which has been in a backlog for a long time. Perhaps the kabuhayan programs of DOLE would also be affected. Perhaps the OST's CES program, Community Empowerment and Grassroots-Based program will be affected, and many other food security programs of DA as well, and the other programs. I hope that, because I will ask each agency about the adjustment in the poverty threshold, because when they prepare their NEP for the July submission, and you said that the PSA had changed the figures, and this is a dramatic increase from 63 to around 135, is it per person? Because it was 600 plus divided by 5 for a family of 5. So the agencies that prepared their budgets had the 63 in mind. I hope that it's not just the SWD, but I would be happy to be enlightened at the proper time how the agencies adjusted based on the poverty threshold levels of the Statistics Authority.
Yes. Since the PSA is the government's repository of poverty statistics, all programs of the government related to poverty whether it's in the DSWD or the Department of Agriculture or the Department of Agrarian Reform, they will all refer back to this new poverty data, Mr. President. And the good news is poverty is going down in our country, Mr. President. So meaning income is going up, even though the threshold has gone up, but income is also going up because of job opportunities and also a growing economy, Mr. President.
I will not debate with you regarding that, even if I may have a different point of view, Mr. President. Yes. Okay. May I know, before we leave the topic, Mr. President, it's 135 per person? Just so that is PSA present here? Yes, yes. More or less 135 per person. Is this for the daily allocation for food and other expenses? Can they break it down? Magkano po ang pagkain divided by 3 meals a day? How much per meal? And is this for NCR or is it across the board in every province?
Yes, Mr. President, this 135 is for NCR, Mr. President.
Mhm.
And we can, we have the breakdown.
Let's try to leave 135 pesos.
Out of the 35 peso per person per day, Mr. President, 85%, 85 pesos is allocated to food, Mr. President.
Okay, 85 divided by
3.
3,
But this is
27 pesos per meal. Sige, I will not belabor the point because it's very painful, even if we increased it already. Nagbibiro ako dito pero hindi biro. Subukan natin kung paano yung 130 a day. Kung magtatanim ka naman ng sariling pagkain mo, baka sakaling kasya. And my final question for the moment, Mr. President. For, again, these are the figures that I have. Please correct me if the figures are not accurate. For 2026, the government expects to raise revenues in the amount of 4.938.4 billion, while disbursement is projected to reach 6.630 billion, or a deficit of 1.626 billion. Assuming my figures are accurate, we would see that disbursement for the current operating expenditures is expected to reach 5,020 billion, which is 37.3 billion higher than the revenue we will generate, which means, obviously, that our current operating expenses will be partially paid by our borrowings. Our current operating expenses, sweldo, diba? Salaries, bonuses, traveling, domestic and foreign, interest payments, local and foreign, janitorial services, utilities, financial subsidy, etc. Mr. President, how will would you confirm that our borrowings, hihiram po tayo, uutang po tayo para bayaran ang sweldo ng mga tao sa gobyerno? In short, our borrowings, our loans will go to our operating expenses and not to capital outlay that will go to the creation of jobs and that will spur the local economy. And may I know how many years have we been experiencing this, and how do we get out of it progressively, hopefully in the future, in the near future? Please educate me. Saan yung listahan ko ng GOCCs na yun? Pagod na ako, nalilungkot pa naman ako. Kaya nakikita man natin.
Mr. President, in an ideal situation, we only need to borrow for capital expenditures, meaning all of our collections should go to current operating expenditures, meaning for salary payments, pangbayad ng kuryente, pangbayad ng tubig, bonuses, all of that should be funded by our own revenues. But there's a small shortfall in terms of our collection versus current operating expenses of about 37 billion, Mr. President. So it's a small shortfall. So two-prong approach, Mr. President. One is to collect efficiently, meaning our revenues, whether tax or non-tax, should be collected efficiently so that we can cover our current operating expenses. Number two is also cut on some of our current operating expenses. Secretary Recto mentioned that in his estimate, they can still reduce MOE by about 160 billion, meaning reduce some of the traveling expenses, some of the MOE expenses. So tingin niya kaya pang bawasan doon so that we can finance our current operating expenses by our own revenue, not to borrow, Mr. President. But maliit lang naman po yung maliit lang naman yung ating shortfall on that effect, Mr. President. So I believe that with the efficient collection, government can cover that, Mr. President. But you're right, Mr. President. In an ideal situation, we should not borrow to cover our current operating expenses.
Mr. President, is the 37.3 billion for 2026 that will be brought about by borrowings, is it also because of extracting or borrowing or getting the reserves of GOCCs? Were we able to contract that or limit the utilization of borrowed money because we also used what we have, the reserves of government agencies, GOCCs?
Yes, Mr. President, because that was allowed in 2024, Mr. President. There's a special provision that allowed the DOF to sabi ko allowed, sabi ni Secretary Recto, mandated, but authorized the DOF. I think malaking debate ito, Mr. President. But because of that fourth special provision, Secretary Recto is saying that the DOF was mandated to take or collect excess reserve funds from different government agencies, Mr. President, to address that shortfall para hindi na ho tayo umutang to cover our current operating expenses. It's a cash management mechanism, Mr. President.
Dahil po tayo'y may reserves o savings
Na hindi naman
sa
nagagamit.
GOCCs na hindi nagagamit, at ayon po sa special provision na sana'y basahin nyo para hindi na po nakasaad sa 2026, or if you
No more, Mr. President. That special provision is no longer
No
in
longer
the
there.
2026
Sa
budget.
2025, wala rin po.
Wala rin, Mr. President.
Yes. Can you read into the record the 2024 special provision? And do you, if you say that government was mandated to follow it because there was such special provision, but it will no longer be there in GAA 2026, and it is not in GAA 2025.
It's in special provision. Anong number to? Special provision D. Fund balance of the government-owned and controlled corporations from any remainder resulting from the review and reduction of the reserve funds to reasonable levels, take into account the disbursements from prior years, Mr. President. Ito pala, mayroon palang susunod. The Department of Finance shall issue the guidelines to implement this provision within 15 days from effectivity of this act. Yan. Yan pala yung sinasabi ni Secretary Recto, Mr. President.
That was only for 1 year, Mr.
Only for 1 year, Mr.
President.
President.
Yes. Which GOCC was that? Was this the PhilHealth?
PDIC and PhilHealth, Mr.
Yes.
President.
What was the
Particular.
total then? PDIC was how much, Mr. President?
107. For PhilHealth, Mr. President, it's 60, and for PDIC, it's 107 billion, Mr. President.
PDIC, magkano po?
107 billion.
107B.
B.
And PhilHealth,
16.
yes. Are we supposed to pay back PDIC for 107B? No, no need.
Mr. President, according to Secretary Recto, no need to return the funds, Mr. President. They have more than adequate resources to cover what they need to cover, Mr. President. For PDIC. For PDIC.
How about for
banks.
PhilHealth, the 60 billion? Yes. There's been a clamor and the president has repeatedly committed to return the 60 billion to PhilHealth.
Yes,
reserves.
Mr. President, in the Senate committee report, we're returning the 60 billion. It was also included in the GAB, Mr. President.
Just to be clear, Mr. President, the NEP with the 60B, I think Senator Pia will question during her time in DOH, ayokong pangunahan si Senator Pia, that the computation may not have been accurate based on the syntax law, but let her explain that. And clearly, the 60 billion, again, I'm not certain if that's accurate, is not the payment for PhilHealth because that is the allocation based on the implementation of the syntax law. So hindi po yun. Earmark na po yun. Yan, alam ng health advocate expert. So we're not referring to the NEP allocation. You mentioned, Mr. Chair, about the HGAB, which has another 60B. But the 60B from HGAB, Mr. President, came from the flood control, if I'm not mistaken. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It came from an agency, perhaps the DPWH flood control, which was moved pambayad utang sa reserves ng PhilHealth. Is that how it moved? So that it's clear. Because dalawang 60, first is the implementation of the syntax law, which should not be claimed as the return to PhilHealth reserves. And the second, HGAB, yun ang pambayad utang. I just want to know where did it come from in the HGAB, and that's included in our Senate committee report, and we are grateful to your honor that it was included as well. I just want to be certain where did it come from. Yoli, di ba yung sabi mo?
But Mr. President, originally in the NEP, there was a 53 billion subsidy to PhilHealth. and that is supposed to be coming from the syntax allocation, Mr.
Yes.
President. And the 60 billion, you're right, Mr. President, it was carved out of the flood control, is meant to return that 60 billion pesos that was remitted to National Treasury,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. President. So it's very clear we have the earmarked allocation based on an existing law syntax na ayon sa ilan sa ating kasamahan ay kulang, but we'll tackle that in the DOH budget. Now, yung bayad utang po sa tinanggal noong 2024 ay nasa HGAB, which the Senate retained. Yes. But my question is, we or the government, the executive, took it out from reserves of PhilHealth. Should it not return it there? And in what process should it be returned? Because it is going to be in the GAA with earmarked expenditures, not in the reserves of PhilHealth where it came from. So may I be informed what is, in short, ano po ang tamang bayad utang na kinuha po sa PhilHealth noong 2024?
Okay, Mr. President, I was just clarified that the 60 billion that was taken from PhilHealth did not come from the reserves, Mr. President. It was a fund balance, meaning yun talaga yung natitira nila na actively being used for their case rates, Mr. President. So since it was substantial at that point, yun ang renimit sa National Treasury.
Can
So
you
that will
kindly
be
explain?
returned in the same form as fund balance.
The 2024 na kinuha po ng DOF, is it DOF? That took away from PhilHealth did not come from the reserves.
No, Mr. President, that was
What do you call it? It came from the
the
operating
fund balance.
expense. Fund balance. Okay.
The fund balance. So it's a different fund from the reserve, Mr. President.
The fund balance. So you're correct in saying that under the NEP of 2026 na 53.26B, hindi ito yung bayad utang. And then the 60 billion in the 2026 House Bill, GAB, ito yung bayad utang, but it is intended for benefit package improvement under the Universal Healthcare Law. Is it a lump sum? Is it already allocated, earmarked? And would this, saan po nanggaling ito? If it's not from DPWH flood control, but it came from the NEP. It came from somewhere, an agency.
But Mr. President, before I answer that, Secretary Recto clarified that because of PhilHealth's improved operations and improved case rates and improved in the efficiency in dispersing their funds, as well as the implementation of the zero balance billing this coming 2026, we'll see a full implementation of the zero balance billing program. The government decided to give additional or augment the PhilHealth with 60 billion pesos, Mr. President. So sabi niya hindi ho to bayad utang. No, kasi walang utang raw, Mr. President. So there's no utang to speak of, Mr. President. So
Pagtatanong tuloy si Senator.
of course that is the
Okay.
so that's one, Mr. President. Number two, what you were mentioning, their next question, your other question, Mr. President, it came from the flood control, Mr. President, because the amount is about 255 billion. So 60 billion was carved out to be the subsidy of to be the subsidy to PhilHealth, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Just definition of terms so we understand. Fund balance of government-owned and controlled corporations from any remainder resulting from the review and reduction of the reserve funds to reasonable levels, taking into account the disbursements from prior years. Can you kindly explain the difference between fund balance and reserve funds? And what was the basis for the extraction or pagkuha po sa fund balance ng PhilHealth as opposed sa pagkuha sa reserve funds? Since you corrected me, hindi pala galing sa reserve funds ang kinuha ng executive kung hindi galing sa fund balance. Nanggaling po sa inyo yon para lang maintindihan po namin. May utang ang gobyerno sa PhilHealth kasi walang earmark allocation sa GAA. Wala ngayong taon. Wala, ayun pa, kailangan bayaran. Kasi galing sa syntax law, wala. So, tatlong 60.
But Mr. President, sorry for the delay. I just want to make sure so that I can explain it as simple as possible. So the fund balance is the money available after deducting the expenditures for their case rates, Mr. President. So meaning benefits for their members, meaning ito yung natitira after their revenues, after their subsidies, and after their expenses. So merong natitira doon close to about 480 billion at that time. And because of that surplus fund of 480 billion, the DOF, the PhilHealth remitted 60 billion from that 480 billion, Mr. President. That's outside of the reserve fund. Hindi pa huyang nasa reserve fund. No?
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. President. Para po maliwanag, yung sa NEP 2026 na 53.26B, hindi po ito yung bayad utang, kung ano man tawagin natin. Ito po ay alokasyon ayon sa syntax law.
Yes, Mr.
Yung
President.
linagay po sa GAB na 60B na nanggaling din po sa loob ng NEP, galing po sa flood control, as you said.
Yes, Mr.
Ito
President.
po yung galing sa fund balance, yung
Yes, yun po yung... Yeah.
extra funds po sa PhilHealth na para po palitan yung kinuha ng 2024. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, it's a difference in nomenclature dahil wala naman po, technically wala pong utang. So wala pong binabayaran na utang. Pero binabalik lang yung 60 billion. Sinole. Siguro
yun.
that's a right term.
I mean, it's-
Sinole.
Okay.
No?
So if you don't like to consider bayad utang,
hindi bayad
kasi
utang.
wala naman kontratang
Correct.
umutang.
So,
So,
tama. Sinoli lang po yung 60 billion because
sinole.
nag-improve na yung, una tumaas yung case rates. No?
Okay.
And then pangalawa, nag-improve na yung
What
efficiency.
is the right word so that I use what is
Return,
correct?
I think. Or
Hiniram.
Restore or return the
Restored.
60B. Restored. Oo.
So it was borrowed.
No, hindi
Sinuli
po,
eh.
hindi ho utang siya. It was
O hindi utang, walang interest. Hindi
correct.
utang.
Tsaka hindi ho
Sige.
siya rinimit ho because of the excess fund balance.
So it was transferred and now it's being returned. Ayun.
Yes, it was
That's the politically correct term.
it is
Mr.
the
Chair.
technically correct term, Mr. President.
Okay, para lang maliwanag po, may pangatlo pa pong alokasyon na hindi ko pa nakikita. Ay yung earmarking po ng sin tax law na nasa NEP ng 2025 ay wala po sa GAA 2025. I understand there is no subsidy for PhilHealth this year. Ito po yung issue na sinabi din ni Senator Ontiveros. I think she will ask that as well. So, naghahanap po kami ng tatlong 60B. Yung sa NEP 2026, ayon kay Senator Pia, siya na magtatanong kulang. Yung hiniram pero sinole na sa GAB, nandiyan na po. Sana wag mawala hanggang BICAM. Pero yung NEP ng 2025 po, na alokasyon ng PhilHealth ayon sa batas, ay wala po sa GAA 2025. I believe it is our duty to give to PhilHealth, because the earmarked allocation from sin tax law did not appear in the GAA 2025. I'm just stating that. I am not the chairman of the committee, but that is what the principal author of the Universal Healthcare Law and the Healthcare Advocate, Senator Risa and Senator Pia, have told me, which I joined them in that advocacy. I just like to put on record, we are grateful that the HGAB carried the 60B and it's been returned from the 2024 taken out item, if you don't like to use borrowed amount. But the earmarked sin tax allocation in 2025 is missing. Again, I would be happy to be corrected if I am inaccurate.
Well, Senator Lauren is absolutely correct that because Congress took out, I'm just checking the amount, about 74 billion pesos in 2015, no? 2025. So in other words, that 2025 allocation for PhilHealth is supposed to be remittances from Syntax,
Siguro po,
Mr. President. And that is
nawala po yun.
nawala yun. Tama ho kayo. Tama ho kayo.
Don't we owe it to the people, Mr. Chair, that we cut more in infrastructure that are not compliant with TRIP or coordinates, as you would say it, etc., and put back what was missing in GAA 2025. Para po naibalik na natin ng gobyerno lahat ng nawala sa PhilHealth.
Yan po ay pag-uusapan natin. Admittedly, the amounts are quite substantial, no? 70 billion pesos. Pero I get the point of Her Honor, Senator Lauren, and definitely po na dapat lang ho natin ibigay sa PhilHealth yung dapat ibigay, no? Ayon sa batas.
Kung
At ayon sa
nagkamali
batas,
po,
yung Syntax, meron ho silang share doon.
Yes. Kung nagkamali po at nawala sa GAA 2025, kayo po ang natalagang chair ngayon. At kayo po ay sumasang-ayon sa akin na karapat-dapat lang ayon sa batas ay nandun siya sa taong ito. Tingin ko po ating katungkulan na ilagay po doon. At kung hindi, tingin ko, hindi ako nagdidikta, ibalik, ilagay sa NEP 2027 na kasama pa rin yung earmark allocation dodoble dahil nawala noong 2025.
Pag-aralan ho natin,
This is
thank you
my
for the
suggestion.
suggestion, and thank you for pointing that out, Senator Lauren. It's a very good point, important, and pag tinignan ho natin yung malalaking increases sa Senate version, unang-una sa edukasyon, pangalawa sa health, no? Dahil binibigyan natin ng napakalaking pahalaga po ang kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan. At especially after the pandemic, marami ho tayong mga kababayan talagang gustong makita na ma-improve po yung ating healthcare system. So pag-aaralan ho natin mabuti ho yan. Decision na ho to ng Kongreso at Senado. In fact, dahil Kongreso at Senado po ang nagtanggal ng pondo na yan in 2025.
Hindi po ako pumirma ng BICAM kasi hindi po ako sang-ayon doon.
Kaya po, pag-aaralan ho natin mabuti yan.
Thank you for the openness of the chair. Thank you for agreeing with your colleagues. We just want to be compliant with the law, and we mean well, but we are also understanding of the limited fiscal space. That's why we presented options to the body. Last na po. Warningan ako, 3 oras na po. Last na po. Binanggit po ninyo na uutang tayo para sa mga sweldo. Magtatanong si... I'm sorry. Yeah.
Mr. President, Senator De Veros is seeking the floor for a short manifestation.
Senator De Veros, you're recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President, at sa gentlelady from Panay at sa ating chair. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa pagtulak ni Senator Lawrence sa isyung ito at sa pagbibigay daan din ng chairman. Gaya ng sinabi nilang dalawa, we are talking of at least 3 important items here na may kinalaman sa PhilHealth. At nagpapasalamat ako sa kanilang dalawa, Mr. Chairman, lumilinaw na mayroong earmark proceeds from sin taxes na dapat na ibigay sa PhilHealth itong kasalukuyang taong 2025. Mayroon pong item na pinopropose para sa appropriation ng Kongreso mula sa executive para sa PhilHealth ngayong susunod na taong 2026. At may pangatlong item na itinanggal noong 2024 sa kasalukuyang 2025 budget. Kung bakit katulad ni Senator Lauren, ako hindi po pumirma sa BICAM version nung nakaraang taon para sa kasalukuyang taon, at kalaunan kami po ni dating Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel ay bumoto ng no sa kasalukuyang budget. Bukod pa dun sa napag-usapan namin earlier ni Mr. Chair tungkol sa unprogrammed appropriations. Pero yung usapin po ng termino ay napaka-importante. Hindi po ito nomenclature lang at hindi po sasapat ang pagiging technical lamang. We have to call a spade para matuto tayo sa ating mga pagkakamali o pagkukulang at hindi tayo uulit, at ma-institutionalize din po natin ang best practices. At sabi din po kasi ng mga lola natin, cuentas claras. So anuman ang itawag ng DBCC o DOF ngayon na sasabihin nila hindi po ito surplus funds, at I remember nung simula ng debating iyan, tinawag nila itong excess funds, kung kinuha man nila ito o hindi sa surplus talaga ng PhilHealth. Pero naalala ko, hindi lang yung tayo, karamihan nating mga miyembro ng PhilHealth, pero PhilHealth mismo ay hindi magaan sa loob nila. May sama ng loob sa loob ng PhilHealth. Kinuha po yung 60 billion pesos na iyan. At ang anumang bagay na kinuha na sa tingin ng marami ay hindi dapat kinuha, ay dapat itala natin bilang utang. Kaya po may mga health reform advocates na nagkaso laban sa atin sa gobyerno, sa Supreme Court, at iniintay pa natin ang ruling doon. At palagay ko, at gusto kong maniwala, kaya iniutos pa nga ni Presidente na isauli ang 60 billion pesos mula sa national government pabalik sa PhilHealth. So, anong tawag ko sa isang bagay na iniintay nating iutos ng Korte Suprema at una nang iniutos ng Presidente na ibalik? Ang tawag ko po dyan, Mr. President, ay utang. And sana mauna na ang national government magsauli niyang utang bago pa iutos yan, harinawa ng Korte Suprema. So, I will be merely manifesting briefly about this issue this afternoon, pero itatanong ko ng mas detalyado pag-consider natin ang DOH budget, Mr. Chair. At itatanong ko rin sa panahong iyan, sa DBCC o sa DOF, saan po ginamit yung 60 billion pesos na kinuha noon sa PhilHealth at ngayon, sa tingin ko lamang po, at ayon na rin sa utos ni Presidente at sana sa magiging ruling ng Korte Suprema, ay utang na dapat ibalik sa PhilHealth. So maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, Senator Loren at Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa.
And likewise, Mr. President, before Senator Loren resumes, just for the record, the total syntax collections for 2024 is 295.65 billion. So if we're to follow the law, earmark is 80% of the 50% collection syntax and sweetened beverage for PhilHealth and universal healthcare. Just for the record, Mr. President.
All right, you may continue, Senator Loren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having said that, may we request the DBCC to submit, please, the utilization of the 60B that was borrowed but returned. Yes, or maybe it was not used because it's being returned. If it was used, may we know the utilization?
Actually, I have it now, Mr. President.
Thank
So,
you, Mr. President.
27 billion went to public health emergency benefits and allowances for healthcare and non-healthcare workers during COVID-19 pandemic. 10 billion for medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients, also known as MAIP. 4.1 billion for procurement of various medical equipment for DOH hospitals, LGU hospitals, and primary care facilities. 3.3 billion for construction of 3 DOH health facilities. 1.6 billion for health facilities enhancement program, and 13 billion for mandatory government counterpart financing for foreign assisted infrastructure and social development programs that will accelerate the delivery of healthcare services to remote areas and enhance the health and well-being of Filipinos by ensuring food security. So, yun po yung pinuntahan po ng pondo.
Thank you for that and being ready with that, Mr. Chair. Just a heads up to DOH, I'm sure our colleagues will ask them if they, because of their very low absorptive capacity, especially since you mentioned they created or built health infrastructure for needy populations, etc. I hope they were able to do that. And I hope the funds are not with them still with half-constructed health centers and hospitals. So just so that they will be ready to explain to the body the utilization and implementation of such. Huli na po, dahil binanggit nyo na hihiram pa tayo ng 37.5 billion at sabi nyo ito'y maliit naman na amount para gamitin sa operating expense. Simple thinking, di ba ho, pag uutang pa tayo sa household para lang sa operating expense, di babaan na lang natin ating gastos para wag na tayong umutang.
Mr. President,
Okay.
that's why Secretary Recto proposed in his estimate that MOE across different agencies can still be cut by about 160 billion, Mr. President.
160B.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. And
So that is that's making expenses more efficient.
may we know whether that is already contained in the Senate committee report?
No, Mr. President, I just this was just conferred to me today, Mr. President.
We're happy to note that the 160B cut in operating expenses, and that, of course, from 6.790
93 trillion with our cuts in questionable infrastructure projects and a further cut in operating expenses kung saan po tayo makakatipid, does it mean, Mr. President, that we do not have to use our borrowings or our loans for salaries, utilities, and whatever operating expenses of government, Mr. President?
Theoretically, yes, Mr. President, because as I noted earlier, the balance between revenues and current operating expenses is negative 37 billion, Mr.
Yeah.
President. So theoretically less. So we don't have to borrow 37 billion to finance our operating expenses, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. We will anticipate or look forward to seeing which of the MOE expenses in which government agencies will be cut. We will see. At the same time, we are also looking forward to reading the agencies which are non-trip compliant and the action which the chair will take in the non-trip compliant government agencies, assuming it is really a strict requirement of the DBCC and the economic team. I will yield now to my other colleagues, Mr. President. I truly appreciate your patience, your honesty and candor, and the economic team as well, so that we better understand the budget and we see how we can further bring down the losses and the system's loss, etc., so to speak. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I request for a few minutes suspension?
All right. Thank you, Senator Luganda. Yes, session is suspended for a few minutes. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to propound these questions is our distinguished colleague from Palau and the Republic of the Philippines, no other than Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to congratulate our guest here, who is the Finance Secretary, soon to be the Executive Secretary. May blowout. Kaya kanina pa siya paikot-ikot po sa lounge. Nag-iisip siguro kung ano yung blowout. And also, of course, the Economic Advisor of the President, Secretary Frederico, who will replace this handsome Finance Secretary. Anyway, congratulations to both of you. That's according to the news report, though, Mr. President. Anyway, let me go now to my line of questioning. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, what is the position of the Department of Finance on online gambling? As the chairman of the Committee on Games and Amusement, ano po ang posisyon ng Department of Finance dito sa online gambling?
The official position of the Department of Finance is to heavily regulate online gambling, especially regulating it to avoid minors playing online gambling, also making sure that there is proper know your client mechanisms, and decouple, Mr. President, from e-wallets.
Okay. Would you happen to know, Mr. President, kung magkano po ang nare-remit ng mga online gambling companies na ito na revenue sa pamahalaan? Na ika nga ay sinasabing worth it, na ika nga i-regulate sila despite the fact na may mga reports tayo na may mga adverse effect po ito, negative effect sa buhay ng mga Pilipino.
The
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I would just like to, while you are researching it, during my last two hearings with the Philippine Amusement Gaming Corporation, they gave me an estimate of around 60 to 70 billion a year. I don't know if that's still correct, pero yun po yung kanilang sinabi ni Chairman Altenco na around 60 to 70 billion a year. So I don't know kung tugma yung kanilang report sa report na hawak po ninyo as of this time. My follow-up question will be, doon po sa 60 to 70 billion na ikang revenue ng PAGCOR from online gambling, how much yung napupunta po sa national budget?
Well, Mr. Chairman, merong kasi marami rin pong revenue na nakukuha ang gobyerno, not only directly from online gaming, but also from, let's say, yung mga income taxes, yung mga withholding taxes. So may mga ganun rin po. So just to put it on record, ang direct benefits from electronic games is about 231 billion pesos, Mr. President. For example ho, ang nakukuha sa franchise tax is about 10 billion. Ang nakukuha sa for example, itong sa BIR is about 5 billion. So, ang total po, pag isusuma ho natin is about 231 billion, Mr. President, ang pumupunta sa gobyerno in terms of taxes, Mr. President.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yes. Okay, Mr. President, I stand corrected, Mr. President. So for PAGCOR, ang nakukuha ho nila is 60 billion pesos. For national government is about 30 billion pesos, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Moving on, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, dito po tayo sa Department of Public Works and Highways. Ang tanong ko po ngayon ay, nasala nyo na po ba ng mabuti ang budget natin for 2026 to make sure na wala pong double insertion? Punong-puno po yung dating budget natin last year ng double insertions. Kahit po inong committee hearing natin, Mr. Chair, kayo mismo nagtanong kung bakit doble-doble yung ika nga, nag-appear na dito sa kaliwa, nag-appear na naman same project, same place, ika nga pati barangay, magkakapareho. Nasala na po ba na ninyo through the help of the Department of Public Works and Highways?
Tama ho kayo, Senator Erwin. In fact, yan po talaga isa sa mga red flags na binring up ni Senator Lacson. In fact, even during the previous budget briefings and previous budget hearings. So natanggal na ho natin yung mga doble-doble, tawag namin yung mga repeat projects, pati yung reappearing projects, meaning nandoon na siya sa 2024, 2025, tapos nag-reappear sa 2026. So ang amount na natanggal ho natin sa mga reappearing and also repeated projects, mga around 4 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, bakit po nagkakaroon ng double insertion? Is it intentional or ito po ay typographical error? Or is it wala lang, nagkaroon lang ng mental lapse yung mga tao natin sa DPWH o talagang sinadya ito to make some money, Mr. Chair, Mr. President?
Actually, dalawa ho ang pwedeng dahilan. Una, tamad lang ho yung gumagawa nung DPWH budget kasi hindi niya, pwede naman po ilagay doon yung station number, pwede naman nila himayin isa-isa. Dito nga ho sa atin, ang kinuha ho natin para maghimay mga interns ng pamantasan ng lungsod ng Valenzuela. So kaya naman po gawin. Bakit ho hindi ginagawa ng DPWH? So tingin ko katamaran po yung umiral ho sa kanila kaya hindi ho nila ginawa. Pangalawa, pwede rin po yung maging source of corruption. Tama ho kayo dahil kung nadoble yung project, lalabas yung pondo ng 2 beses at mayroon silang discretion saan nila i-implement yung project na yun. So yun po ang delikado doon. Pwede nilang i-implement yun kahit saan, basta na doon sa lugar na yun. So may discretion sila para i-implement yung project na yun.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Kanina po, while I was sitting on my desk, marami po ako natanggap na mga text messages na mga line of questioning daw baka pwedeng itanong sa ating chair ng finance mula po sa mga OFWs natin. They were asking, on program appropriations, meron po ba tayong program appropriations for this year, for 2026?
Meron po. For 2026, meron ho tayong unprogram, pero binawasan na ho namin yung line items ng unprogram po natin from 11 to 7, Mr. President.
Ang tanong po nila, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, ay bakit kailangan pa ng program appropriations? Is it really necessary? Ito nga daw po, dito nagkaroon ng source of corruption, itong unprogram appropriations. Must we really have this program appropriations? And can explain why is it important or it is important?
Mr. President, yun ang program ay ang source ng revenue ng ang program, pag may excess revenue ang gobyerno or may additional revenue ang gobyerno, yung excess and additional, pwede niya nang gamitin to. So that's why meron ho tayong unprogrammed appropriation. Kasi, for example po, nag-declare ng dividends ang isang GOCC, no? At malaki yung dividendo niya. Yan ay nagiging source ng excess revenue. For example, meron tayong bagong tax measure na papasok this coming 2026. Yung additional revenue ay nagiging source rin ng program. Kaya ho, pag ginamit ho ng tama yung program sa mga tamang proyekto, nakakatulong ho siya. Kaya linimitahan ho natin yung paggamit ng program sa foreign assisted projects at AFP modernization na lang. Hindi na po pwedeng gumawa ng flood control ho dito.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, how sure are we at this point na magkakaroon tayo ng excess revenue when usually lagi tayong may deficit because of a budget collection and customs they're not meeting, Bureau of Internal Revenue, and so forth, itong mga revenue generating agencies. How can you tell at this point, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, na meron tayong excess para matustusan natin ang mga program appropriations? Di po ba kadalimitan tayo po ay naglo-loan sa ibang bansa, sa mga foreign banks para matugunan po ang pangangailangan or itong mga pangangailangan sa budget natin, because we always have shortfalls in our tax collection targets.
May mga cases ho, Mr. President, na nag-excess tayo dahil, for example, ang isang GOCC kumita siya at mas malaki yung kanyang revenue, ang kanyang dividendo sa national government. For example, nakabenta siya ng asset o meron siyang malaking sales. So nakakapag-remit siya ng malaking revenue o malaking dividendo para sa gobyerno. A case in point here will be PAGCOR or POs, yung charity sweepstakes, yung PCSO. Kung malaki po ang benta ng PCSO, malaki po yung dividendo niya, nagkakaroon po ng excess. So that's one. Number two, kung meron tayong mga bagong tax measures, for example, marami tayong na-implement na mga tax measures last 19 Congress. So ngayon lang pinapatupad. So yung mga itong mga tax measures, ngayon lang ho natin mararamdaman yung mga bagong revenues niya. So itong bagong revenues, pwede pong gamitin to sa unprogrammed appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Moving on, ito po ay texted the question sa akin mula pa po sa Dubai, mga OFWs natin. Natutuwa po sila, bagamat di po natutuwa ang gobyerno natin. Siyempre, ang laki na po ng ibinagsak ng piso sa dolyar. Sabi nga, our loss is their gain. Tanong po ng mga OFW, tataas pa po ba or hanggang kailan makaka-recover pa ba ang piso? Dinadasal-dasal po nila na sana hindi na raw po makarecover. What is your stand on this? Tatagal pa po ba ito? Aabot po ba tayo sa 60 pesos? Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Well, ang currency fluctuation, marami pong factors yan. One of which yung interest rate sa Amerika. So kung bumaba po yung interest rates ho doon, marami hong gustong pumunta sa Amerika at nag-depreciate rin ho yung ating peso. So maraming factors yan. Pero pag nag-depreciate po ang peso, pabor po to sa mga OFWs natin dahil mas malaki nare-remit nila. Pero this coming 2026, what is So ang forecast po for 2026 is between 55 to 58 pesos per dollar po ang estimate ng ating DBCC this coming assumptions this coming 2026. Kaso lang maraming caveat ho yan, no? Kasi maraming factors pagdating ng currency. That's one aspect na napakahirap po ma-predict dahil marami pong external factors.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, are you saying hindi po inaasahan natin itong sudden drop ng piso? Hindi po natin napag-aralan o nabantayan na ito po ay babagsak at this time, at this point?
Well, sa atin ho, Mr. President, we practice a free market system. So hinahayaan natin yung peso na mag-fluctuate within a certain band. Pero kung talaga namang mataas ang fluctuation, nag-intervene rin po ang Bangko Sentral para ma-stabilize yung peso. But as much as possible, hinahayaan natin yung free market para mag-fluctuate po yung peso, Mr. President. Pero mayroon tayong reserves na more than 100 billion pesos, $100 billion. So we can use that to stabilize the pesos.
Sana naman, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, wag na muna natin magamit. We really need that. But anyway, my last question before I will turn the floor to my to my colleagues, Mr. Chair, and reserve my questions for a second round. Mr. Chair, hindi ba kaya makompensate daw ang pagbagsak ng piso sa dolyar sa dami naman ng remittance, lalo na they're looking forward this Christmas season? Will it affect?
Well, ini-estimate natin baka this coming Christmas it will appreciate because maraming ang papasok na remittances sa atin, so the demand will be bigger, no? So it's a demand and supply activity rin po. So kung mas marami pong remittance sa atin, baka tingin ko rin baka mag-appreciate rin ho siya. Isa rin po, sabi ni Secretary Recto, isa rin dahilan kaya rin mahina ang ating peso dahil ang tourism natin hindi pa tayo nakaka-recover from pre-pandemic levels. So kung maliit po ang turista, maliit po ang demand for the peso, humihina po yung ating peso. So it's really kulang po ng demand, no, sa ating currency dahil wala pong turista, exports rin ho natin ay medyo mahina. Pero like you said, no, dahil nga papasok na ang Pasko, may demand na ho ngayon ng peso, tingin natin baka mag-appreciate pa siya ng konti.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I'm sorry, just may papahabol lang po ako na one question. Dito po ba sa budget natin for one last question, 2026, meron po ba tayo nakalaan para sa debt servicing natin, pambayad po sa utang?
Meron po, meron tayong nakalaan for debt servicing. About 2 trillion ang naka-allocate natin sa debt servicing, both for interest payments and amortization po.
Magkano po ang total na debt po natin para po sa kapakanan ng ating mga viewers? How much do we owe? External and internal debt.
Ang ating debt stock right now, Senator Irwin's about 17 trillion, of which 70% ay peso denominated and 30% is dollar denominated or foreign denominated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Irwin.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I recognize, with the permission of Senator Pangilinan, I just want to follow up the question of Senator Erwin Tulfo with the permission of the chairperson. If it's okay with Senator Pangilinan, really quick. On the issue on the games, yung e-games, may factor ba nandyan ang DepDep, the grandfather of DepDep, grandfather Balisacan, RC? We'd like to ask him, may correlation ba na pag-drop ng GDP because they say there's a drop in spending. The drop in spending could also be because naubos yung pera nila sa online gaming. Kasi we're attributing it to external factors like corruption, etc. Pero parang hindi masyado, unless of course we slow down on our infrastructure spending because we have to stop the bleeding. So I think all the contracts in the government of the government in the countryside was slowed down. But would it be a factor also on online gaming? I just want to ask that because I may ask for an answer and then I'll show something lang po to the group.
Well, Mr. President, I was conferring with Secretary Balisacan. It's there's no effect to our consumption because it's a very small component versus our total household consumption. So very minimal effect. And at the same time, when you talk about household consumption, that's also considered part of consumption, Mr. President. So it transfers from one. You're consuming from one thing to the other thing, Mr. President.
Yes, pero di ba it makes sense that if the padre de pamilya spends his money on the online gaming and because he loses the money or he doesn't make that money, he loses it. He doesn't take his children to the mall. They don't buy anything. They don't go to Jollibee. Bahay lang sila. There's a possibility that can actually be one of the reasons why the spending is down, right? Because your spending power is diminished if you lose online. And I'd like to just point to I haven't brought this out. This is the first time because I had this placed in the Pulse Asia survey. September 27 to 30. This is going to be the first time that I'm actually going to bring this out to the public. Nung September 27 to 30, napasama po ako ng rider question about banning online gambling. Nakalagay dito, how much do you agree or disagree with completely banning online gambling in the Philippines? Or yes, agree, strongly agree, and agree is 90%.
Taas, Mr. President.
90%. Cannot say if agree is 5% and disagree is 5%. So ito po, all across to NCR, Balance Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao is agree. Yung NCR agree is 96%. Sa tingin ko mukhang maraming ganito pamilya. Opo.
Yeah, Senator, Majority Leader, wala talagang kaduda-duda na nakaka-apekto to sa ordinaryong mamayan ho natin. Marami rin ako nakakausap. I talk to a lot of our ordinary citizens and nakaka-apekto ho talaga ito sa kanila. No? Kaya hindi ho kaduda-duda na marami rin ho sa kanila ay gusto hong mas gusto maband o mas gusto rin ho nilang makitang mabigat ang regulasyon ho dito.
O kasi kung yan po ang posisyon ng gobyerno na highly regulated, dapat siguro gawin natin to parang sweepstakes. I think sang-ayon din si Secretary Ralph ito eh. We talked about it one time. Na there are betting stations na lang that they can buy their betting cards, scratch cards in these betting stations rather than the e-wallets. Kasi the e-wallets, pati sa mga barangay sa Bukidnon, of course, napapasama sila dun eh. Alit na nga ng income nila dun sa probinsya, lalo na sa highly rural areas. Pag nawala pa nila yung income na yan, hindi na sila makabawi, hindi na makatayo. They're baon lalo na sa poverty. So we're hoping that the good senator from Palawan, Senator Erwin, could come up with proposals on the bills so that we can already fast track this. Because obviously, if you get that number of people, that means maraming galit talaga. They're affected.
Completely agree with you, Majority Leader.
Thank you.
Ako rin personally, I see that on the ground. Tama ho kayo dahil yung mga mahihirap pag na-addicted sila sa online gambling, domino effect eh. Affected yung family nila, affected yung pag-aaral, affected yung ibang mga kailangan nilang bayaran at napakahirap pong bumalik ulit dahil of course yung kanilang income hindi naman po ganun kalaki. So I totally agree with you na dapat tignan na talaga natin itong online gambling at kung paano po hindi ito kumalat sa mga mahirap nating at ordinaryong mamayan ho natin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'd now like to recognize our good distinguished colleagues from Quezon City and Pampanga, Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President, and thank you, Majority Leader. For our second round, may we know if the good sponsor is willing to yield to a few questions?
Yes, Mr. President, I'll be more than happy to receive questions.
Yes, thank you. My first set of questions will focus on the rice tariffication measure and the current EO number 105 series of 2025. I understand that this amends the earlier EO on the percentage of tariffs to be imposed for rice imports. Tama po ba na beginning January 1, 2026, there will be a range of possible tariff imposition, anywhere between 15 to 35%.
Yes, Mr. President. Tama ho.
And my understanding also is that there is a formula that the rates will be adjusted by 5% points per 5% decrease in international rice prices. Is that correct? Beginning January 2026.
Yes, Mr. President, Secretary Balisacan told me that yes, it will be linked to international prices.
Yes.
But as we speak, they're crafting the guidelines on this mechanism, Mr. President.
Yes, and right now, I understand also that until the end of the year, there is this ban.
Yes,
On
Mr.
rice
President, may ban ho
imports.
until end of the year.
Yes,
Correct.
and because there is a ban, then and that's why I understand if the ban is lifted by first day of January, then the new tariff rates, depending on how it's computed, will take effect.
Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Now, my question is, when we say decrease or increase, how do we determine that? What is the benchmark? Because, for example, clearly from the time that the EO 62 was imposed up until today, rice prices in the world market have dropped from about $560 per metric ton to around as low as at least maybe 2 weeks ago, about $360 per metric ton. It was an all-time high of about $720 per metric ton at some point in 2023 or 2024, early 2024. But now it's about pretty much half. So when we say decrease or increase, what is your, or again, is it still being computed? May we be guided? Well, the reason why while they're making the computations, we're asking this is because precisely we brought down the tariffs to increase supply of rice in the local markets by way of enticing or encouraging importers to buy rice with lesser tariffs. Kasi mataas ang presyo ng bigas sa world market. Eh, hindi ba dapat nung bumagsak na sa 360, hindi ba? From 360 from 540, hindi ba dapat sana yung 15% na-adjust na kaagad? I know we're doing that now. And therefore, tapos na yun, but moving forward, how is the computation to be done? We'd like to better understand it.
Well, Mr. President, the way I understand it is the objective is to stabilize local rice prices.
Yes.
And whenever international prices go down way below local prices, they will impose certain tariffs, no? In order to stabilize the prices, or in short, yung imported rice will not be overly cheap compared to the local prices,
Yes,
and
because
vice versa,
it
Mr.
will have a
President.
direct impact on the incomes of our rice
Correct.
farmers, because why will we buy local rice, which is much more expensive to produce, when you can import it
Correct.
with very low tariffs? No? So yun, no?
So the tariffs will be based on how much international prices will fluctuate, Mr. President. But the objective is to stabilize the local prices so that farmers will still make money out of that stabilized local prices. But at the same time, we will stabilize supply also through importation. Pero
Yes.
hindi ho ganun kamura or not sobrang mura na makakaapekto po sa ating mga farmers.
Well, I'd like to, as was earlier mentioned by the good Secretary of DepDev, that they are still formulating the guidelines.
Yes. The overall guidelines is still
Yes.
being formulated.
But that has to be formulated in the next 2 weeks,
Yes, correct.
or month.
Yep.
I guess subject na lang to a submission to this representation and maybe the committee, so that we can better understand
Yes. Thank you.
moving forward and prepare our rice farmers, our rice traders. The sector would be interested to know how this is going to affect the trading of rice and importation of rice by January, by first quarter.
So, Mr. President, the Secretary Balikasan mentioned their target is hopefully by first week of December. The guidelines will be out already.
Yes, thank you. And it has a direct impact also on the prices of palay locally. This is precisely why the concern is to raise tariffs so that
Domestic prices will go up.
yes, and right now with the ban, we are monitoring rice palay prices. It went down as low as 8 pesos, but according to the PSA in October, it's now up to about almost 16 pesos per kilo of palay. So that there you can see the impact of managing the inflow of palay price of rice, imported rice into our markets. Apart from that, I'd like to think the traders are now concerned that because of the twin EOs, EO 100, wherein a minimum floor price for palay purchases was put in place when government purchases with directly from our farmers, and the floor price is for wet, it's up to 23 pesos, no? And the floor of 17 to 23 wet palay, and 23 to 30 per kilo for dry. And I think that also, in combination, together with the regulating the inflow of imported rice and then establishing a floor price for government purchases of palay, both help in bringing up our palay prices. And therefore, we'd like to know how, moving forward by January 1, 2026, how the adjustments in the tariffs will play out so that we can anticipate its impact on palay prices. There will be a second harvest beginning February or March. So we would like to see how that will play out. And so we will await the guidelines to be set, to be approved by our economic managers. On the other hand, Mr. President, the drop in 15% of the tariffs definitely brought down our collection, our tariff collection. Do we have the data as to how much were foregone tariff collections from EO 62, bringing it down from 35 to 15? Because EO 62 was September 2024. We are now nasa November 2025 na tayo. So may higit isang taon na magkano ang hindi na kolekta. Some computations say about 25 billion. 29 billion. We ask this because these collections are supposed to go to the rice tariffication, mechanization, seedling production, distribution, assistance. And there is the new law, Republic Act 12078, provides that 30 billion are earmarked. So, kung hindi makolekta dahil nga binaba ang taripa dun sa 30 billion na naka-earmark, saan kukunin yung 30 billion?
Well, Mr. President, Secretary Recto mentioned that on the average, the foregone revenue is about 2 billion a month by reducing tariffs from 35 to 15%. And the total foregone revenue has already reached 20 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now the question is, does not this affect the mandate of Republic of 20078? Yes, that
Yes.
mandates a 30 billion allocation drawn from the tariff collections that will fund the rice program or the RCEF. And this is until year 2031.
Yeah. But the 20 billion is just foregone revenue, but the agency, the DOF, still managed to collect more than 30 billion pesos. So, in other words, 30 billion can still be allocated to the earmark programs, Mr. President. Yeah. And if there is a shortfall on that earmark, the GAA will come into play, Mr. President. So, in other words, we will allocate funds for the shortfall.
Yes, and now, which brings me now to the releases of funds by the DBM. My understanding is there have been communications between the Department of Agriculture and the DBM as to the amounts of 13.7 billion that have yet to be released, RCEP funds that have yet to be released. So, of course, our concern is if you've dropped tariffs and therefore there are foregone revenue, is that now a factor in not in the delay in the releases? But apparently the secretary says no, because we've been able to collect it anyway. So if that's the case, then may we know what the DBM intends to do with this unreleased RCEP funds of about 13.7 billion pesos. These figures were submitted to us by the DA. The reason that we're raising this is because across the board, various programs affecting the ability of the rice sector to be able to produce, improve its productivity is affected. Mechanization, seeds program, RCEP training and extension service, rice farmer financial assistance, expanded rice credit, are all affected. One immediate example would be some of the farmers are saying the seeds program, kinakailangan yung seedlings sa panahon ng pagtatanim. Pero lumampas na delay na dahil nga hindi na pondohan. So pagdating ng seeds, tapos na yung planting season, hindi na umuulan, apektado, no? So may we know through the DBM what is the status of the unreleased funds?
Well, the unreleased funds is recorded in the books of national government. So I think it's just a matter of cash management. So eventually it will be released later on. But I was advised by Secretary Recto that even there is an unreleased portion of 30 billion, DA continues to receive funds for their other programs to a tune of around that much, no, about 13 billion. So, and also to speak, we still have amounts in the unprogrammed funds that are being used for DA purposes.
Yes. Well, in that case, can we be updated, perhaps not now, but before we approve this on second reading, as to, is it still the amounts that are unreleased? Baka pwedeng magkaroon ng prioritization, lalo na dito sa seeds program. Kasi apektado ang anihan pagka hindi na ibigay sa tama. Meron pang
I was advised to date the balance is 9.7 billion. But we'll request from the agency a complete accounting of the RCEP funds.
Yes, please. So
Yeah.
so we're down from 13 billion to 9 billion
Yeah. So
unreleased.
nagre-release naman po. Nagre-release
Yes.
naman siya.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that
Nabagal
clarification.
lang because of cash management.
But just to place on record, and we hope moving forward we can address the delays, because
Sorry, Mr. President, I stand corrected. The balance is still 13 billion, but the collection is 9.7 billion, Mr. President. No, so we'll just request for an updated balance, Mr. President. We'll furnish your office.
yes, but just to place it on record, good sponsor, yung delay has ended up with several key programs being halted, the implementation.
Yes.
Mechanization support is on hold. The distribution of hundreds of hauling trucks and drying sheds are on hold. Training and extension programs of more than 18,000 beneficiaries are also on hold. And so all these will affect the performance of agriculture, the sector, Mr. President. And we'd like to see updates submitted maybe in the next 2 weeks.
Yes, Mr. President, we'll request from DBM
Yes.
an accounting of the RCEP funds, including the collection and the releases, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
We go on to another area. We raised this during the committee hearing that on the issue of smuggling, the Anti-Agriculture Economic Sabotage Law of 2024, when enacted, the law appropriated 500 million for its operations. And as of last September, during our first budget hearings, the fund had not been released. The DBM said this will be raised with the OP, if I'm not mistaken. But may we know if the funds have been released by the DBM? 500 million, 1 year later, had not been released.
This is, Mr. President, let me just clarify. This is to fight smuggling.
Yes, the Anti-Agriculture
Yeah,
Economic Sabotage.
sabotage.
What a tongue twister. No? The fact that you can't pronounce it effectively makes you wonder if they are performing effectively. But kidding aside. Wala dito.
Wala pa rin po, hindi pa rin released. I was just advised by the DepEd, by the DBM, Mr. President.
Again, may we have an update as to when this is going to be released? I asked this during our budget hearing in September. It's already November. Seryoso ba tayo sa ating kampanya laban sa smuggling? 1 taon at mahigit na, wala pang pondo. Yung anti-economic.
Actually, matagal na ho nga yan. I remember when we were discussing the tobacco smuggling, apparently tobacco is included in the list of products that this anti-smuggling group can look into. But apparently, since this is lodged under the Office of the President, I was advised by the DBM that the Office of the President has not requested for the funds yet. Therefore, it has not been released yet, Mr. President.
My understanding is the Economic Sabotage Council, Anti-Economic has requested it. It's already been requested. Yeah.
Mr. President, I was made to understand that it should be the Office of the President who should be making the request.
Yes, in fact, it was the Office of the President's representative, Secretary Go, who sits as the President's representative in the Anti-Economic Sabotage Council.
I was made to understand, Mr. President, wala pang request ang OP. Because it will be under OP and therefore OP should be the one requesting it to
On
create
record,
that council.
also on record, Secretary Amina Pangandaman in our budget hearing said that what is it again? The OP and they already did that the DBM had to endorse it to the OP. Has the DBM endorsed it to the OP?
Parang it's a chicken or the egg question, Mr. President. Sinasabi nila wala pang request, so hindi nila
So again,
issue.
before we approve this on second reading, can we have a
Yes,
clearer?
we'll update 2 things, Mr. President: the balance of the RCEF and also a status report on the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Council, Mr. President.
Yes,
Well,
please, because
a clear
Better if in 2 weeks' time it's released before the second reading approval, because
And may I also request from DBM to reach out to the OP on this matter? Medyo matagal na ho yan, isang taon na nga. Actually, in fact, that's one of our recommendations in the smuggling of tobacco products in our country, Mr. President.
and
So-
I think after we go on BICAM, etc., then we will come back to ratify it. Up until that time, no, before BICAM, up until the second reading, perhaps you can come up with the release, or we might be constrained to seek a deferment until this is done. I don't think there's any excuse. It was passed in September 2024. It's already November 2025. We raised it during the budget hearings in September. I raised this with the Secretary Go himself in August when we met. So July, the council requested the DBM for its release in July. So
Well, Mr. President, we advised the DBM to coordinate with the OP, and considering that the letter of request was sent July, then there's no reason for them to withhold the release of the 500 million. So we'll
and more so if
tagal na ho yan eh.
and more so if Secretary Recto will now be the executive secretary.
So I'm sure the new executive secretary will look into this and
Ano bang nire-request nila? Pero MOE is already the amount or kulang pa yan? Yes. So anyway, he cannot officially make any statement considering that the announcement, he has not been personally informed. But we would like to hope
at least here in the halls of the Senate, he's still the Secretary of Finance.
But hopefully, assuming the reports are true, I'd like to think that we have made it clear that the budget should be released.
Yes, I agree with you. Like I said, this is one of the recommendations of when I was chairing the Committee on Ways and Means, one of our recommendations is to activate the Agricultural Smuggling Council so that they can also look into the smuggling of tobacco products, which affects our tobacco farmers.
Yes, yes. And which brings me to my last point. Until now, we haven't jailed any
Wala pa yata, Mr.
smuggler.
President.
When, again, I will reiterate, the non-bailable offense of economic sabotage is 10 million pesos worth of agri-products. We have been confiscating billions of agri-products that have been smuggled. In the last 10 years, because the original law was 2016, non-bailable na yon. Pinalakas pa natin nitong 2024. Pero hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin wala pang nakukulong. Yung bodegero ang nakulong. Ando na yung produkto, nandun na yung kinumpiska, daang milyon ang halaga, ang suma bilyon-bilyon, pero wala pang nasasampahan ng economic sabotage na 10 million ang threshold. Which is, for me, para tayong tinatawanan ng mga smuggler at mga financier. And this is most unfortunate, especially for our farmers and fisherfolk. Just the other day, I received the report of the Department of Agriculture, BPI, the Bureau of Plant Industry, because we were able to do an ocular on seized frozen chicken declared as chicken poppers. Value is about 12 million, again, above the threshold. And just the other day, the frozen chicken is positive for salmonella. And this is what we're bringing into the country. I had them test it for bird flu. Thankfully, it was not positive. But again, on record, ang nasa bat ay 12 million pesos, dalawang container. At sa totoo lang, ang realidad, sino ang magsasmuggle ng dalawang container? Ang tanong, ilang container ang nakalusot? Dalawa ang nasa bat, pero ang mga numero ay bilyon. So clearly, kung merong ganyang nasa bat, ilan ang nakalusot? Dalawang container nahuli. Baka 15 container nakalusot. Ayun na. And that's why hopefully we will finally have a funder, smuggler. And mind you, this is mostly China products. Where I'm told they buy it at salvage value. Ibig sabihin, patapon na. And then they bring it here. They put formalin and all other shelf life prolonging interventions and sell it cheap. So we are poisoning our consumers. We are destroying our local farmers industry, our livestock industry, our poultry industry, our vegetable industry. And that's why our food prices are very high. And this is a commitment that we gave our voters, that we would address challenges of agriculture food prices. So hopefully, ma-release naman bago matapos ang taon itong hinihingi na 500 million. Dami-dami nating pinopondohan. Sana naman pondohan natin itong pinasa at ine-endorso mismo ng presidente. Si presidente na mismo nagsabi. Yung mga smuggler nasa gobyerno rin eh. He said that publicly. At hindi nahuhuli. So I'm just taking the cue from the president. And Commissioner Ariel Nepomuceno, who was my contemporary in UP. Of course, I was a little bit older than he. But I understand the reason why he was brought in was precisely because we need to address the problem of smuggling. So hopefully, we will see concrete results in this regard. Okay na to. One last question on the Sugarcane Industry Development Act. Section 11 of the appropriations provides for 2 billion starting 2016. But only 1 billion is appropriated every year. May we be clarified? Is this under office of the president by
Well, apparently, Mr. President, the utilization is very low.
utilization is very low. So perhaps I will raise this question with the Department of Agriculture.
Yes, apparently the utilization is only 50 to 60%, Mr. President. So, so that's why the DBM does not give them the entire amount, Mr. President, because of the utilization. So it's an absorptive capacity issue.
Okay, of course, it's mandated by the law. But having said that, and I understand the nuances of executive offices and agencies, and yes, many agencies are unable to absorb
Yes.
the funds allotted. But then we will then take this to the Department of Agriculture, of which I'm the one defending the measure.
Correct, Mr. President.
Yes, but thank you for this interpellation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to get the answers from our sponsor, and we wish the Secretary of Finance all the best, the Secretary of DepDev, Secretary of DBM, and all the attached agencies. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, distinguished sponsor. I terminate my interpellation subject to the submissions
The
that we are
submissions, Mr.
requesting
President.
before the approval on second reading. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you,
Pangilinan.
Senator Kiko, for your interventions. Maraming salamat po.
Majority
Thank you.
Leader,
We ask for minute suspension, Mr. President.
session is suspended.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito to propound these questions.
To continue the interpellation,
That's correct.
Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Just like have just two questions for the chair. First, for regarding the foreign assisted projects under the program appropriations for next year, the portion of the loan proceeds under some of the foreign assisted projects of the DOTR was decreased under the GAB, specifically for the Metro Manila Subway and the North-South Commuter Rail. We proposed in the subcommittee to restore, but unfortunately, the GAB was adopted. By endorsing the restoration of the loan proceeds to their original amount under the NEP, we recognized the disadvantages of placing foreign assisted projects, or the FAPs, under the unprogrammed appropriations. Historically, releases under the unprogrammed appropriations occur only by the third quarter of the year. So nangyayari po, from the first to third quarter, there will be billings, progress billings for the first 6 months that would accumulate and that will not be paid. The delays may compel contractors to suspend project activities, which in turn lead to prolongation, costs, and further setbacks in the project implementation. Ultimately, this scenario results in additional financial burdens for the government. Anyway, I was hoping that we will no longer experience delays in the implementation of these projects because this may affect our credit and financial standing. In fact, Mr. President, during 2024-2025, when the foreign assisted projects were lodged under unprogrammed funds, it really caused delays. And I think this has been the concern that was raised. I think it can be confirmed by the economic team, where it was raised by JICA to the President, noting that the project delays are largely attributed to the late release of funds under unprogrammed appropriations. Anyway, my question is, under the fiscal year 2026 National Expenditure Program, the NSCR and Metro Manila Subway were under the program appropriations. But I don't know if this was recommended by the DBM or the Department of Finance. Why is it that it was lodged? Why lodge a portion of it now in the unprogrammed funds?
Thank you for that question, Senator JV. And thank you also for making sure that we have enough funds for transportation infrastructure projects. You have been very vigilant and active in the debates and discussion of the DOTR budget, especially transportation projects of the government. And we do acknowledge that you have proposed to restore the budget of the NSCR, the North-South Commuter Railway System, as well as the Metro Manila subway projects. When we looked at the utilization rates of these two projects, the NSCR has a disbursement rate of only 41%, and the Metro Manila subway project has a disbursement rate of 36%. So when we were evaluating the two projects, the conclusion here is, since there is already 48 billion for NSCR in the GAB and 34 billion for the Metro Manila subway projects in the GAB, these amounts will be enough to cover all of their requirements come 2026 because the utilization rate is not up to speed. Nevertheless, I think this is also one of the items that the administration, particularly the economic managers, will focus on to improve the usage and the utilization rates of the two projects. So that's why, because when on the other side of the coin, if we do increase the amounts for the two projects, masasayang lang po yung pera because they're utilization rate is below 50%. So we would rather allocate the funds to other transportation projects so that those projects will be realized.
Well, thank you for that answer. Anyway, because the DOTR said that by now the North-South Commuter Line and Metro Manila Subway has gone full blast, no? Comparing it 2 years ago, and they promised to have better utilization this time. But we just want to get the commitment and assurance of the DBM that even if a portion of it is now lodged in the unprogrammed appropriations, its release will be given priority to ensure that the timely implementation of these critical infrastructure projects.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm truly honored na yung bagong DBM OIC kino-coach po ako, no?
Baptism of fire, Mr. President.
Nagulat rin ho siya na pala yung OIC, Mr. President. No, so it's truly an honor. Yusek Toledo, na-promote ka lang in last 10 minutes. No? So Mr. President, the timing of the disbursement for the Metro Manila Subway is in Q1, quarter 1 and quarter 2, as well as the North-South Commuter Railways, Q1 and quarter 1 and quarter 2. The good thing about our setup in the unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President, is we limited it to only 3 items: foreign assisted, GOP counterpart, and the military. So in other words, wala na siyang kaaway na pondo, Mr. President. Wala na siyang kaaway na sa GIP fund or the other funds. Kaagad, pag may lumabas na new or additional appropriations, it will go straight to the foreign assisted projects.
Well, that's good to hear, Mr. President. In fact, last week, the Japanese ambassador came to see me and inquire about this issue, about the FAPs that, and we said that we will do our best to make sure that it will be now lodged under the program appropriation, so that what happened the past 2 years when it was lodged in the unprogrammed funds really had that, I would say, had a bad effect, no? For the JICA and the Japanese embassy to go to the president and complain about this. So
I agree, Mr. President. Mr. President, when the NEP was submitted, a portion of the GOP counterpart was already in the unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President, about to a tune of about 38 billion, Mr. President. So it was already lodged under the unprogrammed appropriations. So it was a significant amount. So it's very difficult for us to move it to the program. What we made sure is the timing of the release. I think that's the most important. So ngayon na wala na siyang kaaway sa pondo, it will be assured that the release will be on a timely manner, and the requirement to come up with the GOP counterpart will be there, Mr. President, as opposed to becoming uncertain, Mr. President.
well, that's good to hear. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President. No, because right now, probably we are facing one of the darkest hours in our government's history because of this biggest scandal that we are facing right now. Ang problema natin in the international community, there's no good news right now. And I'm hoping that through this, to the infrastructure projects, to these big ticket items, that there is a glimmer of hope for foreign direct investments to look forward to, na hindi pa na bad news. So I think this is where we can at least show that the country, while there's an ongoing scandal investigation, but we are moving forward. And this is very important. That's why I would like to get the assurance of the economic team, the DBM, Department of Finance, that this will be indeed be prioritized so that, this is already JICA and Japan and our creditors, so that this will not affect also our credit and financial standings in the international community. So at least meron namang glimmer of hope that we are indeed doing something so that foreign investments could still look to invest or consider the country. Kahit na meron tayong kinakaharap na problema, by prioritizing all of this, at least meron tayong hope, no, that we are doing something to improve and stimulate economic growth in the future.
Mr. President, again, I thank the good gentleman for really scrutinizing and pushing for transportation projects here in our country. We badly need those transportation projects, and with this setup in the unprogrammed funds, Mr. President, we're very confident that the GOP counterparts related to those projects will be realized, Mr. President.
And I'm confident because there's no more Mr. Ko who had the appropriations na nilagay sa unprogram lahat to.
Correct,
Before,
Mr. President. Oo.
nilagay yung kanilang projects sa priority program, while the priority projects, the foreign assisted projects were lodged under the unprogrammed appropriations. And I'm glad that with the Senator Gatchalian, with yours heading now the Finance Committee, I'm sure that you will not allow this to happen so that we will be able to improve our credit and financial standing, especially when it comes to ADB, our JICA, and our of course the Japanese government, who have been very supportive of our infrastructure projects.
Thank you, Mr. President, and rest assured that we will make sure that these projects will not encounter delay this coming new year, Mr. President.
Last point, Mr. President, with regards to the bago lang din yung BIR natin, newly appointed, 2-3 days ago. Is he here? The new BIR? Is here. Okay, anyway, I'm sure it's not yet here, but I'm hoping that you will take note of this because the BIR has intensified its campaign to strengthen tax monitoring and collection. While we recognize the support these heightened efforts, concerns have been raised regarding the excessive issuance of letters of authority or LOAs. It was brought to our attention, particularly in the discussion with the European Union Ambassador, the chambers of American and European chambers of commerce, even our colleagues, Senators Zaviri, that the Lord had the chance to talk to them, and that they complained that the excessive use of LOAs by the BIR has raised serious concerns among foreign investors. Such practice, if not carefully regulated, may create an atmosphere of uncertainty among businesses and discourage foreign investors who may perceive it as a sign of unpredictability or overreach in tax administration. It is therefore important to strike a balance between ensuring compliance and maintaining a stable and investor-friendly business climate. The challenges and uncertainties in the regulatory and tax environment act as a deterrent to potential foreign investors, contributing to the Philippines' lower ranking in the FDI restrictiveness indices compared to other ASEAN countries. My question is, what initiatives are being pursued by the DOF or BIR to ease investor apprehension regarding the perceived overissuance of LOAs, which has been linked to a decline in investor confidence?
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, I raised the same issue during the organizational meeting of the Committee on Ways and Means, because I remember among us senators, this issue came out during our conversation that the LOAs are weaponized. No? Sabi nga ni Senator JV na weaponized siya. And more often than not, the taxpayer would settle for a lower amount but given to parang under the table yung pagbibigay. Pero ito kasi mga foreign investors to, These are foreigners and they won't dare to undervalue their tax declaration. So in that hearing, Mr. President, Senator JV, part of the reason also why a lot of these LOAs are happening is because the submission of documents are not complete or not accurate, or some of the documents are not in line with the requirements of the BIR. So we suggested to the BIR to also come up with information campaigns to the foreign companies. No, para yung mga foreign companies, maalam rin nila kung ano po yung kanilang i-submit. And if the LOA stem from lack of knowledge, then the BIR should do it proactively, because we don't want the LOAs to be used to pressure foreign investors, especially those who are here already in the Philippines doing business. So aside from that, Commissioner, do you want to add? Yeah, the new commissioner mentioned to me, Mr. President, that he will also review the policy on issuance of LOA. So because the LOAs, before all of these documents that are supposed to be submitted by the taxpayer, the LOA should have a basis. No, kasi kung walang basis, hindi naman mag-i-issue ng LOA. So he will also review now the basis for the LOAs and also the policy in issuing a letter of authority, Mr. President. So the new commissioner is here, and he recognizes that the taxpayers are the lifeblood of our country, and especially foreign investors who are here. Nasa atin na, nasa bansa na natin sila. Pag masama experience nila, masama rin ang magiging imahe ng ating bansa.
Mr. President, if I may just interject, if with the permission of the two gentlemen, yeah, yung ano lang, that's the frequent complaint, because I met with the Chamber of Commerce, American Chamber of Commerce, European Chamber of Commerce, with about 8 ambassadors. Their real complaint is that. Na the LOAs. And then ang nangyayari, nagkaka-under the table transactions. And also, my business folks, friends from Cagayan de Oro, so I'm based in Cagayan de Oro, ano na rin, nagiging ano na, parang sabi nila, it's that time of the year again. Na pupuntahan sila at LOA, negotiate, yung ano, cheque, portion cheque, karamihan cash. Natatakot naman sila magsumbong, boss. Kasi kung magsumbong sila, alam naman nila, patay sila. Maharas sila. Is there a better way of is there like a system? Can we study best practices from other countries? Like how do they do it in Indonesia? How do they do it in Malaysia? How do they do it in Vietnam? Because these chambers are not complaining their secretary. They don't complain. There must be a system, right? So I was with your brother yesterday. I will not mention which brother, but your brother was telling me that same problem because of the wife. His wife was also harassed with LOA. And you know who I'm talking about. Kapatid mo yan, sister-in-law mo. And we were just talking about this last night. Kaya sabi ko nga, oo nga lahat naman ako, negosyante din ako eh. I'm also a businessman. So we all have that same problem. I don't want to pick a fight with the BIR. Nobody wants to pick a fight with the BIR. With due respect, sir, nobody wants to pick a fight with you. Natatakot kami lahat kasi at the end of the day, kami maiwan doon, di ba? Pero there must be a system in place. Hindi naman pwedeng ganun. I'm the author of the Ease of Doing Business. So kaya nga, dapat walang kakulangan kasi under the Ease of Doing Business, we have a Citizens Charter which enumerates 1 to 20. Let's take 1 to 20 requirements. Yun na yun. Hindi pwedeng manganak yung requirement. And I notice pag mga permits, you're applying for permit certificates and licenses. Nanganganak yung requirements. Bawal yan under the Ease of Doing Business law. That's why we created ARTA. That's my baby, ARTA. So, sabi ko lang, sana boss, you're new. I hope that you can come up with some sort of system na talagang you can see the foreign direct investment is down. Something must be going wrong. Something must be going wrong. Nobody wants to invest in the Philippines. They're afraid. And those who want to invest in the Philippines only want to do it in PEZA zones, Mr. Secretary. They only want to do it, Senator Ralph, in the PEZA zones. They do not want to go to Bukidnon and open up a shop plant there. They don't want to go into Valenzuela or San Juan unless it's an eco zone. Kung hindi eco zone, ayaw nila makipag-deal sa lahat ng government agencies. There must be a problem. And I'm down to my last 2 years. And you know, when I started, I was so idealistic. I was part of the Spice Boys. Old Spice namin yung si Val Pecto kasama namin, Old Spice. At that time, we were idealistic. And now, you know what? At the end of the day, in my last 2 years, I'm like, nothing changed. Nothing happened. Nothing's still the same. They just became more crafty on how to do it. How to make, dilensya. So yun sana, in my last 2 years, maybe we can see some sort of shift. And I think this is an eye-opener what's happening now. Talagang eye-opener. Somebody said it has to get worse before it gets better. We need the reset button. I think because we're number 3 in all the countries of ASEAN, the most corrupt. Wow. Wala na talaga. So, nakalimutan nga yung ibang agencies na kasi nakafocus na lang lahat sa DPWH. The DPWH made them all look like Boy Scouts, right? But the problem is it's still there. So maybe the commissioner, boss, we wish you luck. We will regalo you a bulletproof vest if you want. Be sure to be careful with the food that you eat. But you have to do the reforms. Kasi kung wala, I'm sure the commissioners, slightly younger than me, we all have families, the secretary's families. Ganito na lang ba? Pagkatapos ng 2028, becomes worse than ever. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. I just wanted to give my 2 cents worth. I only remember this because I was with your brother last night and we were talking about this because of your sister-in-law complaining with her family business. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Majority Floor Leader, with the indulgence of Senator JV.
Go ahead, Senator Turbo.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the BIR, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Commissioner. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for being appointed by the President as the new commissioner. And second, of course, all I can say is that, we'll be losing a good leader at the Department of Finance. Executive Secretary Office will be gaining a very good leader. Unfortunately, I really don't know what's going to happen. Pero, sir, tama po si Senator Migs. You really need to do something about this, your people sa baba. They are using that letter of authority in making money. Kung sa DPWH may flood control, sa BIR po is yung tinatawag na LOA or LOA. I have a lot of businessmen friends and they're complaining. They even complained to my brother, Senator Rafi. Pareho ho, magkaiba yung mga kaibigan namin pero mabuti ho sana kung malalaking businessman eh. Ultimo mga maliliit, pinapatos eh. Ultimo yung mga hindi naman corporations, single proprietorship na business ang target nila. May LOA. Eh syempre ayaw ho nila magambala, then maareglo na lang. Kasi kahit na kompleto ho yung binayad, lahat ho may diresibo, some BIR inspectors, yung mga examiners, hahanapan po ng butas. Kulang ka ng ganito, kulang ka ng ganon. Saan yung ganito, saan yung ganon. Patingin nga ng ganito. Minsan, magbabacktrack pa ng 5-6 years ago. Saan ho nila hahanapin? I think, Mr. Commissioner, my advice is like, you have to review this kasi ginamit po yung LOA in money making ng mga tao po sa baba. All right? You really need to do something about it. Pangalawa po, hindi po ako believe sa mga regional directors ho ninyo. I think you need to do something. You need to reshuffle your regional directors. Kasi po, they're non-performing. They're not performing, I'm telling you. Pakitignan na lang ho, Mr. Commissioner. Okay. Tama po si Senator Mix. Ayaw po namin kaaway ang BIR. Eh, lahat naman siguro tayo. Pero ang pakiusap ko siguro, sir, what we will support you. Definitely. Myself and my brother will support you. Kung anong reforms ang gagawin niyo po dyan, we will help you. We will be backing you. Hindi lang po siguro kami, pati si Senator Win Gatchalian. Kung may mga plano po kayo. But I do believe it's high time that you do something there. You have to reform that agency. Kasi po, parang ngayon, yan po ang pangalawa ngayon sa Department of Public Works and Highways, the most corrupt agency, yan po ang BIR. So I believe, kaya siguro kayo nilagay dyan ng Pangulo because na may tiwala po siya and kami rin po naniniwala na you can do something about it. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Senator JB, thank you.
Senator Loren Legarda is recognized.
The BIR is very close to my heart because one of my first jobs at 21 years old was to anchor a public affairs program called Progress Get Involved. And that was a program of the Bureau of Internal Revenue with Commissioner Ancheta and Commissioner Toledo. And Jerry Flores, who retired from the BIR, was my co-host. That was long before when you were kindergarten. Anyway, but that is not the point. And I will say this as a fact, pero lilinawin ko, hindi ko po linalahat. Maraming mabubuti, magagaling na mga tao din doon, gaya ng ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. I would just like to say this. A few weeks ago, I will not name the ambassadors, just like Senator Subiri. I was asked to a breakfast meeting by the EU ambassadors who do not wish to be named. Long table. Yes. And they expressed extreme alarm over what's happening in the country. And I thought they were going to ask me about the flood control issues. And instead they said that that can be solved. You just bring down the cost and you make sure there's no corruption, and that is solved. But the bigger problem is the foreign-owned companies who are in the Philippines are having big problems, and that is with the Bureau of Internal Revenue. I hate to say this because I still believe in the goodness of the Filipino. And I believe there are many good women and men in the Bureau of Internal Revenue. And when they told me that, I could not answer. They told me many things, and I told them, it would be best, can you please write me a letter from their foreign chambers of commerce so that it is in writing, and give me the names of the companies that have received the letter of authority repeatedly, even after they've paid the correct taxes. It breaks my heart to say this because I looked at the BAR as my family when I was 21 years old that launched my television career. And I'm certain maraming matitino, matatalino, mababait, masisipag, just like in government. But they were very serious and they said, how can we bring in foreign investors when even those who are here wish to leave? It broke my heart. I could not answer. And I said, please give me the names of the companies and what went on. But they said, we'll just make it a general letter. And I decided I wasn't going to rise. But Senator Subiri said, why don't you say it as well? Because the meeting with you was different from our meeting. And it was more than a dozen EU ambassadors. Yes. So I just put that on record, Mr. President, still believing in the goodness of people in government, and there are, in the goodness of the Filipino, that mauungusan natin lahat ito. And when I faced them and I could not give them the answer on how to reform the so-called LOA system and the subsequent alleged, I always say alleged, informal meetings that brought to probably the exchange of money, I am not certain because I cannot judge. I don't have the details. So I put it on record because my colleagues had also received similar information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. Just to continue, of course, we wish our new BIR commissioner the luck and also our support for the reforms, hopefully that he will be instituting in the Bureau of Internal Revenue. But just to end, siguro susugan ko lang sinabi kanina, nabanggit po ni Senator Tulfo, Sa report po sa atin, nag-issue po ng LOA sa isang company, sa isang kumpanya, pero kasama po ang past years na bayad na ang tax sa mga taong yon. Yung isa naman po, isang LOA containing multiple taxable years. May isa din pong report sa atin na ang tax assessment ay 100 million, pero nagkaroon ng settlement na ibinaba sa 75 million. Ayusin na lang daw ang resibo. These are just some of the instances wherein there is questionable process. For the record, Mr. President, Your Honor, may we know the present policy or rule with regards to this para malaman din po ng ating makabayan na yung po sa with regards to the LOA, yung po bang past years when already settled, could the BIR still issue LOA regarding those years that were already settled?
Well, Mr. President, ang rule ay hindi na ho pwedeng balikan, no? But the law is very specific to what type of taxes you are paying or what type of taxes you have paid. So for example, kung nagbayad ka na ng income tax, dapat hindi na ho balikan yung income tax mo. Pero kung hindi ka pa nagbayad ng VAT, pwede nilang mag-issue ng LOA sa VAT, no? So ganun po yung procedures. And the LOAs are typically ini-issue ho yan kung merong deficiency in tax, no? Kung wala naman pong deficiency, dapat wala hong LOA, no? But I join our colleagues in clamoring for reforms. Talagang matagal na ho natin, actually from our private sector days until now, ganun pa rin. Talagang aminado tayo na merong ilan sa mga BIR employees ginagamit talaga ito for money-making activities. So dapat rin po maimbestigahan yung mga gumagawa nito at maparusahan, paalisin sa ahensya. Importante rin na Commissioner yung disiplina, no? Kasi kung mayroong mga notorious dyan, tanggalin na rin para hindi na paulit-ulit. I'm sure may mga notorious dyan na ginagawa ng money-making activities ho nila, no? So, yun po, Senator JB.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senator Gatchalian. Anyway, we wish our former Finance Secretary, now Executive Secretary, has given his trust and confidence in the new BIR Commissioner. So we wish you all the luck. And I'm hoping that the agency can guarantee that adequate safeguards and internal mechanisms would be put in place so that any form of corruption, ito pong pag-weaponize LOAs, would be prevented in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator JV, for that very important intervention. And now that we have a new commissioner here, I'm very sure that he will take our comments and sentiments very seriously. And hopefully next budget wala na ganitong reklamo, Commissioner, dahil kailangan ho natin action kaagad. So maraming salamat. Thank you, Senator JV. Thank you, Commissioner.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe Senator Risa still has 3 more questions. Last few questions. May I recognize Senator Risa on the Veros, Mr. President.
Senator Rizal de Veros, request.
Salamat po, Mr. Salamat po, Mr. President. With Chairman, huling ilang mga tanong na lamang from this representation. So, unless na itanong na po ito at napag-usapan nyo with Senator Pangilinan on modernizing warehousing for rice. Hindi matapos-tapos ang problema ng NFA na naluluma, nasisira na lamang yung mga bigas sa kanilang warehouses. Dadami pa lalo ang bigas na iimbakin sa susunod na taong 2026. Makakatulong sana dito ang mga polisiya ng GPPB para sa mas maayos na logistics at warehousing para sa ating mga ahensya. pinaglaban ang mandatong iyan ng GPPB sa pagpasa ng bagong Government Procurement Act. So, na-review na po ba, Mr. Chairman, ng GPPB yung kaso ng NFA sa kanyang inefficient at non-transparent warehousing operations? Kasama na po yung disposition ng mga aging o kaya expiring stocks. At kung oo, ano pong mga rekomendasyon meron ang GPPB? At huli kailan kaya tayo makakatanggap ng technical report tungkol dito, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, thank you. And Senator Risa, thank you for that question. I was advised by the DBM that yung mga warehousing and inventory system the operations and management rest under the procuring entity. So sila ho talaga ang merong jurisdiction when it comes to warehousing and inventory. So nasa procuring entity po yung decision making.
I see. So, ibig pong sabihin, Mr. Chair, walang ni kahit kaunting oversight ang GPPB o suasion na pwede siyang i-exert kahit kaugnay ng mga procuring entities, Mr. Chair?
Dito po sa New Procurement Act under Section 19, the procuring entities may adopt a general system of warehousing and cloud-based inventory of procured goods. So, nasa procuring entity ho talaga yung jurisdiction. But I think the GPBB can probably give advice, give suggestions to the procuring entity since sila po talagang in charge sa mga procurement aspects of our government. So I think in that sense, pwede silang magbigay ng mga advice.
Salamat po para doon, Mr. Chair, para at least magkaroon ng kahit dotted line between
correct.
GPPB at saka mga procuring entities para pwede nilang mapagtulungang i-review yung ganitong mga kaso and i-improve yung management nung mga warehouses ng lalo na ng NFA. And siguro habang sisimula or susubukan ito ng GPPB, maybe in the coming months and years, we could hear from GPPB ano yung mga rekomendasyon niya para to also serve as input to us kung anong legislative support na pwede natin gawin para sa pagpapasaayos nung warehousing processes na yan, Mr. Chair.
We'll request from GPPB and DBM to submit to us their recommendation insofar as how procuring entities should manage your warehousing and inventory systems.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Dako na po ako sa health devolution. Kasi hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin fully na-devolve ang health services kahit pa meron na tayong detalyadong 400-page na devolution transition plan para sa health. So, bakit kung ganun, bakit po sa DOH pa rin nakalagay ang pondo para sa mga serbisyong dapat yung mga LGUs ang gagawa na, no? Tulad ng pagpondo sa mga DOH bukas centers, Mr. Chair?
The way I understand it, Senator Risa and Our Honor, is itong mga pagpopondo ng bukas centers, super health centers, this forms part of the capability building of the LGUs. And nung nagkaroon kami ng hearing ni Senator Pia during the budget of the DOH, I understand that itong mga projects are entered into partnership with the LGUs. So meaning the LGUs provide the manpower, the utility, yung mga support. Sila rin magmamanage nitong mga health centers at bukas centers. Pero ang construction will come from national government. So parang partnership siya. No? And admittedly, not all LGUs have the capability of putting up these facilities. And the concept that they are also applying, especially sa bukas centers, naintindihan ko sa hearing, is primary care to. So instead of going, halimbawa, may sipon ka lang o meron kang sakit, hindi ka diretso sa hospital because the hospitals, napupuno sila kaagad. So kung mga simple illnesses, they can go to the bukas centers or they can go to the health centers and thereby declogging the hospitals from simple or ordinary illnesses.
Oh, salamat, Mr. Chair. That is the importance of precisely a primary healthcare-oriented universal healthcare system. And kahit sa loob ng ganyang sistema, when there are these partnerships between DOH and LGUs, well, ini-imagine ko na habang nakakapacitate yung mga LGUs, there should probably come a time dun sa devolution transition plan na yon, which is 400 pages long, na eventually yung LGU na talaga fully capacitated nagpapatakbo. So eventually, a few years up the road, na yung budget para dun sa pagpapatakbo ng, halimbawa nga, bukas centers, naka-lodge na sa LGUs. Kumbaga, maha-hand over na ng DOH after training the LGUs, Mr. Chair.
I think eventually ganun po magiging setup natin.
Okay.
The capability and capacity of the LGUs are uneven.
True.
Like here in Metro Manila, alam ko all 17 LGUs kaya na nila pondohan yung kanilang primary care all the way to tertiary. In fact, some of the LGUs may tertiary hospital. But in some places, mga municipalities, they still need the support of national government to help them with their primary care facilities. No? Kasi pag natulungan sila, madideclog rin natin yung mga hospitals natin, especially the DOH hospitals. No? So the concept there is you help the LGUs so that we can declog the national hospitals.
And if I remember correctly, Mr. Chair, nung unang iniro-roll out yung implementation ng UHC Act, there were like 30 plus, please correct me if I'm wrong, 30 plus areas around the country na unang iro-roll out yon. So I imagine yung ganitong devolution transition plan, posibleng dun din unang magka-come to fruition in terms of the LGUs, the capacitated LGUs actually running facilities like the bukas centers.
I think that the tricky part with devolution is how do you address the uneven capacity of LGUs?
Yes.
What's the right formula or the equitable formula to capacitate the less, I guess, the smaller LGUs para they can also give services equally to their constituents. They can give services to their constituents equally as good as those who have the capacity. Yung po yung tricky part doon.
And which should be at the heart of a good devolution transition plan.
Yes, correct.
And
So
eventually, over time, in phases, magagabayan din tayo
I
sa
agree.
Kongreso how to budget,
yeah,
not overnight, but in phases.
correct. So
reflect
it's
that,
you have to look at
Mr.
this
Chair.
as a long-term
Yes.
transition. No? So, but you're absolutely correct, and I know that national government is also looking at this long-term transition.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And maybe therefore, susuportahan kaya ng DOF at ng DBM ang pag-develop halimbawa ng co-financing o counterparting sa pagitan ng national government at mga LGUs para suportahan ang devolution. Again, in batches or in phases, gaya ng DOH devolution transition.
Yes,
plan, Mr. Chair.
a resounding yes from the Executive Secretary, Senator Secretary Ralph Recto. And I think this coming 2026 mag-uumpisa na ho yan. Like I mentioned, maraming mga agencies are looking into counterparting so that they can execute their projects fast and simultaneously. So the Department of Education is looking at that. The Department of Agriculture is looking at that. So natuto na sila na i-liberalize yung execution of projects.
Okay. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Exciting to look forward to that sa ating annual budget-making exercises in the next several years.
Yes.
Salamat po. So huling tanong na lang po from this representation sa ating general principles on create incentives for calamity-affected businesses. Maraming mga negosyo nga ang nahihirapan bumangon matapos ng nakaraang mga kalamidad. So tinitignan po ba ng DOF na bigyan ng tax incentives na nakapaloob sa bagong create law yung mga negosyong nasalanta ng mga nakaraang lindol at bagyo para yung mga yon ay makabangon muli, Mr. Chair?
Under Section 297 of the Tax Code, which creates the create law, ang FIRB, the FIRB has the power to formulate time-bound and specific projects or activities for inclusion in the SIPP during periods of recovery from calamities. So, in other words, ngayon na marami tayong tinamaan na areas like Cebu, no? Ito highly industrialized province. Pwedeng gumawang FIRB ng incentive package for those type of areas, no? And it's a very good point that you raised, Senator Risa. So nakikinig po yung mga kasamahan natin sa FIRB. So I'm sure they're listening and they'll come up with mechanisms to help industries in that area.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, and I'm sure the Chair can lead the Chamber also in partnering FIRB in this exercise, and of course, yung mga business communities mismo, yung private sectors dun sa mga apektadong mga probinsya, lalo na nitong nakaraang mga natural disasters, Mr. Chair.
I was just conferring with the head of FIRB. Actually, the corporations can already apply.
Okay.
For example, you are a registered business enterprise, so and your operations were disrupted because of the earthquake, diba? May mga earthquake at typhoon. They can already apply to access this additional support from the FIRB. But this is on a case-to-case basis right now.
Salamat.
But it's within their powers to assist corporations or registered business enterprises affected during the calamities.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And siguro katulad nung paalala natin sa mga agencies tulad ng FIRB, which were existing at the time, say, of the pandemic, baka FIRB can also proactively inform yung mga korporasyon dun sa mga calamity-affected areas na baka hindi nila alam na may maganyang window sa loob ng CREATE, and para ma-draw in sila kaagad na i-partner na yung gobyerno sa pag-rehabilitate at pag-start up muli nung domestic economies natin sa iba't ibang probinsya.
Yes, but I'm sure the FIRB is listening tonight, so they'll take the suggestion of Her Honor.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Maraming salamat, Chair, for sa iyong pasensya sa nakaraang 3.5 round ko and for getting our plenary interpellation on the general principles off to a very substantive start. Hindi lang po para sa representasyong ito, but based on my listening, para po sa lahat ng ating mga kasama. So, salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Risa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, Majority
Next
Leader.
to propound a few questions, our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because I have colleagues who will be asking me these questions when I defend the budget of DOH, and the answer cannot come from DOH, I have to propound this question now, Mr. President, to our chairperson of the Committee on Finance and to our outgoing Secretary of Finance. Congratulations, sir, to our friend and former colleague. Okay, Mr. President, I've asked that it be shown on the screen, but in the meantime, this is about the sin tax, which our colleague Senator Lauren has already raised. But I just want to support her concerns and at the same time raise a few more issues on this matter. So this is purely on the sin tax collection. The sin tax collection is based on the certification provided by BIR, no? So we don't argue about what that is. I didn't make up the amount. DOF didn't make up the amount. BIR, that of course is under EF, provides a certification on what these amounts are. So for the 2026 budget, the earmark sin tax is 69.78 billion. And what is provided in the National Expenditure Program, the NEP, is 53.26 billion. So the deficit is 16.52 billion. Are you trying to load it? Okay. Anyway, I'll go on as we try to load. And then I'll go backwards until 2023. So 4 na taon lang naman to. In 2025, the earmark sin tax amount was 69.81 billion. What was provided in the NEP and also in the GAA, by the way, that also wala pang GAA yung 2026. So what was provided in the NEP of 2025 was 53.13 billion, and therefore, but the GAA was 0. So the deficit was 69.81 billion. And for that reason, I objected to this outcome when I signed the GAA. And then in 2024, the sin tax earmarked was 79.01 billion. Provided in the NEP was 80.28 billion. Provided in the GAA was 40.28 billion. So the deficit was 38.73 billion. And finally, in 2023, the earmarked amount was 83.90 billion pesos. The NEP provided for 79 billion pesos. The GAA provided for 79 billion pesos, same as the NEP. And the deficit is 4.90 billion. So the total of these 4 years, the deficit is 129.96 billion. Dear colleagues, sa dami pa ng sinabi natin, sa dami ng argument natin na maglalagay pa ba tayo ng dagdag na maipip, yung zero balance budget ba, zero balance billing sa mga ospital, mababayaran ba? Yung mga specialty hospitals na dinikit natin sa regional hospitals, may pangbayad ba dun sa mga procedures sa mga pasyente? Ito na yung sagot. Kasi by law, this is supposed to go to PhilHealth, 129.96 billion. Sandali lang, administrative matter, bakit natatagalan? Para we don't have to memorize the figures. Okay, loading. O sige, so I will keep on talking while we are loading. Meanwhile, in addition to the sin tax earmarking, there is also earmarking from the revenues of PCSO and PAGCOR from 2019 to 2025. That amount is 106.95 billion. So together, that is already 236 billion pesos. Now, I understand that there is a provision in the Universal Healthcare Act and I will read this. It says, regarding the PAGCOR and PCSO earmarking, provided that the funds raised for this purpose shall be transferred to PhilHealth at the end of each quarter, subject to the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. 5 taon na. Siguro naman pumasa-pasa na tayo dito sa budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulation. From 2019 to 2025, wala pa rin tayong maibigay, mailabas na pera earmarked from PCSO and PAGCOR. And I recall in the hearing, what hearing was that? Where PAGCOR spoke up? Was that my hearing? What hearing was that? Online gambling ba yon? Sinabi ni PAGCOR na nagre-remit na sila. So nasa treasury na itong pera na ito. 106.95 billion, my dear colleagues. Finally, the last amount is yun ngang tinanggal sa PhilHealth na 60 billion na mukha namang, well, binabalik ng House by way of the GAB. So now, with all that, we would have 296.91 billion. But what remains to be seen is makompleto itong deficit na 129.96 billion and the PCSO and PAGCOR of 106.95 billion. We cannot not do anything about it. The law requires that these amounts are delivered to PhilHealth. Even if there is the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules, siguro naman may natira pa dyan pagkatapos kaltasin ng kung ano man ang kailangan kaltasin because baka may hindi sumunod sa budgeting rules, accounting rules. But that's 106.95 billion and not a cent, from my understanding, has been transmitted. So that is the situation, Mr. President, dear colleagues, and we'd be happy to hear a short response from DOF on this. Thank you, Mr. President. So for the information of the body, the numbers are on the screen. This is just with regards to syntax. And then just add the 106 from PCSO and PAGCOR and the 60 billion that was removed from PhilHealth.
Thank you, Senator Pia, for those very important questions. And thank you also for being very vigilant with the amounts necessary to support the PhilHealth. From the way I understand it from the explanation of the DBM, is the amounts are earmarked. However, the power to appropriate still lies with Congress. So apparently, there's an amount that is supposed to be earmarked, but the reason why not the entire amount is not allocated, not appropriated, is because that power rests with Congress. So during the submission of budget to the DBM, it's a DBM that recommends the amount, typically lower than the earmark value. And that earmark value then becomes appropriated by Congress. But Congress also has the power to increase it if it, or decrease it actually. Decrease it. We saw that in 2025 where Congress actually eliminated everything. So in short, meron naman pong kapangyarihan ang Kongreso na taasan kung tingin nila kailangan taasan.
Mr. President, does the DOF in their explanation to His Honor differentiate between the handling of the syntax earmarking and the PCSO and PAGCOR, or did the answer His Honor give apply to both?
Walang ganun siya ng subject, wala. It shall be allocated in use exclusive.
Yes, that applies to the other sources, Mr. President.
Sorry, what other sources?
The sources from PCSO,
Okay, sige.
sources
So,
from
so is his honor, is the chairman saying that DOF is saying that the answer his honor just gave me applies only to the PAGCOR and PCSO earmarking and not to syntax?
syntax also. And also the syntax. Here, the sources are from syntax, from PAGCOR, from PCSO, premium contributions of members,
Okay.
annual appropriations of DOH, and national government subsidy to PhilHealth. So it applies to all of those sources.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then I humbly submit that DOF does not know the law because RA number 11346 on syntax specifically states the provision of existing law to the contrary notwithstanding 50% of the total revenues collected from the excise tax on sugar sweetened beverages, and this goes for tobacco and tobacco and the sugar sweetened beverages, the same provision, shall be allocated and used exclusively in the following manner. That is what the law says, 80% to PhilHealth for the implementation of RA number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Healthcare Act. This is what it says, to be used, allocated and used exclusively in the following manner. What else is there to say as lawmakers? Ano pang language ang kailangan gamitin para siguraduhin na ganito ang paggamit ng pondong ito? There is nothing here that is subject, you know, as a law student, it says, we are taught, if it's clear, you don't have to give another meaning. It is very clear. It shall be allocated and used exclusively in the following manner. Now, for DOF to tell the chairman that they are using their explanation that the power to appropriate is still has to go through DBM. There is a different provision for PAGCOR and PCSO, which I already read into the record. It says, subject to the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. Walang ganon ang syntax. Pero pare-parehong hindi rin nakakarating. Kahit naman merong phrase na subject to the usual budgeting, auditing, and accounting and auditing rules and regulations, siguro naman, meron naman mere-remit, hindi naman lahat hindi na-remit. That is like catastrophic. Like that means somebody is not doing their job because 106 billion has not been remitted in 5 years. So what is wrong with the way that these funds were set aside if it will never go to the purpose it was intended? Not even 5%, Mr. Chairman, not 10%, not 20%, not 1%. So I rest my case because kailangan malumig pa ang ulo ko pag defend ko ng DOH. That is why, Senator Lauren, do not ask me that question because I cannot answer it. I cannot find logic in the explanation given to me. If you will, no, you can ask it. I'm just kidding. But I'm saying I cannot invent an answer when I cannot find logic in the answer that I am receiving. Yun lang, Mr. President. Kasi paulit-ulit tayo, and right now, in the people right in front of me here, syempre sama natin si Senate President, we're all looking for funds for health. The Senate President is the author of the Doktor para sa Bayan. In the 3 years, Mr. President, that wala ka, alam mo yon dahil mismo yung beloved hospital in your hometown of your father and grandfather, hiningan ka pa ng personally na tumulong kasi kulang yung pondo. Eh may pondo nga, Mr. President. So yun lang, I rest my case. Thank you. Oh, wag ko daw i-rest yung case ko. Sinabi ko na paulit-ulit. Summarize ko daw ulit. Oo, hindi. The total amount due is 296.91 billion, almost 300 billion, almost 1/3 of a trillion for healthcare. Okay? So, yun. Nando naman, I can give you all, well, from the 129.96 of syntax, you add the 106.95 from PCSO and PAGCOR from 2019 to 2025, and then the 60 billion that was removed from PhilHealth that should be returned. That's almost 300 billion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, just a short response, but I told the DBM to, this is actually a DBM um, interpretation as well as the DBM who's appropriating or recommending the appropriation. So apparently, there are two laws governing the appropriation of amounts to the PhilHealth. And apparently, the law that is being invoked by the DBM is Republic Act number 11223, which says in Section 33, Section 37, the amount necessary to implement the provisions of this act shall be included in the GAA and shall be appropriated under the DOH and national government subsidy to PhilHealth. So nevertheless, Mr. President, we'll just request from the DBM a position paper on this issue. But I do see the point of Her Honor because pag nag-earmark tayo, may purpose yung pag-i-earmark at merong intention yung pag-i-earmark. So, pag hindi ho nangyari yon, then bakit pa ho natin linagay sa batas? No? So, I see the point of Her Honor and we'll just request the DBM to give us a position paper on this. But the position of Senator Pia is very clear and I'm sure the DBM is taking this matter very seriously and will get back to the Senate on how to address this issue, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I redirect my frustration to DBM pala.
DBM.
Not to DOF. I
Oo.
apologize for that. But hindi ka na secretary, so okay lang. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pia, for that intervention. And talagang dapat tignan ho to dahil hindi ho na fulfill yung intention ng batas. So maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, as agreed upon earlier at the lounge, that Senator Lacson would still like to interpolate the DBCC and is requesting, and Senator Allen as well, our minority floor leader, and requesting for them to come back tomorrow at 1. And that'll be the first item on the agenda tomorrow at 1.
All right.
Yeah, so I move to suspend the budgets of the three departments, Department of Finance, Department of Budget and Management, and Department of Department of the new Economic Planning. Ako yung tatay, nakalimutan ko yung pangalan. Naalala ko yung grandfather ko. DepDev.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, the budgets of the enumerated departments are suspended until tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to ask for a minute suspension. We ask the DOH to come into the premises and allow the rest to
All right.
exit, Mr. President. So
All right. The session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we take up the budgets of the Department of Health and all its attached agencies, the Office of the Secretary, National Nutrition Council, Philippine National AIDS Council, and the budgetary support to government corporations such as the Lung Center, Kidney, and KTI, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, Philippine Heart Center, Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Medicine. I so move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of Department of Health and its attached agencies now in order for today's stipulation.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize our distinguished sponsor, also the hardworking senator from Taguig and Pateras in the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Pia Cayetano, and the first to interpolate is our distinguished Senate President, Senator Tito Soto.
Senator Pia Cayetano, the chair, is recognized, as well as our Senate President, Senator Vicente Soto III.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the total new appropriations of the Department of Health and its attached agencies and corporations under the Senate Committee report is 391,034,632,000 pesos. The breakdown is as follows. The Department of Health, Office of Secretary, with total new appropriations of 262,848,105,000 pesos. For the National Nutrition Council, with a total new appropriation of 304,546,000 pesos. For the Philippine National AIDS Council, with a total new appropriation of 63,204,000 pesos. The Lung Center of the Philippines, with total new appropriations of 2,948,790,000 pesos. For the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, with total new appropriations of 3,412,329,000 pesos. For the Philippine Heart Center, with a total new appropriation of 4,286,715,000 pesos. For the Philippine Children's Medical Center, with a total new appropriation of 3,702,594,000 pesos. And the Philippine Institute for Traditional and Alternative Healthcare, with total new appropriations of 206,419,000 pesos. And the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, with total new appropriation of 113,261,930,000 pesos. The Finance Committee supported the recommendations of the subcommittee, which include the following. For the Office of the Secretary, additional funding for the Zero Balance Billing Program to further strengthen and expand its implementation in DOH hospitals and regional hospitals, and to support the pilot implementation of the ZBB program in selected LGU hospitals as determined by the DOH. And direct allocation of maiinit to government hospitals, including the Philippine Heart Center, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, the Lung Center of the Philippines, and the Philippine Children's Medical Center. It also accepted the recommendation for the support for RITM. Also support for the Lung Center of the Philippines, further support for National Kidney and Transplant Institute, support for the Philippine Children's Medical Center, support for the Philippine Heart Center, and support for the Philippine Institute of Traditional Alternative Health. I would just like to point out, Mr. President, that as chairperson of the Senate Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking, I also review the health budget through the lens of SDGs, especially SDG 3, to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Guided by this vision, we will continuously work towards advocating for substantial investments and resources on universal healthcare, equitable access to safe, effective, and affordable health services, promotion of healthy lifestyle, and a strong emphasis on preventive healthcare. We view the health budget as a critical future-proofing investment, ensuring that our systems are not only robust for today, but are also agile and resilient enough to manage the unforeseen public health threats of tomorrow. Good health is not merely a goal of the SDGs, it is the very foundation of sustainable development itself. By investing in our people's health today, we are upholding our commitment to universal healthcare and ensuring intergenerational fairness for all Filipinos. I would just like to add, Mr. President, that in my subcommittee report, we recognize the expense of healthcare and the need to provide assistance to indigents and financially incapacitated patients. We appealed for the review of the allocation for MAIFIP to provide from that provided in the NEP with a view of providing assistance straight to the patients, removing unnecessary processes, and ensuring faster, more transparent delivery of support. This representation recommended allocating additional MAIFIP budget to strengthen the healthcare system and advance universal healthcare for all, providing additional budget to the DOH hospitals in Metro Manila and in regional hospitals for the zero balance billing. Also providing for support for zero balance billing to LGU hospitals. We need to judiciously utilize our health funding as there are still many Filipinos who lack access to quality healthcare. I will no longer include my long interjection on syntax, but suffice it to say that there is almost 300 billion if you include 129 billion from syntax, another 106 from PAGCOR and PCSO, and another 60 billion that should return from 60 billion that was taken from PhilHealth and should be returned. Altogether, that is almost 300 billion pesos that will go a long, long way, Mr. President, in providing a better healthcare system to our people. With that, Mr. President, I am ready for interpellations. Thank you.
Our Senate President, Vicente Soto III, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the distinguished lady from Taguig favor me with some enlightenment on certain issues in the Department of Health, which of course includes their budget?
Of course, Mr. President, we are happy to try to explain or even just have a discussion with His Honor, the Senate President.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. President, I must admit I missed our debates in the 15th Congress. So we're now in the
We are
20th.
ready, Mr. President.
We're now in the 20th Congress.
Wow.
Can you imagine that? So let me start with my issue on vaccine delivery and procurement of the Department of Health. No? May I know how much we are allocating for the DOH budget for vaccine procurement, specifically for flu vaccines and vaccines for pregnant women this year for 2026? While they are checking, would you please also look at the amount for the 2025 budget? Because that would be the next question anyway.
So, Mr. President, the total budget for the National Immunization Program is 7.9 billion. That's the total. I need the 20.
The total.
Total.
And that includes the flu vaccines and the vaccines for pregnant women.
I would His Honor like the breakdown? We have it. For the
If possible. And
we have it, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
For flu, this is it's influenza vaccine, or otherwise known for the flu. It's 542.6 million.
Mhm.
And then for pregnant women, this is tetanus and diphtheria vaccine. It's 117.9 million. But when it says for grade 1, grade 7, sama ko yan? Not just pregnant?
All right. For the 2025 budget, what was the amount?
So for 2025, it was 7.956. So almost the same, a little bit higher.
Billion for the total.
No, the total is
7.9 billion.
7.956.
B.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the total.
It was higher.
Pero for flu vaccines and the vaccines for pregnant women,
Flu and ano.
tetanus and so forth.
For the previous year.
Is it the same, higher, lower?
We're checking, Mr. President.
All right.
Mr. President, for 2025, the budget for the flu vaccine was almost double, not quite, but 1.08 billion. And then for tetanus and diphtheria, 107 billion. So not too far. 117 is the 107 billion. Tama ba?
So it's a big drop,
This year.
almost 50% drop from last year to this year.
So you
Huh?
didn't need as much. So you didn't need as much. Oh. So the reason for that, Mr. President, for flu, it was at 1 billion versus 542 million this year
Yeah.
is because the delivery last year was delayed. So the delivery this year is delayed.
Ayun.
Therefore, they still have stock, and so they don't need as much for the upcoming year. Baka din mag-expire, Mr.
Alright.
President.
All right. That answers my next question, which is the utilization rate of the budget of the DOH on these vaccines. Apparently, they were procured. 1 billion was spent. Let's say for flu vaccines alone, 1.08 billion was
So,
spent.
according to the Secretary, Mr. President, when the amounts are this big, the bidders literally become very competitive and they keep questioning, protesting, and so it is delayed. So that is the response, and I will pose my own question that, well, how do they handle it in other countries? No, because
Yeah,
pare-pareho
that's-
namang ganun siguro yung issue.
Yes, but as I said, were they able to spend that 1 billion? Did you procure
Yeah.
all?
So this 1 billion, Mr. President, when it was finally when it was resolved, the delivery will just be coming in, just arriving. So that's why the request for next year is smaller because ngayon pa lang
Ngayon pa lang.
gagamitin.
Okay, so
But-
yeah.
But if I may add, Mr. President, the Secretary would like to, is it a proposal, a framework where they would be procuring good for 3, or they would be awarding the bids good for 3 years so that they don't have to deal with this bidding issues every single year.
Uh,
Are you allowed to do that?
Well,
Okay.
how do we monitor the utilization for these procurements? Is it the procurement and delivery to them or to the end users? How do we ensure that deliveries are timely made if delayed din yung pag-procure ninyo? Because, you see, let me just place it on record. No? Mga LGU kausap ko rito eh. It has come to our attention that delivery of vaccines to the LGUs, the end users, according to them, are delayed. And they does not meet the optimum time frame of the administration of vaccines. Yun ang worry
The
nila.
Secretary agrees, Mr. President,
Yun na
with
nga
his
eh.
honor's statements.
So, how do we ensure that the delivery is this time? Because, okay, sige, nabili ninyo, hindi naman delivery, wala tayong problema sa expiration. Doon ako kasunod na nagpupunta kasi. For example, the procurement for flu vaccine was done March. The ideal administration of this vaccine should be done around September, di po ba? And then
As early as May, Mr. President.
yan,
May, June.
before the flu season.
Before.
Sabi nga, di ba? Correct. Now, the LGUs are reporting that the vaccines expected delivery sa kanila around December. Baka the flu season is already it's already after the flu season. So some batches of these vaccines are expiring in say a month or two. So how can we address this issue? May we know from the DOH what do they plan to do for 2026 so that this possibility that it happened in 2025 will not happen again in 2026?
So, Mr. President, for the flu vaccine, the formulation changes every year, no? Depending on what's the expected strain. So what they did, because they already knew that this would be delayed, they already asked for the new one so that it will already cover the 2026 variants of the.
So okay.
So
So-
that's one.
Pero doon sa procurement amount last year na 1 billion, naka-earmark na. Naka-earmark na for this delivery that's coming in.
Yes.
All right, good.
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
And then, in addition to that, Mr. President, that's why the secretary would like a framework agreement which they are allowed to enter into, so that they only have to go through this tedious process once every 3 years instead of every year. So ideally, if they have that agreement by next year, so the following year for the next 3 years, you won't have to keep going through that same process, the delayed process because of all the. It's called a multi-year authority, Mr. President.
All right.
Micah.
We just want the assurance that the implementation will be masusubaybayan mabuti in this program. Okay. Yeah. Now, in connection to this delay, moving a little forward, yung delay ng vaccine deliveries or insufficient vaccines, some LGUs that can afford to mitigate the supply issue procure on their own. However, ito ang problem, Your Honor. They cannot access the same amount, the whole amount that or the sale price that is offered to the DOH by the suppliers. For example, sa DOH, ang bili ninyo 10 pesos. 10 pesos, certain vaccine, 10 pesos per piece. Okay? However, pag yung LGU ang magpo-procure, from the same supplier, they will sell for 100 pesos or 150 pesos per piece. Yun. Kung kaya naman nila at para hindi na rin masosolve din natin yung problema sa delay, is it possible that the DOH will have a system like the PSDBM ng DBM, for a centralized procurement of common use supplies? Di ba yung common use na ginagawa natin doon sa PSDBM? With this system, the LGUs can purchase their vaccine requirements directly to DOH at a lower cost. Baka pwede pong pag-aralan yung ganun ang gawin natin. Centralize nyo.
Mr. President, the secretary says yes, they will attempt to do that next year. It's a good suggestion for this coming year.
Very good. Thank you very much. We will we will look forward to that. All right. Let me move on to another topic. This is not too long, Your Honor. As usual, my concerns. The DOH and the FDA, I'm sure, are aware that there are multiple incidents of miscarriage related to the use of herbal supplements, specifically the use of serpentina. Ito ba'y FDA approved? Kasi aside from the miscarriage, women who used serpentina to induce bleeding has been admitted to the hospital due to multiple organ failure or coagulopathy, leading to their demise. So, is it FDA approved?
President,
Mm-mm.
the product that His Honor mentioned, serpentina,
Mm-mm.
the FDA tells us that it is a food supplement and it is registered as such. What it means when you register a product as a food supplement is actually there is no approved therapeutic claim. So there's a statement there that says that there is no approved therapeutic claims. Apparently, this product, their claim is it will help you with hypertension, headaches, and the like. So when I asked them that, well, the Senate President is specifically concerned that it is being used as a, I guess, as an
Abortifacient.
abortifacient.
Yeah.
And so that is what they call off-label use na because it is being promoted for headaches and the like, and yet I don't know how, but for some reason some people get their hands on it and are using it for another cause. And now, as His Honor has correctly pointed out, if it's being used in abortifacient, then it's not meant to be. So I asked FDA, what did you do or what will you do? And they have, or you will? So they have a generic advisory for unregistered products. However, I think he will take this as a very important, urgent, and priority advice from the Senate that there should be a specific advisory that it cannot and should not be used for that purpose because it would be harmful. No? I mean, yung main use nga niya, technically there is no approved therapeutic claim. Eh, lalo naman yung use that is not meant for it.
But a mere advisory would not suffice, Your Honor. You see, this information are reported to us by a group of doctors from a DOH emergency room hospital.
Okay.
A DOH hospital. The patient suffering for complications and bleeding, ages range from 15 to 41 years old. At yun ang pag in-interview at nakausap, pati kamag-anak, sinasabi, ganun. Ginagamit nila to for that. So we need a specific program. What is this? What is the unit or specific program within DOH and FDA are responsible? Who is responsible for regulating the safety, the misuse, or like this, ito, misuse ito eh. And public health risks of herbal supplements such as serpentina at those na nagkiklaim na walang therapeutic claim pero apparently mukhang merong nakalusot na ganong pangyayari. Matindi to ha. Buy one, get one free pa to ha.
According to FDA, they have a unit within the FDA called the Field Regulatory Operations Office, and it is their job to take down these to monitor and to take down this kind of material. However, I also asked them what happens if there are repeated incidents of misuse,
Yes,
such that
apparently.
it is already tantamount to it's not a one-time misuse, but it's already being,
Hindi one-time
Yeah,
misuse
it's
ito.
not-
The
so-
DOH hospitals pa
yeah,
nagre-report nito.
we're making sure that the secretary hears it, and it's actually
Mm-mm.
DOH hospitals that are reporting. So when it's this, Tagalog yung inisip ko salita, laganap, rampant. When it's this rampant,
Oh.
I think a mere advisory, like maybe this is, I don't know if this is an online shop, no, might not suffice. You may have to take more strict, and not just go after the user, but really,
Oo.
really, yeah, and find out who's pushing for the use, because sino nag-invento na gamitin yun? There must be somebody providing some.
You must monitor.
Yeah.
The FDA, through the DDOH, through the FDA, must monitor these adverse effects of these herbal medicines or supplements. Ano ha? Now, before they approve this, did they conduct a research? Clinical, toxicological, or pharmacological on serpentina's possible abortifacient effects? Ni-research niyo ba ito?
These food supplements do not have the same, when a food or a drug is registered, there is a recognition that the claims there are research and are substantiated by, like I said, research, not documented research. When it's a food supplement, the FDA does not in any way recognize any. That's why there's a statement there that no approved therapeutic claim. So even if they say it's for headaches, the FDA basically washes their hands and says, we cannot verify that. We have not verified that. We cannot verify that. So I asked, so what is the purpose of registering? It's just so that they can sell, and maybe you can still track them. At least there's a way for you to track them if maybe for in cases like this okay. So according to the secretary, they cannot make a therapeutic claim. So once they register and they make a therapeutic claim, then the FDA, being FDA registered, they can go after them for making those therapeutic claims because they're not allowed to make those therapeutic claims.
No, because of these reported cases, numerous cases, and given the risks, won't the FDA again conduct? You know, they did not conduct. Okay, sabi, supplemental lang naman kasi sige. Won't you conduct a specifically clinical, toxicological, or pharmacological research on these supplements? Particularly, itong may mga reklamo katulad ditong serpentina, because it has been reported in the DOH hospitals. Did the DOH or the FDA issue any public advisories on serpentina?
Just to broaden the discussion, Mr. President, there's actually another product called Dr. Serpentina, and that one has already been banned. And the reason it was banned is because they never even registered as a food supplement. So this other product that His Honor is pointing out, we're assuming this one is registered, right? Yeah, this one is registered. So now they can, because they can trace them, they can check what's in. They can submit this to the samples. You mean you will ask for samples to check the Oh, so they will get the reports from the doctors that His Honor was mentioning, and then they will study these, I guess they will study the components to
Oh.
determine why there is a reports of this effect on
Oo.
the pregnant women.
And just as perhaps the FDA should throw caution into these supplements, basta huwag na maniwala doon sa basta sinabi ganito ito, supplement lang ito. I don't think we should just take it hook, line, and sinker. We must check. Um, w- to find out if the product is safe for consumption. Now, are there any hospital advisory?
President, before His Honor asks the
Sige.
follow-up question, there's interesting feedback here. Apparently, there was already a case filed. There was a case filed, and the company that owned the food supplement questioned the requirement of FDA to put that phrase "no therapeutic claims," but you lost the case in court. Right. So they lost the case in court. So there's room for legislation, Mr. President, for us to advocate for bigger, just like we did with the cigarettes, like bigger, bolder statements that says na, or baka mamaya ang tao, hindi nila naintindihan yung there's no therapeutic claims. Di ba? Dilagyan natin, huwag kayong maniwala sa sinasabi dito. I mean, because with the cigarette smoke, we have different visuals so that people understand in many different ways na nakakasama ito sa kanila. So maybe something like that we can review.
At saka pag
for
sinabing there are
legislation.
no therapeutic claims, ibig sabihin ang talagang ibig sabihin nun, hindi nakakagaling ito.
Hindi nakagaling
Hindi
to, yan.
nakakagamot ito.
Exactly, it's
Diba?
more straight to the
Ganun eh.
point. Walang basihan para maniwala ka sa sinasabi nung nagbebenta sa'yo. Ang haba, no? Pero yun.
Pareho yan nung yung issue ko nung araw pa sa marijuana eh. Kahit anong ipilit nila nung sa marijuana, 1968 pa, the most powerful research institute in the world, the Israeli Research Institute, since 1968, has had experiments on the 26,000 elements of a marijuana leaf. They could not find any sickness that can be cured by marijuana. Wala silang makita hanggang ngayon. That's why every time there's a proposal in the United Nations to remove marijuana in Schedule 1 of the United Nations psychotropic substances, hindi makapasa-pasa eh. Dahil because of that fact ng Israeli Institute, sinasabi, walang magagaling yan. Hindi kayang gumaling. Of course, psychological sa iba, but well, that's a different story. But anyway, so I think you must require hospitals and hospital advisory from the DOH, no, to report any adverse effects related to the use of herbal supplements such as serpentina para automatic eh. Di ba?
President, as His Honor was saying that to require the hospitals to report, I looked at the secretary and said, meron naman yan, di ba, for drugs. But for food supplements, wala pala. So you don't need a law. You don't need a law for us to. I mean, we can include it in our legislative priorities, Your Honor. I'd be happy to initiate it. But I think they can also do that while waiting for us to pass a law because that's within their jurisdiction. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, in your 2026 budget, do you have a budget to undertake proper studies for reproductive effects of similar herbal supplements, specifically serpentina for that matter? Meron ba sa budget niyo dyan?
Okay. Mr. President, according to the Secretary, when it comes to research, that is with the DOST. Philippine Council for Health Research and Development. So we can include, they can request. You can request. Given this interpellation of His Honor, they can request now because they have a budget for research. So they can include a request to include the reproductive health effects of all kinds of supplements or whatever we deem a priority.
Okay. But you're aware that these products are rampantly being sold online. Ano?
Okay.
Shopee, Lazada, and TikTok shops.
Online, ayan. So, Mr. President, this is interesting because we prohibit the sales of drugs online. And yet, for supplements, we do not have any similar prohibition. So, given that the FDA does not even test these supplements, and then it is available online, perhaps we can ask DOH and FDA to make their recommendations for us if legislation is needed to prevent the sales online. But if it's urgent, due to public health, you can move without, if you ask me, you can go ahead and
Actually, yes.
there's a
Oh.
report. You don't have to wait for legislation because there's a
Oh.
specific report. But I mean, in the interest of reviewing all other supplements, I don't know, but I have to leave that to DOH to give their recommendations. But definitely for those with the report, you must act on it.
All right. Okay, we will look forward to that. Ano? Hopefully, something can be done by the DOH in this through the 2026 budget or through your programs. Ano? And as much as possible, come up with the FDA, come up with more research and regulation and surveillance of these herbal products. Now, moving on, just so that I don't take too much of your time. Taong-taon na lang, tinatanong ko ito eh. Your Honor, Mr. President, naglipa na yung abortion facilities, services, products, medicine, at kung ano-ano. Ngayon, naging mas agresibo pa sila. Nasa Facebook na. Facebook, lantarang inquiry at pag-aalok ng abortion. We're projecting what we see online. So DOH and FDA, hindi nyo ba ito monitor? Lantarang krimen to because abortion is illegal in the Philippines. Taon-taon na lang, nandiyan pa rin yan eh.
The Secretary recognizes that this is a crime and that this is a law enforcement issue. So I mentioned, I've just said right now to the Secretary that they can prod PNP to act on it if hindi sila, because and NBI, because according to the Secretary, they don't have any law enforcement powers. But of course, they can be the one to alert NBI and other law enforcement. You can even have a MOA with them na rampant ito, how do we deal with this, so that this can be addressed. Kasi I doubt if it will be on their agenda without you pointing it out to them.
Baka sabihin ng iba, hindi, ano yan, online yan, nasa abroad galing. Hindi ang mga phone numbers, local. Mga local numbers natin, yung mga cellphone. At yung mga address, local din.
Oo, okay.
Kaya dito yun. So, may we ask the DOH to please try to monitor and implement any move that is possible for you to do to eliminate this illegal acts. Tama yung sabi ni Senator Pia Cayetano that you can seek the help of the NBI, the PNP.
Yes, they affirm, Mr. President, that they will do that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, our Senate President. Next to interpellate is Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President. At magandang gabi po, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, colleagues, tonight's interpellation seeks to clarify the significant gaps in the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for PhilHealth. gaps that directly affect the healthcare security of millions of Filipinos. PhilHealth initially proposed 242.29 billion pesos to sustain its premium subsidies and to upgrade benefit packages. However, only 113.26 billion pesos made it to the GAB, an alarming 129.03 billion peso shortfall. Even more concerning, PhilHealth's projected benefit expenses for 2026 range from 311 to 384 billion pesos, far exceeding current allocations. Compounding this problem is government's zero subsidy this fiscal year 2025, which PhilHealth must still recover. So the bottom line is clear. PhilHealth is expected to deliver expanded UHC commitments with diminished support and delayed reimbursements at the expense of indigent families, persons with disabilities, solo parents, senior citizens, and our basic sectors. So, unang mga tanong, Madam Chair, tungkol sa zero subsidy na ito sa fiscal year 2025 and benefit payments. So, Madam Chair, I voted no to the Bicameral Conference Committee report for the 2025 budget, largely because it provided zero subsidy to the state health insurer. For 2026, PhilHealth's projected expenses for benefits, as I mentioned earlier, range from 311 to 384 billion pesos, yet PhilHealth receives only 113 billion pesos in the GAB. So unang tanong po, Madam Chair, paano po mamimit ng PhilHealth ang obligations niya ng may projected 198 to 271 billion peso funding gap? Pinipilit na ba ang PhilHealth ngayon na mag-operate gamit ang reserve funds, Madam Chair?
Earlier, thank you for that question, Senator Risa. For the record, also this representation also objected to the 2025 budget, particularly on the failure to provide for funding for PhilHealth. So as this representation mentioned during the general principles, if there are a couple of factors that affect this negative balance that we see for 2025 and the future decrease in the income of PhilHealth in the following years. Number one is there was a 60 billion that was removed from PhilHealth a year ago. Number two, as Her Honor properly pointed out, the 2025 budget had zero subsidy. And then as this representation shared on the slide, the syntax and for coming 2026, there is a deficit of 16 billion due from syntax. And I don't have the exact number, I can pull it up, but from 2019 to 2026, 2025, there's 106 billion that is due from PAGCOR and PCSO. Even assuming due to that phrase that is included in the Universal Healthcare Act, subject to accounting, auditing, rules and regulations, etc., I would think that we can still assume that the bulk of that amount that is mandated by law to be delivered from PCSO and PAGCOR would be delivered. So those amounts on its own, Mr. President, would already provide a substantial increase to the budget that PhilHealth can work with.
Oh, I totally agree, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Kaya talagang mahirap tanggapin na in effect, mapipilitan ng PhilHealth mag-operate gamit lang ang reserve funds niya dahil ang laki po ng ina-anticipate nating funding gap in the next year. Given na itong mga malalaking amounts na in a way due sa PhilHealth, payable sa PhilHealth, ay hindi pa talaga naibibigay sa kanya. So, Madam Chair, given that fiscal year 2025 provided zero subsidy for PhilHealth. Paano pinaplano ng PhilHealth i-recover? Simulan natin, yung 53 billion pesos na dapat na-release. And if, I'm hoping it won't be the case, but if Congress does not augment PhilHealth's funds, aling mga benefits ang at risk ng delayed reimbursements o outright reduction bandang kalagitnaan ng susunod na taong 2026, Madam Chair?
Health to respond. But for the record, Mr. President, this representation takes the position that it's not just 53 billion that is due to PhilHealth, it's 69 because of because 69 billion is the certified amount provided by BIR for the syntax earmarking. So hindi nga lang 53, 69 billion. So what is our
Salamat,
response?
Madam Chair.
How do we- Payment cycle for the hospitals? Ano ba yung normal cycle?
Right now po, we shorted it.
Okay, but
Pwedeng 60.
okay, okay.
Cash
Okay.
It's like a new private here.
Okay, so Mr. President, I will enumerate some packages, benefit packages that were increased from 2025 to 2026. So this is the good news. They increased the comprehensive outpatient benefits, the YACAP, which is the Consulta Primary Care, the guaranteed access medication for outpatient, yung paglabas nila or nasa labas sila, may gamot sila, and then emergency care and other outpatient benefits, and then even the inpatient and inpatient benefits, and then Z benefit yung sa catastrophic illnesses. So yan, nag-increase yan from 2025 to 2026. Pero if they do not receive the funding that they expect to receive, then of course these benefits are they actually have plans to continue to increase this until 2027. The benefits I mentioned, so I can give you a total, Mr. President, in 2025 it's 100. Ang enhancement is 39? No. Okay. So the total projected benefit expense is 351 billion for 2026, and then it's supposed to go up in 2027 to 419. But as Her Honor pointed out, if they do not have the support they need, ito yung mga maapektuhan. And of course, it goes without saying, yung mga ospital na nagpo-provide ng services, ayaw naman natin na ma-delay. Kasi right now, PhilHealth is proud to say that they've reduced the time, the cycle from billing to release of payment to 22 days, which is the
Way under
fastest
the
I've
60
heard in years.
turnaround time, yes.
Sayang naman kung babalik pa doon sa matagal, di ba? Because I think
Right.
I think we'll all agree that it's healthy for the economy. It's healthy for the industry, for the private sectors to be paid in a reasonable amount of time.
At salamat, Madam Chair. Klaro yung danger na hinaharap, di lang ng PhilHealth mismo, pero lahat tayo na PhilHealth members, kung yung trajectory ngayon ng PhilHealth na dinadagdagan at tinataasan yung value ng mga benefit packages, yung plano nilang patuloy na gawin ito until 2027 and beyond, 2026, 2027 and beyond, at yung trend na rin nila ngayon na pinaiiksian yung turnaround time to reimburse the medical facilities ay mabitin dahil kung hindi maibigay sa PhilHealth yung mga pondo na nararapat sa kanya at sa kanyang mga miyembro. So this gives us in Congress that added sense of urgency to make sure that such a situation doesn't materialize And therefore, Madam Chair, at the proper time, magiging willing po ba yung komite natin suportahan ang isang proposed augmentation of the 69, so hindi nga 53 lamang, 69 billion pesos, kahit partial, hulugan in tranches over the next 3 years para i-correct at ibalik yung zero subsidy nitong taon, Madam Chair.
This representation agrees wholeheartedly. That is actually the gist of my appeal to DBM earlier, na siguro naman kahit papano pwede naman mag-remit ng a little bit more than is currently being remitted. And with the packages that we see here, it's something really for the people to look forward to, no? Because a lot of it is outpatient benefits, and then of course yung zero balance billing.
Yes. Oo. Maraming salamat para doon, Madam Chair. So this representation looks forward to working with the Chair at the proper time to work out ano yung pinaka-optimal na, in a way, remittance program, no, towards PhilHealth. And mamaya, sa second round ko, maitatanong ko rin nga yung tungkol sa napaka-importanting zero balance billing. Dako po ako, Madam Chair, sa paksa ng premium payment for indirect contributors. So, Mr. President, Madam Chair, UHC promises coverage for all Filipinos. Pero mula sa 198.91 billion pesos na sinisingil ng PhilHealth para sa indirect contributors, 53.26 billion pesos lang ang napondohan or mapopondohan as of tonight para sa 2026. So, paano natin maipaliliwanag sa publiko na less than 27% lamang? So, a little over 1/4 lamang ang inilaan ng gobyerno para sa premium subsidy ng indirect contributors. Kahit malinaw na obligasyon nitong bayaran ito ng buo sa ilalim ng UHC, Madam Chair.
So actually, Mr. President, PhilHealth will not turn away any patient. So any of the sectors that are supposed to be covered by the indirect contributions will still in a way be deemed covered. But the problem is the same as I explained earlier, that in time, obviously, yung benefits na binibigay, paano mapapondohan lahat yon kung kulang, di ba? So wala ngang ito-turn away, pero if lahat yan magkasakit, then there may come, and then right now may reserve fund pa naman, but kaya nga po tinatawag na reserve fund, it should only be touched in times of calamity, emergency, hindi yung taon-taon na lang gagalawin, baka wala ng reserve fund na maiwan, and then ayaw natin mangyari yung dadating tayo sa puntos na wala nang masuportahan na benefits ang PhilHealth, no?
Yes, I agree, Madam Chair. At talagang hindi naman dapat obligahin ng PhilHealth na yun na nga, umasa lamang, mag-operate lamang sa reserve funds niya precisely because by the principle of the Constitution, by the laws themselves, merong at least 3 malinaw na pagkukuhanan dapat. At yun ay hindi dapat sinasakal or hinahadlangan anumang taon. And Madam Chair, dahil sa laki ng shortfall na ito dito sa mga indirect contributors, ano pong mangyayari sa benepisyo ng 14.5 million na indirect contributors na iyon na hindi nabayaran ang premium? Parang kanina yung tanong ko po na what are at stake, what are at risk? And so at ano yung chances na kung meron man, wag sana, pero ano yung chances na mabawasan ang benepisyo ng persons with disability, solo parents, senior citizens, pati po SK officials, Madam Chair, athletes, at iba pang sektor na may garantisadong coverage sa UHC law, Madam Chair?
Wala naman pong kahit anong sektor, whether it's those with disabilities, senior citizens, ito po kasi yung mga indirect contributors, no? Solo parents, wala naman sa kanilang matatanggalan ng benepisyo as this this representation has mentioned. But over time, yung magagandang mga new packages na niro-roll out, yung zero balance billing pa nga lang na pinupondohan pa lang, baka uuwi yung mga tao na malaki pa rin yung balance nila, hindi zero, di ba? But not targeted sa isang sektor. Lahat ng members ng PhilHealth, parang mag-share din sila ng burden ng lack of funding if ganun, if tuloy-tuloy ito. Kaya nga pareho tayong panawagan, Your Honor, na sana kahit quarterly, dagdagan yung talagang supposed to be pondo ng PhilHealth.
Yes, Madam Chair. And that's why nabanggit ko nga po kanina na I look forward to working with Madam Chair para dun sa pinaka-optimal na remittance program from national government towards PhilHealth and back to PhilHealth. Kasama na po kasi yung utang na dapat ibalik. Dahil how long na pwedeng mag-operate ang PhilHealth not with those optimal fund flows, and perhaps at a certain point might be theoretically forced na mag-dip into sa surplus funds niya. So hindi po talaga dapat. And that's precisely, I believe, Madam Chair, the strongest argument we can make towards government. Bagamat kanina, dun sa general principle, sa pamamagitan ni Chair Sherwin, meron na po tayong commitment in principle, no, from the DBCC. Panghahawakan po natin and na ibalik nga at ibigay ang dapat ibigay at ibalik sa PhilHealth. Dahil pag hindi, talagang anong mangyayari? Talagang magiging at risk, manganganib po yung mga benepisyo na ini-ensure ng ating batas ng UHC sa lahat ng contributors, direct at indirect man. At Madam Chair, dahil paulit-ulit na issue ang kulang na premium subsidy, hindi nababayaran ng lahat ng indirect contributors at 5,000 pesos lamang ang premium payment kumpara sa 7,995 pesos na singil ng PhilHealth. Ano po ang malinaw na basehan ng gobyerno sa patuloy na pagbabarat ng premium contribution? At paano balak ng PhilHealth bawiin o kolektahin ang hindi nabayarang premium mula sa national government? I think partially, Madam Chair, natalakay na po natin ito sa plano nating magdisenyo tayo at magkasundo sa national government yung remittance pagbabalik sa PhilHealth, Madam Chair.
Yun na nga po talaga yung kailangan gawin, na makonbinsin natin ng DBM na this amount is rightfully due to PhilHealth and kailangan ng tao kasi naintindihan naman po natin na the last few years parang hindi ho masyado maganda yung rollout ng program. So when I say naintindihan, hindi ibig sabihin na ako ay sumasang-ayon sa desisyon ng DOF and DBM to remove the supposedly 89 billion na naging 60 billion. Pero yung dinadahilan nga nila is hindi naman nagagamit, nakatenga lang daw yung pera. But ngayon na napakaganda ng mga programa, there's absolutely no reason kung bakit hindi pondohan at ibigay yung full support dito sa mga packages na ito na pakinabangan ng ating mga kababayan.
Well, tingin ko, Madam Chair, debatable kung kahit sa mga taon na may judgment ang ibang bahagi ng gobyerno na hindi maganda o hindi pinakamaganda ang performance ng PhilHealth, kung yun ay pwede nilang sabihing basehan nila para kunin nga yung pera na by law dapat talaga nakalaan lamang sa PhilHealth. But we can say, and I join the Madam Chair in saying this, lalo na ngayon na gumaganda lalo ang performance ng PhilHealth at ambisyoso yung mga plano nila, all the more reason those monies taken should be returned at dapat tuloy-tuloy yung flow of funds na naaayon sa PhilHealth, whether through the syntax law or yung annual budget making exercise natin.
With the indulgence of Senator De
Yes,
Veros,
Mr.
the Chair
President.
would like to interject that ever since Dr. Mercado took over PhilHealth, no, there was a big improvement in the rollout of the programs of PhilHealth, and I was a witness. And last year, medyo nagkano pa from the former PhilHealth head. Iba yung concentration niya. I think he was more proud that there was big reserve funds, no, na yun tuloy pinakialaman po. So at least now with Dr. Mercado at the helm, we are very optimistic that even the participation of PhilHealth in the hospital billings, which he committed will be increased likewise, no, in the coming year. So again, I'm also a witness. I had a procedure recently. Sabi po no sa ano pa to, private hospital, that a lot are getting their procedure, yung cataract operation, and PhilHealth is already covering cataract operation, even the lenses, no? So congratulations to Dr. Mercado. At least maganda na at they are working harmoniously with the DOH secretary. Hindi na sila magsusuntukan ng tulad dati. I'm sure that this will benefit most of the members, no? So yun, we wish you all the luck, and we will definitely with you, Secretary, Chairman of the Committee on Health, Sen. Pia, and myself as the principal sponsor of UHC, lahat tayo dito, we will really try to support the PhilHealth now that it has really improved immensely under Dr. Mercado. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, before Her Honor continues her interpellation,
Yes, Madam
I just
Chair.
want to emphasize that when DOF removed the funds from PhilHealth, this representation's position was that if, in fact, funding in PhilHealth is not being used, the solution is to ensure that the executives in charge of running PhilHealth use it and not to remove that funding. So I agree wholeheartedly with Her Honor. Ang ibig ko lang naman sabihin doon sa sinabi kong naintindihan ko, it wasn't like I understand, it's okay. I meant like, pinilit kong intindihin yung logic nila. Nakita ko yung logic nila, pero hindi ako nagsumasang-ayon dun sa conclusion na what conclusion they came up with. Anyway, Your Honor has the floor.
Salamat, Madam Chair. And gusto ko ring makiisa dun sa sentiment na inexpress ni Mr. President. And I join with him and Madam Chair in also sharing the excitement I feel, a renewed excitement working with the new PhilHealth leadership in partnership with the DOH leadership. Dahil nararamdaman ko rin, Mr. President, Madam Chair, yung hindi lang yung kaalaman pero yung care, no, sa PhilHealth leadership, which makes it all the more worthwhile to work as kami sa Kongreso as a partner sa fulfillment ng pangarap ng universal healthcare sa ating state health insurance and health financing pillar ng UHC system. And lastly, Madam Chair, dito sa paksa nung premium payment for indirect contributors, bukas din po ba ang komite sa amendments para masiguro ang full payment ng 14.5 million indirect contributors, or at least, again, kahit additional support for the most vulnerable among them. Halimbawa, persons with disabilities, seniors, youth or SK, solo parents, at athletes para siguradong walang maiiwan sa UHC, Madam Chair.
Full support naman tayo,
Yes.
Mr. President, kung may mga amendments na ganon. Believe me, we have tried. Pinipiga natin ang ating chairman, nangangayayat na nga sa kakapiga natin. But hope flows eternal for PhilHealth, di ba? So pagtulungan po natin yan.
Okay. Yes, Madam Chair. Let's do that. Okay po. And lastly, para sa mga tanong ko sa PhilHealth, yung paborito nating 60 billion peso augmentation for benefit improvement. So finally, let me address the 60 billion peso item for benefit improvements. Congress, as more and more of us, Madam Chair, have stated, Congress must assert that these are PhilHealth's own funds, not appropriated funds from the national government. Kasi po, Madam Chair, bakit ang sariling pera ng PhilHealth ay pinipresenta sa national budget na parang bagong suporta ito? Hindi ba ito misleading sa Kongreso at sa publiko? And lastly, Madam Chair, pwede po ba tayong kumuha ng confirmation kung yung pondong ito ay restricted at tied ba ito sa isang special provision, Madam Chair?
Because it never has. But it was never. Thank you for that question. Maganda hong ipaliwanag sa tao yan, ano. So, tayo po gusto natin maibalik yung pondong yon. If and when Senator Lauren takes the floor, but I think she does intend to take the floor on the same issue, ang paniniwala niya is ibang source dapat yung panggalingan yan. Pero sabi ko naman sa kanya, kung ganon, kunyari supplemental budget, baka lalong hindi makarating.
Yes.
So mabuti nang ibalik na natin ngayon, no? So that is this representation's position. Having said that, yun ding house, naglagay din sila ng 60 billion sa kanilang version sa GAB, pero medyo may mga restrictions ang sa kanila. Sa atin po wala, kasi kinuha na, galing yan sa PhilHealth eh. Bakit mo ibabalik ng may restrictions? And
Exactly,
in
Madam
all,
Chair.
ano naman, inaral naman po natin, ang daming paggagamitan, hindi naman kailangan i-restrict. And kung maganda naman ang management, bakit mo sila pipigilan na gamitin nila sa kung anumang paraan na kailangan? Meron lang mo tayong, ano ba tawag natin dyan? Special provisions. Mga special provisions. We can furnish her honor with a copy. But suffice it to say na wag ko kayong mag-alala, yung ating recommendation wala naman ng restrictions.
Maraming salamat para doon, Madam Chair. Kahit yung konting kabang nararamdaman ko sa posibilidad ng special provision, kahit papano naiibsa ng kahit konti nung sinabi ni Madam Chair na walang kondisyon na ipapataw sa PhilHealth para ibalik sa kanya ang pondong kanya naman talaga sa simula, kinuha sa kanya, kaya gaya ng sinabi ko kanina sa interpellation natin sa general provisions, dapat ituring na utang. At ang utang ay dapat ibalik. At kung kinuha yung perang yon in the first place na dapat hindi kinuha, lalong dobleng hindi dapat isa sa uli na may provision, baliktad, may condition, baliktad po yon. So I'm glad and I'm proud na sa ating Senate version so far, walang kondisyon tayong ipinapataw. And I hope ito yung isa sa pinaka-strongly felt ko na dapat ito yung manaig na formulation sa budget item na to hanggang pagdating sa bicameral conference committee
To be
meeting.
clear, Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Chair.
meron tayong, kasi sabi ko nga, may special provision yan, no? Pero ibang-iba dun sa provision ng House. Ang sa atin po, na magamit ito, including but not limited to. So, kumbaga, in-emphasize lang, we only emphasize those items na priority naman talaga ng PhilHealth. Di natin in-embedded, for example, zero balance billing. So again, I say, including but not limited to. Di gusto nilang maglagay ng 10 million dyan, pwede. Gusto nilang 1 billion, pwede. Choice naman po nila yon. So nag-emphasize lang tayo ng mga programs that they themselves are supporting. I would rephrase it by saying, this is to show support that we in the Senate also believe in those programs. So this is zero balance billing, the benefit packages for catastrophic and high cost. Ito yung tinatawag na Z benefits. And then yung expansion of outpatient, yung yakap. Tapos yung DRG. Yung DRG po, it's the payment system that will be, that we are going to move towards coming from the case rates. So these are all the priorities of PhilHealth. Sinusuportahan lang natin.
Salamat, Madam Chair. And I look forward na, gaya ng sinabi nila kanina, matanggap yung kopya ng proposed special provision para mapag-aralan ko rin completely. Salamat, Madam Chair. So, Mr. President, Madam Chair, for the record, before I suspend in order to give colleagues a chance, and then I can come back with my last questions for DOH. So at this moment, for the record, the 60 billion pesos reflected in the budget should not be considered an augmentation to PhilHealth's funds, as it represents existing funds that already belong to PhilHealth but were taken by the national government. PhilHealth must recover its fiscal year 2025 subsidy, which was previously denied. Malinaw sa bawat Pilipino na obligasyon ng gobyerno na bayaran ang kabuoang premium subsidy para sa indirect contributors sa tama at takdang halaga at ibalik ang premium subsidy na pinagkait ng national government upang mabigyang pagkakataon ang PhilHealth na maabot ang target nitong benefit expenses para sa bawat Pilipino. At huli po, Madam Chair, Malinaw ang listahan ng utang at kulang ng gobyerno sa ating National Health Insurance Program. Gaya ng in-enumerate din ni Madam Chair kanina, 69 billion pesos para sa taong 2025, 72.6 billion pesos para sa premium subsidy ng 14.53 milyong indirect contributors para sa taong 2026. Hindi pa kasama ang sinabi ni Madam Chair kanina na remittances mula sa PAGCOR at PCSO mula pa taong 2019. Bagaman sinisigurado nating may sapat na pondo ang PhilHealth, huwag din nating kalimutan ang obligasyon ng korporasyon na tiyaking hindi mauuwi sa korupsyon ang bawat pisong nilalagak ng karaniwang Pilipino para sa kanilang gastusing pangkalusugan. So at this point, Mr. President, Madam Chair, maraming salamat po. I'll suspend and then just come back second round. Salamat po.
Thank
Thank you,
to Senator Risa Ontiveros for your timely and very, very clear and strong recommendations and observations about the need of PhilHealth for funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tiberos. The next to interpolate is Senator Erwin Tulfo. He is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Madam Chair, let me begin by saying in 2021, only 29% of Filipinos expressed satisfaction with public health care, starkly lower than the Asia-Pacific average of 61% and Singapore's impressive 82% satisfaction rate. This dissatisfaction reflects systematic issues, including a physician-to-population ratio of just one doctor per 25,300 people, far below the WHO recommendation of 1 to 1,000. The shortage of medical professionals, coupled with inadequate infrastructure and public funding, has left the Filipino population vulnerable to numerous health challenges. My question, Madam Chair, ano po ang ideal physician-to-population ratio? Ano po ang current physician-to-population ratio natin?
Requirement ratio, these are based on the SDG indicators, is 14.3 doctors to 10,000 population. Currently sa Philippines, meron po tayong 5.22 doctors for a 10,000 population.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Now, let's go to salary comparison of nurses in the ASEAN region, Madam Chair, Mr. President. In the Philippines, our nurses makes like 40,381 pesos. In Vietnam, equivalent to pesos, it's 63,200. Sa Indonesia, it's 79,000 pesos. Thailand, 83,000. Malaysia, 97,000. Singapore, 236,000. In pesos po yan. And ang tanong ko po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, madalas na po itong naitatanong sa previous Congress, pero ano pong ginagawa ngayon natin para mahikayat yung mga nurses natin na manatili po dito sa ating bayan? Meron na po bang human resource roadmap para ganahan naman yung ating mga healthcare workers natin na dito na lang sila magtrabaho? Madam Chair, Mr. President. Let's see.
Mr. President, I'd like to start with a little bit of history. When this representation was new in the Senate, maybe my first few years, meron na tayong napasa na nursing act no, na may salary increase ang nurses. And being the chairman of the Committee on Health, nag-support po tayo dyan. Yung pala, one of the reasons why DOH couldn't implemented. I don't know if Secretary Ted would, what were you, were you still, what, you were a surgeon in the early 2000, you ka na ba on mga 2006, ganon?
Yes, I was already.
Okay. So, at that time, kaya pala hindi rin ma-implement kasi yung salary ng nurses, natuwang-tuwa naman ako na mabigay ng magandang sweldo, mas mataas na pala sa doktor.
Sure.
So damay-damay yung problema natin. So parang hindi yata yan gumalaw for 10 years. So finally, we passed a new law which was lower, which of course, you know, it's painful. Hindi na ho akong chairman noon, so I'm not responsible for that. But they had to make adjustments kasi nga, you have to address these salaries of nurses, you know, in the bigger picture, the global picture, because they're not the only healthcare workers we have. In fact, His Honor started with a question about the doctor ratio. Then the nurses are a big component, but so are all the other allied health professionals. So to answer His Honor's question, this representation does have a human healthcare resource management bill, but I have not coordinated with the secretary, and I suppose meron din kayong something similar, no? Like a roadmap for human resource. I am certain that DOH on its own would like to see higher salaries for the allied health professions. It is not a secret that we lose most of our nurses. I would say they would train for average of how many years before they leave? So we lose 13,000 a year and we do not even graduate that amount. We graduate less. Again, I am answering from my own experiences as a policymaker for healthcare. What has been done in other countries, which I have also recommended, but I don't really know what progress we have made, is that we enter into bilateral agreements with other countries that are receiving countries so that sila din ang pumondo ng mga nurses na kinukuha din naman nila sa atin. So meron tayong concrete plan. Okay, so meron ng ganun si Austria. I'm happy to hear that because that is something that this representation has been pushing. And included doon yung kinikwento ni Secretary, yung career path, no? Kasi that's what's important to many of them, na how do you upgrade your skills, how do you reach that higher level. So ang nurse 3 natin from 40,000 magiging 75,000 na, which just brings us maybe one tier higher than His Honor's comparison to other countries. But that's what we have for now. I think the long-term plan would really be to recognize that we are a producing country and that our nurses are very, very good, and we maximize that potential by working with the receiving countries, either directly with the countries. I actually have a classmate, so I'm a lawyer, he's a lawyer. Pumunta pa siya dito para ewan ko sino yung kinausap, diretso sa isang ospital. Like, hindi man lang dumaan sa gobyerno. Sabi ko, mahiya ka naman. Dumaan ka naman sa gobyerno. So, G2G ang gustong gawin ni Secretary. So, anyway, I'll end there, Mr. President. I hope it's not a great answer, but that is what we have right now.
Well, I agree with you, Madam Chair. Alam ko naman ho na magagaling po ang ating mga healthcare professionals pagdating dyan. Talaga pong hinahanap ng mga hospitals, lalo na po sa overseas, lalo na po sa Middle East. Dahil at par po ang kanilang talent, ang kanilang skills, kumpara po sa mga nurses overseas, US, Canada, magagaling po. Aside from that, nakakapag-communicate po sila in English. Now, Madam Chair, kumustahin ko lang po ang mga medical services po natin sa ating mga evacuation centers kasi ang problem po dito, yung pag may bagyo, may mga trangkaso yung mga pasyente, worse, yung iba may mga leptospirosis na pala, yung iba po may diarrhea dahil po sa mga contaminated na mga water na ininom nila sa panahon po ng bagyo ng mga baha.
According to the Secretary, Mr. President, pagka merong mga calamities, DOH works with the LGUs and they supplement and they augment the health services being offered. So meron silang minsan na mga scheduling, umaga, hapon, palitan sila ng LGUs so that ma-deliver nila ang health care needs ng mga residents in the evacuation center. So per evacuation center, yan ho ang mga tinatarget nila.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magtungo naman po tayo sa medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients o kung tawagin ay MAIFIP. The 24.238 billion pesos lodged under OSEC will be used for hospitalization and medical assistance to approximately 1.616 million indigent and financially incapacitated patients. My question is, for 2024, ilang indigent and financially incapacitated patients po ang nakinabang o natulungan ng MAIFIP program na ito? And then, also, sasama ko na po yung tanong, paano po ba sila maka-avail ng MAIFIP? Madam Chair.
In 2024, Mr. President, 4.48 million patients were served using the budget of MAIFIP. And on the second question, kung paano sila pwedeng mag-avail, the medical social service or its equivalent at any healthcare facility where the patient accesses health services determines the eligibility for assistance under the MAIFIP program. So there's a social worker that will conduct an interview and they can avail. So sa madaling salita, hindi mo kailangan ng political endorsement para ma-avail yon. Pero maraming, syempre lalapit sila ng tulong sa mga siguro usually nauna dyan yung sa local nila, pero we need to make sure na maliwanag sa mga tao na they don't have to. They can go to the health facility and they will be assisted. Thank you.
Madam Chair, do we have enough manpower to process and release such a huge amount of assistance to indigent patients? And then, what is the disbursement rate of MAIFIP over the years, Madam Chair?
So in 2021, 76% was the utilization. In 2022, 93%, same as 2023, 93%. In 2024, it was 86%. And in 2025, this is only as of September 30, it's 69%. So I don't have the actual, I cannot project, but it would appear naman na aakyat din to, on track sila po for the 90 plus utilization.
My next question, Madam Chair, bakit kaya? Ano ang parang napapansin po natin, tumataas po siya? Well, is there something wrong? I mean, lalo bang dumadami ang mga hirap natin or maraming hospitals na ang private hospitals ang tumatanggap po ng MAIFIP?
So actually, Mr. President, one major reason why there is a higher demand for MAIFIP is around 2 years ago, the private hospitals started accepting MAIFIP. So in the areas where there are no nearby public hospitals, the private ang nakatulong sa mga kababayan natin, and hihingi talaga sila ng tulong dahil medyo usually mas mataas din ang expense doon, so they would need the MAIFIP to help them cover their cost. That's the main reason. And of course, yung benefit packages, dumadami rin. So, mas marami din ang pwedeng makinabang, mas malaki din ang gastos nila.
Is it safe to say, Madam Chair, na maraming mga patients natin, yung mga mahihirap, ang tumatakbo sa private hospitals dahil kulang na kulang po ang mga kama sa mga public hospitals natin, DOH-run hospitals. Could that be also one of the factors why mataas po ang tumataas po yung request para sa MAIP, we call it MAIP, Madam Chair?
That would be accurate. Definitely, yun nga, there are now 803 private hospitals that accept MAIFIP. So definitely the demand for MyFIP would be higher because there's now services that they can avail of from those private hospitals.
Madam Chair, Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines, Incorporated, or PAPI, Batangas chapter released a statement in July that 43 private hospitals in Batangas will no longer accept guarantee letters due to some 480 million debt from the government. Ano na po ang update dito, Madam Chair? Nabayaran na po ba ito?
Bayad na po yan, so okay na. Does His Honor want more details? Nabayaran na po.
Okay. Ang susunod ko po tanong sana, Madam Chair, magkano nga po ang utang ng PhilHealth sa mga ospital? Do we have the figures?
So yung pong kasi naka-divide po ito by what do you call this, the time month, the time frame. So within 90 days na payable, 25 billion ang due. Then there are smaller amounts, much smaller amount like 2 billion due 91 days to 300 91 to 365 days ago na due. And of course, dinatna na ito ng bagong president. And normally, yung habang tumatagal, meron pa tayong over 1 year. These are payments that need to be reviewed, settled, nagka-problema, so pabalik-balik yan. Pero yung current, no, na within the 90 days is 25 billion.
Ang next question, Madam Chair, mababayaran po ba ito? When? Kasi ito po baka pag hindi po nabayaran, baka mag-compound, madadagdagan lang na madadagdagan.
So actually, Mr. President, PhilHealth is and DOH well, PhilHealth is quite proud of the fact that now they're able to settle their bills in an average of 22 days. So within 22 days, itong 25 billion, syempre first in, first out, mababayaran na po yun. Yung mga dati, how are we settling it? Yung mga dati, do you have a... Okay. Okay. Yeah. One of the issues is that if you file beyond the 60 days, the rule has been, wala na yon. Pero ngayon, nagbigay sila ng amnesty na kahit kung yun lang naman ang problema, yung beyond 60 days nag-file, then babayaran nila. So they're addressing this backlog of payments. But the important news here is that yung within 90 days, on track tayo, and the payment time frame is 22 days.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Let's move on to the Philippine Children's Medical Center budget proposal. For 2026, the center originally proposed to the DBM 2.762 billion pesos, but only 1.658 billion or 60.02% has been included in the NEP, which still poses a higher subsidy compared to this year's 1.399 billion, an increase of 258.128 million or 18.44. My question is, PCMC proposed a budget amounting to 2.76 billion, but only 1.65 billion has been included in the NEP. May we know the reasons behind the decrease?
Usually, Mr. President, and the DOH Secretary is confirming now, when we see a decrease from the previous GAA to this year's NEP, it's usually capital outlay, like a project has been fulfilled, and so that amount will no longer be reflected, will not be repeated the following year. And this is the case for PCMC. It was capital outlay that is no longer reflected in NEP because the project is done.
May we know from the Madam Chair kung ano pong capital outlay po ito? Ito po ba ay dagdag na building, dagdag na ospital? Ito po ba ay mga bedrooms o mga wards?
So the short answer is the whole hospital is under construction, but we will check now specifically what is that amount that was part of the capital outlay for 2024 and is not 2025 and is not in the 2026 NEP.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
While we are looking for those figures, Mr. President, I would just like to inform His Honor that the NEP amount for PCMC is 1.66 billion. The GAB amount is 1.81, but I'm proud to say that the Senate version is 3.70. And we put in almost 1 billion for hospital services. There's a detailed there's details here if His Honor would like it. Assistance to indigent, this is 1 billion. For the information of His Honor, we have put 1 billion in all, 1 billion MAIFIP in all the specialty hospitals. And then we have another 10 million for training and research for a total of almost 2 billion, almost 2 billion. So did you find the amount? Yeah. So for the capital outlay that was included last year, which one? Here or here? Dalawa? So there are two items here, Mr. President. It's various infrastructure projects and equipment. So tama si Secretary na kasi various eh. So sabi niya yung buong hospital is under renovation.
Kasama po ba dyan, Madam Chair, yung mga nabanggit ni Secretary before doon sa budget hearing na yung mga health centers na ghost or substandard?
Ano, Mr. President, yung tanong our honor asked about PCMC.
I'm sorry,
So
I'm
my
sorry.
response is
Yes, yes.
for PCMC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, continuing with PCMC, Madam Chair, kaya po bang mag-handle ng PCMC ng mga complicated surgeries like liver transplant or congenital heart defect repair o hindi pa?
Meron ba sila? The answer is yes, Mr. President. You're the only one who's done that. I'm told, Mr. President, that PCMC is the only hospital that has done, how do you say it? Intrafetal surgery, yung nasa loob pa ang baby, na operahan ng baby sa buntis na nanay.
Pero what about liver transplant, Madam Chair? Meron na bang capability?
Yes, they've done it, Mr. President. They've done surgery on 2 patients, Mr. President.
Kasi doon po sa office namin, Madam Chair, yung tinatawag na litro babies, ito po yung problema. They always come to my office every month po. We try to send these babies, 1 or 2 babies sa India para po sa liver transplant. Kaya ako po natanong, baka with the kindness of the Madam Chair, recommend to the Secretary of the Department of Health na magkaroon ng liver transplant kasi medyo mahal po, Madam Chair, $29,000 ang transplant po. Hindi pa po kasama ang pamasahe at saka accommodation.
Yes. For the record, Mr. President, when I was a new senator, that was my priority bill. My father died of liver cancer. So one of my dreams was to have a liver cancer center, surgery, transplants, because my father had a liver transplant in California. I was educated, though, early on by experts, including my seatmate, the late Senator Flavier, that although although no one will deny that it is ideal, no one will deny that it is something that we should achieve, and I'm so happy now that it is happening. At that time, I was redirected to promoting and providing funding for the hepatitis B vaccination, which is the leading cause of liver cancer. It was very frustrating for me because, as I said, my father had a liver transplant, and I would have wanted to prioritize that. And at that time, if I'm not mistaken, there were at least I only knew of 2 liver transplant surgeons in the country, and they had trained abroad, and were very happy to provide their services. But it just wasn't a reality then. So now it is a reality. And I'm very happy to know that aside from yung sa PCMC, meron din pong tie-up with Rizal Medical, and then and Medical City, and then meron din po sa NKTI. So that is good news for us. But like I said, it took more than 20 years for me to see this happen. But the good news is, hepatitis B vaccination is now part of our what's the name of the program? Expanded National Immunization Program, which hopefully we're supposed to see results in a generation, because despite the Philippines having the best liver doctors, and napag-iwanan tayo dahil hindi tayo naging porsigido sa hepatitis B vaccination. And if His Honor wants to ask about vaccination, naghahabol din tayo sa ibang vaccination. But just to complete the story.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chair. Moving on po, under the 2024 COA Annual Audit Report, COA mentioned that the current practice for requiring PWDs in the formal sector to pay premium contributions is inconsistent with Republic Act number 11228, and the lack of comprehensive guidelines may have deprived a portion of this vulnerable sector of the healthcare services and financial protection intended for them under the said law. Republic Act 11228 po, an act providing for mandatory PhilHealth coverage for all persons with disabilities, amending the purpose of Republic Act number 7277, as amended, otherwise known as Magna Carta for persons with disability. Under Section 20-A, all persons with disabilities shall be automatically covered under the National Health Insurance Program of the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. Premium contributions for all PWDs shall be paid by the national government, provided that the premium contributions of PWD members in the formal economy shall be shared equally by their employers and the national government. My question, Madam Chair, nagagamit po ba ng ating mga PWDs ang kanilang PhilHealth? At ano po ang covered benefits para sa ating mga PWDs? Kasama po ba yung kanilang disability, Madam Chair?
So, Mr. President, tama po kayo na covered talaga ang PWD sa contributions ng gobyerno. Covered sila. In fact, yung katanungan po ng kasamahan natin si Senator Risa Ontiveros kanina na yung beneficiaries nito, hindi kompleto ang pondo to cover all the different sectors. But I reassured Her Honor that no one will be turned away. Lahat po yan mako-cover. So in addition to all the benefits that any PhilHealth member can avail of, there are benefit packages for persons with disabilities. Physical medicine, rehabilitation services, and assistive mobility devices.
So what you're saying,
40,000.
so what you're saying, Madam Chair, may ilang grupo ng PWDs na deprived doon sa portion sa vulnerable sector ng healthcare services and financial protection. Meron po.
Sorry, meron na deprive?
Na-deprive
Wala ho.
na portion. Wala naman. All right.
Syempre sabihin ho natin kasi lahat sila covered. Ang pinapaliwanag ko ay hindi man sapat yung premium na contribution ng gobyerno, no one will be turned away. Ang effect nung kulang na contribution ng gobyerno over time, magkakaroon ng deficit. May deficit na kasi nga kulang ang contribution.
Right.
Kukuha sila dun sa reserve fund Pag yan nagalaw ng masyado, baka pati ho yung benefit ng pangkalahatan, not just for a particular sector, baka maapektuhan. Ayaw natin mangyari yun kasi may magandang mga benefits na nilalabas for 2026, tapos pinaganda pa lalo for 2027. Sana tuloy-tuloy ang program, sana mapondohan lahat.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Noong 2019, nag-umpisa po ang Universal Healthcare Law. Bakit po pataas pa rin ang iniluluwal na pera ng Pilipino para sa pagpapagamot? Sa aking panukalang batas po, Madam Chair, kaya po ba na i-cover ng PhilHealth ang 30% ng kabuang bayarin sa ospital? I've been batting for this since I was still in Congress, Madam Chair.
So, Mr. President, that's why ang goal natin sa budget na ito ma-augment pa nga ang zero balance billing kasi habang dumadami at dumadami naman talaga in fairness naman sa PhilHealth at gumaganda yung coverage nung scope ng mga benefit packages. Syempre mahal po 'yon. Mahal 'yon para sa mga ospital dahil dinadamihan na nga at mas malawak yung serbisyong binibigay. Mas mahal 'yon. So tayo naman, because we want the people, especially those that have less financially to be covered, meron tayong zero balance billing at yun yung dinadagdagan natin ng pondo para masigurado natin na yun nga, uuwi sana sila na zero. Hindi ko ma-promise yun kasi hindi ko talaga alam kung sufficient dahil yung earlier interpellation ko mismo sa DBM, almost 300 billion yung utang ng gobyerno sa PhilHealth. Sana kung nandun yon, siguro talagang mapapatupad natin tong zero balance billing para wala nang babayaran yung mga kababayan natin. But I mean, what I'm excited about is that pati sa mga LGU hospitals, nakarating po dyan ang subsidies natin para kasi dati, ang unang sinabi is sa DOH hospitals lang. So kawawa naman din po yung mga mayor natin dahil sila ho ang sinisingil ng mga constituents nila sa mga LGU hospitals. Siyempre, the people do not differentiate, DOH hospital ba to? LGU hospital ba ito? So tayo, nilagyan na natin ng pondo para kahit sang hospital pumunta, DOH or LGU, may dagdag na pondo. And kulang pa, but we're getting there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm not sure kung natanong na po ito ni Senator Ontiveros, pero tatanong ko po yung mahabang pila sa mga public hospitals. Ito lang po, malapit po sa amin, ito pong East Avenue Medical Center sa gabi. Sabi nila, mga nag-aantay daw yon para makapasok. May sabi naman iba, mga bantay daw yon. Ganon din po doon sa National Children's Hospital, dito po sa may E. Rodriguez. Paggabi, dyan sa paligid po, sa lampak po sa sidewalk. Parang nagiging normal na sa Pilipinas kapag may sakit ka at kailangan mong paggamot sa mga public hospitals, pipila ka o magka-camp out ka para lang masiguro na magagamot ka. Paano ba natin po mapuputol itong ganitong klaseng kalakaran? Kasi nga may sakit na nga, Madam Chair, ang sama na ng pakiramdam mo, yung iba buntis pa o matanda na. Bakit parang kailangan pang mas mahirapan sila bago sila makapagpagamot? Sa totoo lang po, nakakababa po ng moral ito. Paano po kaya labanan yung karamdaman mo kung ganito yung trato sa'yo? At and I'm saying, siguro talagang, so what do we plan to do with this, Madam Chair?
So, this is our situation, Mr. President. As our hospitals get better, and I have to say, I've seen them get better because I was chairman of the Committee on Health for 9 years since 2004. And I'm now handling the budget of health for the last 6 years. So nakita ko yung changes over the last 20 years. In fairness, significant naman po, no? So of course, people want to avail of that. Dati honestly, yung survey, the poorest don't even bother to go because wala silang pambayad. So there was a survey in the early years na ang binabayaran ng PhilHealth puro private hospitals kasi hindi na nag-aabala yung mahirap pumunta sa ospital dahil wala namang zero balance, walang ganon. So now we're in a situation where hindi pa naman perfect ang zero balance but the goal is na mabawasan kung pwede nga umuwi sila ng walang binabayaran. So hindi na masyado takot yung tao pumunta pero may takot pa rin. Pero we're encouraging them to go. And then syempre, ang gusto nilang puntahan, yung regional hospital, DOH hospital. Kasi dun ho nabubuhos yung pondo sa mga equipment, pati sa specialista. Kasi was it 2 to 3 years ago when we passed the law where we now have specialty hospitals, specialty centers na nakadikit sa regional hospital. So, pupunta talaga sila doon. But so what we have to do is also educate people that we not everybody has to go there. In fact, it's a issue close to my heart kasi as a woman, as a mother, nakita ko na syempre kung gusto mo dun ka manganganak dun sa ospital. So yung maliliit na ang tawag doon na laying in, birthing center, lying in, not necessarily gusto lang pumunta. So nangyari, may mga ospital na dinikit na lang nila. Nagtayo na lang ng lying in para the confidence then of the mothers na katabi lang nila yung ospital, nandyan lang. So on that note, itong DOH now has bukas centers. These are urgent care facilities to decongest the hospitals, but they can provide the services needed by most of the people. So if kailangan, pwede naman mag-overnight doon, di ba? Pwedeng inpatient. Hindi kailangan, pero pwede. Pwedeng inpatient, pwedeng out. Of course, i-refer naman yun sa tamang hospital kung kasi si urgent care nga lang urgent lang, hindi yung pangmatagalan. So the bukas centers, there are 58 of them, community-based, but hospitals like East Avenue has opened its own in-house bukas kasi nga sa dami talaga ng pumupunta doon.
Madadagdagan pa ba itong urgent care, Madam Chair? Kasi sa abroad, sa US, marami ka na makikita ng mga urgent care. So doon na lang pupunta, pa-check up or something, di po ba? Hindi na, then nadidiklag po yung hospital. Nababawasan po yung pila dahil nasa urgent care na lamang yung mga pasyente. Madadagdagan po ba ito, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. 31 ang naka-schedule for next year at naka-budget na po yun.
Moving on, Madam Chair, thank you. Sa PWD naman po, based on a 5-page legal opinion issued by the DOJ in January, establishments cannot deny PWDs their 20% discount and 12% VAT exemption on the ground that the authenticity of PWD ID cards presented to agencies, restaurants, shops, or stores are doubtful because this cannot be ascertained at the time of their presentation. Note that while verification is conducted to the Department of Health, PWD registry, the registry does not yet contain the complete listing of PWDs in the country for various reasons. Question 1 po, can an establishment deny PWDs the 20% discount on the basis of fake ID, even if the disability is apparent? Can an establishment deny PWDs their discount on the basis of fake ID? Baka magduda po, nagdududa siya na fake po yun, even if the disability is apparent.
Sorry, nalito lang po ako kasi sabi ko, pata na tayo napunta sa tindahan, DOH to, sorry. So the secretary is explaining that DOH is the one that registers the PWDs. How the master list is, so kayo nag-update yan. However, ang LGU ang nag-i-issue ng ID. So may lag of time yan na minsan may ID na tapos hindi pa yan encoded. So paano niyo isosolve yun? So of course, the first thing is we are requesting the LGUs na pag-issue mo ng ID, pa-encode na kaagad, agad-agad, no? So, pero ano ba kayo, parang, what do you call that, like real time? Real time naman. So, may lag din sa LGU. So, well, maybe you can issue more, some more advisory sa LGU kasi kawawa nga yung pasyente. Kaya yun yung tinatanong ko na paano nangyari yun. Dahil nga, hindi na re-register pero mag-i-issue ka agad ng card.
All right. My question, Madam Chair, my follow-up question will be, paano kung talagang, physically handicapped ka, talagang pilay ka, you only have one leg, pero you have fake PWD ID. Is it okay or i-deny niya kasi fake yung ID or expired yung ID? Ano ho ang prinsipyo rito? Ano ho ang susundin na rule?
Meron ng opinion ng DOJ. Sabi ng DOJ, denial and withholding PWD benefits privileges solely because the authenticity of the PWD ID card cannot be verified at the time of presentation does not comply with the existing laws and implementing rules and regulations. So katulad nung binigay niyong example, nakitang-kita naman na PWD, hindi po sila dapat i-turn away at kailangan ibigay yung kanilang discount.
My other question, Madam Chair, ang PWD IDs po ba ay subject to renewal? Kahit po yung kanyang disability ay inborn or kitang-kita naman na one leg na lang po or isang mata na lang or talagang mayroon po siyang disability sa paningin, bulag po. Bakit po kailangan i-renew ang PWIDs for PWD with permanent disability? Why is that?
Hindi po aware ang secretary kung ano yung validity ng mga IDs, pero maybe in the interest of helping our PWDs, magkaroon tayo ng clear guidelines para standardize ang implementation, issuance ng mga IDs. Like katulad nun, talaga namang naputulan ng paa, hindi natutubo yun, di ba? So, hindi nga kailangan nga ng ID, sabi ni secretary. So, baka guidelines na lang. So, yun, hindi nga kailangan pumila. Ba't hindi sila aware kung ano ba yun? Annual ba yun? Or, kasi, tinanong ko rin paano kung temporary lang yung sakit? Wala naman daw ganun. Kasi kung temporary yun, hindi daw yung PWD. Ang PWD is medyo lifetime na.
Kasi, Madam Chair, meron po mga PWDs, kailangan diabetic, diabetic ho yung tao or PWD or may cancer PWD, paano kung gumaling ho yun? So, I mean, kailangan siguro na renewal, pero yung mga kitang-kita naman, I mean talagang meron siya disability sa paningin, putol ho yung isang paa niya. I believe, hindi na kailangan niya mag-renew siguro ng PWD ID.
May maiksing sagot lang, huwag mo na akong kwentuhan ng mahaba. Hindi. So ano sagot natin doon sa ano? I'm still searching for an answer, Your Honor.
Well, Madam Chair, for the clarification of the Madam Chair and the Secretary, this representation filed a bill this month na hindi na po kailangan i-renew ang ng mga PWDs na may permanent disability. I just hope na it will pass very soon.
Okay.
We filed a
So may
bill.
bill pala tayo. Yeah. Okay. So to be clear, 5 years validity yung ID. And then they distinguish between non-apparent and apparent disability. Pag apparent, hindi mo na nga kailangan hingan ng ID. Pero pag non-apparent, yeah, the establishment can ask for an ID.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Meron ba tayong unified PWD ID system, Madam Chair?
Okay. So DSWD plans to do that, Mr. President. It is not yet existing though.
Would you happen to know, Madam Chair, kung i-incorporate po ba ang PWD ID sa ating national ID? Para hindi na po
Pwede
dala-dalawang
naman,
ID
yes,
dyan.
that seems like a good idea, Mr. President.
Moving on, Madam Chair, cancer patients, according to NEP, the amount of 1,250,000,000 pesos appropriated herein for Cancer Assistance Fund shall be used to fund the cost of cancer prevention, screening, early detection, diagnosis, treatment, and its care-related components, including the needed diagnostics and laboratories for cancer management of cancer patients. persons living with cancer, cancer survivors, and other individuals subject to existing guidelines issued by DOH. For 2025 po, kumusta ang utilization rate ng Cancer Assistance Fund po natin?
%, Mr. President. 87% dispersed.
All right. Sa last budget hearing po, ang fund po ay limited only to cancers of the breast, childhood, gynecologic, liver, colorectal, adult blood, head and neck, lung, prostate, urinary, bladder, and kidney. May we know if na-expand na po ang coverage nito? If not, why? Nadagdagan po ba?
It's expanded, Mr. President. It now includes what are the last two: lung and prostate and urinary bladder cancer. Those are the two new additions, Mr. President. Mr.
So, Madam Chair, nadagdagan pa.
Yes.
I mean, dumami pa.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ito po yung tanong ko kanina na naguluhan po ako na tanong ko doon sa PCMC. Ito pong sa barangay health centers po natin. Ano po ang mga common health problems po ba, Madam Chair, na isinasanggunin ng ating mga kababayan sa tuwing pumupunta po sila sa ating mga barangay health centers? Must we really have a barangay health center, Madam Chair?
Mr. President, I'm sorry I didn't hear your question because my team is pointing out to me that we have a special provision in our bill where we no longer have a restriction on the kind of cancer that can be supported. Yes.
So lahat na po.
Lahat na. Including Oh, yeah. Yeah. So actually, even yung relatives nila ng cancer patient can be checked, can be screened because yung iba doon, yung ibang kind ng cancer is hereditary.
Oh, that's very good news, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I only heard the last part of His Honor's question na kailangan pa ba?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ito pong barangay health centers po natin, common health problem. Ano po ba ang sinasangguni ng mga kababayan natin na nagtutungo po sa barangay health centers? Do we really need this pa ba? Itong mga barangay health centers?
Yes,
ito?
Mr. President, kasi ito yung ano natin mga frontliners. So a lot of the especially in geographically isolated areas, this is the most effective, no? Sila yung first contact. And I would say, like for example po sa Taguig, no, I speak from our experience, meron kaming super health centers na meron na yan mga diagnostic, di ba, may labs pa sila dyan, and some, what we call it, Secretary, yung urgent, yung mga procedure, yung mga simple procedures, they can do that. And yet, very effective yung barangay health centers kasi yun yung unang takbuhan ng mga, let's say, for example, you're a breastfeeding mother o biglang di lumalabas yung gatas mo or yung baby mo nagkalagnat. These health centers can assist, Mr. President.
Madam Chair, meron po kasi mga barangay health centers po na wala pong gamot. I mean, may tao po, may parang barangay health worker po roon, pero pag humingi na po ng gamot, wala po na ibibigay. Ang sasabihin lang, bumili ka dyan sa sari-sari store, dahil may paracetamol lang naman yan, sakit sa ngipin lang yan, or sipon, kailangan mong bumili sa tindahan.
Okay. So, Mr. President, the problem is healthcare is devolved. So, there are LGUs that are very proactive in supporting the funding the needs of their barangay health centers, and there are those that are not. For those that cannot, because they are, what is the term? They are geographically isolated and disadvantaged, then the national government steps in, both with the human resource aspect and medicines. But for those who should be able to afford, because it's devolved, the easiest example I can give, which is not not a happy example, is diba sa states federal din, may states na maganda, may states na pangit. So ganun din talaga, lumipat ka na lang sa mas maganda kung talagang bulok yung serbisyo doon. I mean, sadly, but that's the problem with devolution, Mr. President.
All right. During the House plenary debates on DOH's proposed 253 billion budget for 2026, Akbayan Representative Chel Jokno questioned why only 200 out of the 600 health centers built under the HFEP were functional as of 2025. May we know how many health centers do we have right now? How much is the budget allotted for health centers, Madam Chair?
So, yeah, so it is correct, Mr. President, that there is quite a large number of super health centers that are not functional. And there are various reasons for it. From my understanding, these are usually products of MOA between the national government and the local, wherein they are supposed to provide the manpower. So some don't, so tapos na, pero walang manpower. Then sometimes walang water and electricity. There's a list. We actually have a list of what are the reasons for these 204 completed but not yet operational health centers. And those are the main reasons that I have pointed out, Mr. President. Lack of utility connection, lack of human resource, and then there's a few more that they're still determining what are the causes. Siguro yung mga sa malalayong lugar. So we don't have a clear, we don't have the feedback yet, but hindi pa to functional.
Can we ask the good chairman to submit us a report or a list?
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on, Madam Chair, I only have like, well, actually one or two questions left. Top concerns for health in the 2024 survey by Manulife Asia Care. Here are the top 5 concerns for health, which they call feared illnesses. Heart disease, number 1, diabetes, 2, stroke, 3, cancer, 31, flu and pneumonia, 26. Pero if based on research and not on surveys, here are the top concerns for health. Ischemic heart disease, cancer, cerebrovascular disease, hypertensive disease, respiratory tuberculosis. My question, Madam Chair, is do you agree that our number 1 health concern now ay heart disease po? A disease that can be prevented though through healthy lifestyle, Madam Chair?
Yeah, so Mr. President, His Honor is correct. Heart disease is the number 1 killer, and it is a lifestyle disease that can be addressed by a change in lifestyle, Mr. President.
Do we have enough manpower, enough programs to educate our people, Madam Chair? Sa barangay level pa lang, dapat sana ay aggressive na po ang health education natin. And fortunately, sa barangay po natin, kung ano-ano po kinakain ng mga kababayan po natin.
Actually, Mr. President, that is my personal advocacy. I want people to exercise. I want people to walk, to run, to bike, to eat well, to get some sunshine in the morning, to know what kind of food is good for them, what is not good for them. Now, how do you do that? You promote it. So may budget tayo, the health promotions budget. Taon-taon, pinupondohan natin yon, taon-taon nababawasan. Hindi tingin ng ibang tao na importante ito. There is a recommended amount. It is 1% of the total budget, because how would people know? 'Di ba? Like kung mahirap ka basta may kanin, okay ka na. Pero that is not the ideal diet. Kailangan mo ng protein, kailangan mo ng mga fibers. Akala nila mahirap sila kung puro gulay, pero actually pagkain ng mayaman ay puro gulay kasi yan ang nakakabuti. So kailangan talaga ng ng health promotion. So pinapakita sa akin ni Secretary na ito po yung ang ganda naman ito, di ba? So makikita mo yan, health behavior, physical environment. Kulang ho tayo sa parks. Kaya nga ako, happy ako pag naririnig ko na pinopromote ang park, DNR, DNR, DILG, DOH, DPWH, magtulong-tulong sana to build more parks, di ba? But sadly, parang mall is the destination, and then yung pagkain, fast food, hindi ho talaga the best yun. But in fairness, pag pupunta ako sa Luneta, ang daming nagpipiknik. And nandun sayaw-sayaw, tapos may nagma-martial arts. Kaya parang for me, if you build it, they will come. You build parks, people will go there. So I hear His Honor. It's a personal advocacy of this representation. I hope we can promote it more, and even DOH is really wants to. Okay, so paringgan natin si Chairman din, at saka kasi sa NEP 2.53 ang health promotion. That's already 1% of the budget. Si Gab naging 1.11, and sadly sa Senate 1.11. So sana magtulungan tayo na ibalik natin, kasi ito rin yung same na nag-increase ang youth natin na nagve-vape. Because uso. Pero kung sana maganda ang promotions natin, nakakasama sa iyo yan, hindi yan safer. Pero yung mga tobacco companies, may budget sila para itulak sa mga tao na mag-vapes. So, yun. So, sana maibalik yung 1 billion na nasa NEP, kasi hindi dapat dyan kinuha yon. Dapat kinuha dun sa mga ghost project, hindi dito sa health. Pinainit nyo tuloy yung ulo ko. Pero alam ko, susuportahan nyo ako dito, kaya balik natin.
Promise, Madam Chair, we will support. Pero before I yield the floor to our colleague here for the questioning.
So, Mr. President, I will make a recommendation as the chairman of the budget of health. Maybe His Honor will join me na pagbalik natin yan, lagay din natin sa capital outlay, kasi that can be used to build parks. Simple lang naman yun eh. We can even enter into MOOEs na hindi mo naman kailangan i-build yung park dahil lupa lang naman yun. Pero you have to put a restroom, di ba? You have to make it conducive to people to go there and to visit. Yun lang, Mr. President.
One last question, Madam Chair, and I really do thank you for your patience. May ginagawa na po ba ang Department of Health, Madam Chair? Ito pong problema na medyo dumarami po lumalaki. Suicide. Hindi lang po mga kabataan, we thought na nasa Gen Z ang problema, pero kanina po mayroon sa newspaper, isa pa nga pong pare yata who took his own life in Visayas region. Meron din po report, middle-aged person. Meron na po bang study ginagawa ang Department of Health on how to prevent this? Alam ko po, parang kasi uso po sa ibang bansa, uso po sa Asian neighbors natin, parang pumunta na rin dito sa atin. What must we do? Is there already a program by the DOH para masawata po ito, mapigilan na? Not totally pigilan, kundi yung number ay bumaba. Kasi parang every week po merong taking their own life. Bata, matanda, middle age. Walang pinipili po, babae, lalaki, tatalon sa ganito. Meron na po ba study ang Department of Health on how to prevent this?
Yes, Mr. President. Marami naman hong package. Marami hong programs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's around 10 programs. There's community-based mental health. There are suicide prevention initiatives. There is the mental health crisis hotline. Medyo marami to, 10. And there's a tie-up with DepEd, Lusog Isip, including peer counseling. Where the senior high school student would counsel the younger ones. And I think it's very important for people to know there is also a mental health package under PhilHealth. So it includes yung initial screening, follow-up consultation, 12 at most, not bad ha? That's not bad at all. 12 at most, and then assessment and diagnostics.
So what is your advice, Madam Chair, kung nakaka-experience po yung bata, yung tao ng ika nga loneliness or
Hotline.
usually po may ang nararamdaman po nila is parang they think they're all alone, they cannot solve the problems, kailangan po nila ng guidance. What must one person do or a parent do or a relative do? Kailangan po bang kontakin ang PhilHealth dyan or yung Department of Health? Saan po sila
So
pupunta
may
para
hotline po
magpagamot?
tayo. It's the National Center for Mental Health Hotline, 1553 or 0919-057-1553 or 0917-899-8727. But let's keep in mind that there are community-based programs and school-based programs. So for a parent, they can also just check in the school. Siguro maaga pa lang, alamin nyo na sa school nyo kung may ganon, and then find out din sa community. But at least these are the national programs and the numbers that they can access.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for your patience indeed, and Secretary Arbosa. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you po.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Before Senator Legarda, the chair just like to, because for me, suspend the session for a while. Session suspended.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpret is Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the distinguished lady sponsor, an advocate of health, which I support, yield to questions that will lead to clarity on the DOH budget and perhaps even to increase some of its pertinent provisions?
Of course, Mr. President, we're always happy to hear Senator Lawrence interjections.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me first to ask about the fiscal integrity and evidence-based costing in the Health Facilities Enhancement Program, the HFEP. I recall, Mr. President, pre-pandemic when I was defending the budget and there was a big cut in the House version of the HFEP, and it was the former Senate President Frank Drilon who asked for a restoration of how many billions of the HFEP budget then, which brought to the national spotlight the importance of all the health facilities, which I will deal with later, only to find out that eventually during the pandemic and even post-pandemic, that these health facilities are sometimes built in a substandard manner, and some are not even utilized efficiently. So my question is, in the 2026 National Expenditure Program for the DOH budget, there are billions allocated for the construction, upgrading, and equipping of health facilities. A review of the HFEP line item breakdown reveals numerous repeated and uniform budget amounts, including identical infrastructure costs, 10 million, 12 million pesos, uniform medical equipment allocations, 2 million, 4 million pesos, and even repeated motor vehicle costs, 1,646,200. Just some samples across dozens of projects, regardless of regional variations, facility type, or service capability. These patterns suggest the use of template-based costing rather than needs-based and engineered estimates. This raises potential issues of lump sum style budgeting, perhaps weak project planning, and risks of underutilization, especially given HFEP's history of uncompleted and idle facilities, contractor failures, and absorptive capacity challenges. So my question is, why do all these HFEP line items across multiple regions reflect possibly identical or uniform cost allocations? If that is how the DOH allocates its programs, kindly give us clarity on how it's done. What methodology or cost estimation process did the DOH use to arrive at these repeated amounts?
Mr. President, the answer there is quite simple. There is a menu provided for the different types of health facilities, and there are standard costings indicated for each. So I suppose the LGUs would just base on these costings when they make their request. So for a polyclinic, it's 20 million pesos. That's infra plus equipment. For a super health center, it's 15 million. That's 10 infra and 5 equipment. For a barangay health station, it's 2.5 million. That's infra equipment. So that's why I suppose the submissions are pretty similar, because it is based on a menu provided by, provided and approved by DOH and approved by DBM, no?
We know that it's not the DOH that implements this, it's a DPWH. And in the DPWH hearing, they said that the costing per region varies. In fact, the reduction of the DUPA, or the detailed unit price analysis, differs, and even the CMPD
reduction varies per region. So I am confused then if the DOH does that for their own structures, why are the barangay health stations, the urban health centers, rural health units, district hospitals, and so on, the different kinds of health facilities have uniform cost allocations? When DPWH themselves say that the costs vary depending on whether it's urban or rural, mountain barangay, or city barangay, or coastal barangay. And so that's my confusion. If it's a DPWH structure, but DPWH implements this as well.
Mr. President, to be clear, when the budgeted amount is less than 5 million, that is DOH that implements it. And then when it is over 5 million, that is when it goes to DPWH. However, in both cases, DPWH follows the detailed architectural and engineering plan design approved by DOH. So if, let's say, a particular LGU has maybe, I've just example, different terrain or special needs, then they will most likely make that a phase 2 because the standard is what they will follow, and they can just augment that later on, Mr. President, the following year usually. They will approve it, and that's the time that it will, they can proceed. It is DOH that gives.
HFEP actually went to this process with the DPWH.
So as I said earlier, if it's less than 5 million pesos, it does not go to DPWH.
But over
That's
that,
the DOH. So that one is directly with the LGU. As for the others, the answer should be yes. I don't know though if there
I
are some
actually
that
want to know
lumusot.
the truth because we've seen so many substandard, unfinished, underutilized health centers.
Pero pag sa NEP, pasok. So, pero pag nangyari ba? So, when it's in the NEP, it really goes through the process. But when it is an amendment that happens anytime after the NEP, there are times in the NEP that it is, like they said, tier 2, so okay na yan, na-budgetan lang ng proponent, the legislator, wala naman ding, it's easy because it's part of the plan already. But if it's a last-minute amendment, let's say in the BICAM, then, and again, sometimes it could have possibly been part, but there are times that it's not. So then they would have no opportunity to, they will still review it, but it will come after the fact that there was already a budget allocated.
So I will ask this as well with the DPWH. The DOH says that over 5 million, they had conducted detailed engineering designs, architectural plans, and bills of quantities for each project above 5 million. May I know which agency or bureau under the DOH actually does this coordination with the DPWH?
HFEP,
The head of HFEP,
yes.
do they actually
Management
have
Office.
the
HFEP
capability
Management Office.
for engineering, for architecture,
They have
and
engineers
costing,
there, Mr. President.
costing all this? Having said that, may we know whether the trip that was discussed earlier under the DBCC, the 3-year requirement of DBM and DepDev, was this complied with by the Department of Health? Is the Department of Health one of the agencies under the TRIP program of both DepDev and DBM? And are all your projects compliant with the TRIP?
The answer is yes. Yes, they are part of DepDev, and yes, they are compliant.
This, I'm referring to the 3-year rolling program discussed by both DepDev and DBM, which they say is a requirement, and I read into the record the memo earlier of DBM, but they admit that DPWH did not comply with the TRIP program. And so if DOH, HFEP programs above 5 million are being implemented by the Public Works Department, who according to the economic team earlier claimed that they are not compliant, how can we say that the health centers that will be built by DPWH are compliant with the 3-year rolling program of the executive department?
Mr. President, there is a Philippine Health Facility Development Plan, a 5-year plan. So they adhere to that to ensure that they are compliant.
Yes. I hope the Secretary is aware of the TRIP because there's a memo on that by DepDev and by DBM. And they admitted that some agencies of government totally ignore them, and DPWH is one agency that did not submit TRIP. And so I am at a quandary to understand if DOH says that they are TRIP compliant with DepDev, but then your implementing agency is DPWH, which is non-compliant according to DepDev and DBM.
The Secretary is explaining to me that DPWH just constructs, but they don't make the plan. So the DOH is the one that makes the plan. So as long as they construct according to plan, then it will be compliant.
Okay. We hope to confirm that. We believe you. We'd like to believe that the DOH is compliant with the memorandum order of the economic team. And yes, we will find out from DepDev and DBM if indeed the DOH is compliant. And yes, because you make your own plans and it's simply DPWH that implements it. So may we know whether DOH maintains a central geotagged and engineering validated inventory of all HFEP facilities, including the detailed cost components? Or is it the DPWH that does this because they're the ones who construct it? Or do you do it jointly?
Yes. The HFEP maintains geographic coordinates of all funded projects, and they consider this a critical tool for planning, budgeting, and accountability.
Given the HFEP's history, and I hate to say this, but this is what we hear on the ground, of uncompleted and abandoned projects in some jurisdictions, what safeguards has a DOH implemented to prevent the repetition of template costing that contributed to prior implementation failures?
One, yeah. Mr. President, there are the common reasons for the non-operational health centers are lack of utility connection, no human resource. Those are the two main. And then there are still some that require validation as to what are the specific causes for their non-functionality.
You're correct, Madam Sponsor. In fact, despite the 260.2 billion proposed budget for fiscal year 2026, currently at 262.8 billion in our Senate version, many hospitals and health facilities remain either incomplete, idle, or non-operational. Around, correct me if I'm wrong, 400 out of 600 health centers under the Health Facilities Enhancement Program remain unused due to delays, LGU staffing issues, as you mentioned, abandonment even by contractors. Several regional hospitals are still operating at 151% capacity, creating severe congestion and limiting access to essential health services. There are also reports of fully paid yet unfinished projects raising questions of transparency and oversight. So may we be enlightened on how many idle or unfinished health facilities are currently recorded under the DOH Health Facilities Enhancement Program? And may we know the projected cost and the timeline to complete these unfinished structures?
We actually have 1,823 facilities identified as needing completion with an estimated cost of 32.4 billion pesos. Timeline, I think this would be per facility basis, so I think we will have to submit that in writing because each would have a different timeline. What was the other question? Timeline?
That was, so 32 billion to complete the more than 1,800 unfinished structures.
Yeah, that is the cost, yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is
May
correct.
I know whether this 32 billion is already included in the NEP of DOH? It should be, because in our earlier interpellation of the DOH, of the DBM budget, they said that the priority would be on unfinished structures when I mentioned the DOH. And it would be commonsensical for the DOH to present in its expenditure program and prioritize, aside from new construction, to prioritize the completion of unfinished projects. So is it in the NEP?
So it is not in the NEP, but when this representation reviewed the budget, it was our decision that definitely there is a need for funding, but we needed to get the details from the Department of Health to find out, you know, which one are the easy fixes. Like in the same way that I cannot give you an answer right now because I don't have the details. We needed the details to be able to provide the exact recommended figure, and that is also the stand of the Finance Committee Chair. So if we will get that, and I believe that the Finance Committee is open to it because this has been, I think, part of the discussion that let us just complete because there are so many that are in need of completion.
Mr. President, Madam Chair, is it not supposed to be basic common sense for the agency to prioritize and submit the unfinished structures, considering that these are not mammoth buildings, but maybe 5, 10, 20 million structures? That should have been done on the first year of its GAA inclusion, and if not completed, perhaps on the second year at most. But for more than 1,800 health structures not completed, and the need for 32 billion to finish it, and DOH would have to ask the Senate to amend the budget to include 32 billion to finish it,
it just baffles me why DOH did not include it in their NEP unless the DBM did not accept it and made it on tier 2. But in my interpellation earlier with the DBM, they said the priority would be on unfinished structures rather than new construction. I want to understand that.
So actually, Mr. President, when I look at this, 32.4 billion no, is the cost of estimated cost to complete, and the bulk of that is with the hospitals, and there's 218 of them. So I asked the secretary, do you have the details? Meron naman, and that is actually in their tier 2 request. So nandyan pala sa tier 2. Kasi na-over na sila dun sa acceptable budget nila.
This really, there's a disconnect. If you listened earlier today in my interpellation of the DBM budget, they cited that their priorities would be not new construction, and I was referring to health, the chair is here, but on the priority of completing unfinished structure. And then here, at 11:04, I am told that it's in tier 2 and it was not a priority. There's really a disconnect between agencies of government. And if the DOH is indeed ready with all the plans to finish, imagine all these structures, nakikita, wala yung second floor, walang pinto, walang bintana, while people in the provinces are awaiting the completion of specialty clinics and hospitals and barangay health stations over the 5 million mark. I expressed my frustration because I was informed earlier that the priority would be to finish incomplete structures. And if we do not amend the GAB and do not find the 32 billion in the GAA, which many call an insertion, but it is a necessary amendment, what happens to the people in the provinces who are awaiting the completion of these hospitals? They would have to wait till 2027 again, praying and hoping that DOH will fund the completion of their health centers.
Actually, Mr. President, there are hospitals, health facilities for completion that were included in Tier 1. But because there are so many that are in need of completion, there's a lot more left in Tier 2.
May we ask for the list of the 1,800 centers? And just, let's be candid about it. Bakit po palaging ganyan? And this is not only in the time of Sec. Herbosa. Even when I was defending the health budget pre-pandemic, ganyan na rin ang problema. There's always some unfinished structure, and it's not just one or two. It's by the hundreds and hundreds and by the billions of pesos. So why do they start to build at all if they do not complete it?
Yeah. So, Mr. President, the reason it's like this, why are we like this? The reason we are like this, according to the Secretary, is because of the zero budgeting. They can only ask for the budget that they can consume in a year. So when they have these hospitals that they know, let's say 1 billion or even 500 million, hindi talaga matatapos siya ng 1 year. So they will only ask for a partial budget. So nabibitin yun. Then they will have to request that for next year. So maraming that really go through phases, Mr. President.
Yes, but when it goes through phases, a MAYOA should be automatic, applicable to the next year. There is no reason why the funding agency would put it to tier 2 when it necessarily has to be finished within that span of time, right?
I see. They used to be strict with the MAYOA, which would allow them to finish the project. But I don't know, maybe there's a huge amount of projects and they need to put their funds in other projects. So nabibitin daw, naiipit daw yung pondo nila dun sa mga continuing projects. That's the answer of the Secretary.
I will leave it at that. I would just simply request for the list of all incomplete buildings
we will submit.
in HFEP, whether it's a barangay health station, a malasakit center or polyclinic, or regional or district hospital. But are there idle facilities which remain non-operational, not because of the incompleteness of the structure, but due to LGU staffing or local counterpart support? And what kind of coordination or even incentives does DOH do so that LGUs provide their counterpart?
So, Mr. President, the DOH provides support for geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, whether it's human resource or just augmenting for the equipment, they really provide. But because, again, I'll repeat, because healthcare is devolved, then the others who don't fall under this classification, and one more classification, yung just those in the 5th or 6th class municipalities, they also receive support. So the others, because of the principle of devolution, are supposed to take care of these other requirements to ensure completion, and that is usually lack of utility connection, that is on them, and then lack of human resources, that is also on them, Mr. President.
So would DOH actually yield to a request of an LGU that is not capable of all these challenges on the ground? There must be some level of coordination, because why would DOH put a budget and build a health facility if the LGU would say that they are not capable of their local counterpart support, or would not have, let's say, a medical practitioner?
So, Mr. President, they actually enter into a MOA with these LGUs, and so they have to trust that the LGU would also comply with their obligation. If they don't, there is nothing they can do. They cannot take over for everyone. Of course, for example, when as we continue to have an issue with the rate of vaccination, what do you call it, the number, fully immunized child, then they will deploy. They will send vaccinators all over the country to vaccinate. And of course, this will be, what the areas that will be prioritized are those disadvantaged areas. They will really do that. But they have to count on the LGU to be able to provide their counterpart agreement, their counterpart commitments. I had this discussion also with my staff, Your Honor, and I was saying that to a certain extent, and I'm just telling DOH now as we speak, I think you can also, if it is that common for LGUs to renege on their agreement, you might want to assess what is the human resource capability in that region and in that area. Because if you know it's already on the low end, that goes back to our basic law on the Doktor Para sa Bayan. We don't have an allied health professional law yet, but that is my bill, where we want to ensure that there is access to these health professionals all over the country. Kasi kung talagang ano lang sila sa Metro Manila, it's gonna be really hard to assume that they can they can get the human resource for these areas. Parang you're just creating a system that is going to fail because hindi talaga sila maka-attract ng mga tao doon. But, for example, kung doktor lang, and in the area, you know that there's already a local medical school there, then you know that the chances that they will be able to attract a doctor is quite high. So things like that, Mr. President, but that will not be resolved overnight.
Okay. In my experience, when there's a polyclinic, and I'm referring to my province of Antique, it took them quite a while, and they had to request through me for a qualified medical practitioner to handle the polyclinic.
Yun
So
talaga.
I'm
Yeah.
wondering whether assessment was made because tinayo yung polyclinic pero wala naman tao, wala mang papatakbo, walang nurse, walang doktor. In fact, it took some years before a nurse or a doctor could be deployed to that area. Having said that, I hope that the DOH would do closer coordination with LGUs so that structures are not built where local capability support is not given or where there's no possibility of medical practitioners in that area. Sayang ang ibang structures. I proceed now to LGU hospital readiness, yes, at what we're talking about, and the accountability for effective zero balance billing implementation. During our hearing on October 1st, the department proposed an LGU assistance fund with no specific proposed amount to support the implementation of the zero balance billing in Level 2 and Level 3 local government hospitals. And the proposal aims to compensate LGUs that admit the overflow of patients from DOH hospitals while maintaining zero out-of-pocket costs for patients. So questions remain on funding design, LGU readiness, governance accountability, especially since many provincial hospitals lack sufficient staff, equipment, and financial capacity to comply with the zero balance billing. So, may I be informed how many LGU hospitals are currently accredited by PhilHealth and capable of providing full zero balance billing implementation? This has been also discussed in the news many times, and people are hopeful that all hospitals are now zero balance billing.
So, Mr. President, zero balance billing is a DOH program. It is not an LGU program. So, sorry, it is. Yeah, it is a DOH program. So, hindi covered po dito ang local government.
DOH retained hospitals.
Yes,
would be
DOH
able
lang ang
to.
covered. So,
Yes.
actually, I've mentioned it a couple of times in the hearings and on the floor today, a few days, some other occasion. Now, the problem now with the LGUs is that the mayors, of course, would like to deliver on this, but they also don't have the funding to provide for zero balance billing. So what we did in our Senate version, this subcommittee recommended that part of the MAIFIP be transferred to zero balance billing for LGU hospitals para naman makatulong tayo. But to answer Her Honor's question, how many of them can fulfill the zero balance? Hindi siguro kasi pag 1 billion ho yung nailipat natin. Kung gusto ho ng Senate na dagdagan natin, by all means, dagdagan natin. Kasi 352 ang LGU hospitals. We will still have to ask DOH kasi tayo na ho ang gumawa ng paraan to give them funding. They will also have to prepare the guidelines for that on how it will be accessed because this funding does not exist currently.
Just to be clear, the zero balance billing will only be for DOH retained hospitals. But the DOH
And specialty centers.
and specialty centers.
Yeah.
And the DOH in its hearing mentioned about the LGU Assistance Fund. Is the LGU Assistance Fund, I suppose, to help the LGUs and their local hospitals? Is this included in the NEP and carried in the Senate committee report? And is this over and above the 1 billion manifested by the good sponsor to assist LGUs for zero balance billing for the LGU hospitals?
So, Mr. President, as I was saying, what is approved by the Finance Committee is this subcommittee's recommendation to provide for zero balance billing in LGU hospitals in the amount of 1 billion. Yung gusto ng DOH does not exist yet.
Oh,
It does not
okay.
exist. Kaya hindi ko alam kung ano yun. Kasi nga it does not exist.
It was
Wala siya sa
mentioned
NEP
in
because
October 1.
after the NEP lang yan na pag-usapan and yeah, we don't have that.
Okay.
So,
It does not exist. Okay, it's clear now. Because it was mentioned as
and I know maliit yung 1 billion. Kulang talaga yon, but it's all I had.
Okay, that's very clear. So, the LGU Assistance Fund mentioned in the hearing is something new that can be utilized prospectively but does not exist in the NEP, para maliwanag. And all the NEP has is support for DOH retained hospitals. And the Senate, through the
Specialty.
subcommittee report, yes, and specialty, would only have 1 billion to be divided among the 350.
I don't know yet how they'll divide it. We just provided a special provision that requires that they provide the guidelines.
The guidelines. Okay,
Because
for
I
the,
guess I don't know. I don't know what the requirement is. I leave it up to DOH.
how many hospitals or health facilities then would not be covered by the zero balance billing? Those which are not either specialty hospitals or those which are not DOH retained? More or less. You mentioned 350. Is that the correct number?
There are 352 LGU hospitals.
So, what happens then? People in need would have to go to a DOH retained hospitals if they want to avail of zero balance billing. And
Yes, that's why
Yes.
when this announcement was made by the president, I also in my hearing said pakiliwanagan naman natin kasi kawawa naman din yung mga administrator, yung mga doktor sa LGU hospitals, including the mayors, kasi nagulat naman sila doon na wala namang details, tapos hospital, public hospital. Wala naman silang pondo for that.
that's the reason
That's why we want to
I'm
help.
bringing it up.
Yes,
Kaya
yes.
importante, tatagalogin ko na yung sinasabi pong zero balance billing ay sa mga specialty hospitals gaya ng Lung Center, Heart Center, Kidney Institute,
Yung mga
at
regional.
DOH retained hospitals, at regional hospitals. At yung mga tinatag ng LGUs ay hindi pasakop, and probably the 1 billion will be divided. Up to now, people email us, politicians, both Congress and the Senate, knock on our doors, literally and figuratively, for financial help. Because of the understanding of zero balance billing, in a caucus, it was mentioned that we do not need to amend for MAIP. And nobody should ask us anymore because lahat ay zero balance billing. However, it is clarified now that it's not zero balance billing pala. Not at least for LGU hospitals, for those who have access only to these kinds of hospitals.
para maliwanag. So there is still a need to some extent for district representatives or even senators to have to at least refer to DOH for them to use their MAIP, which is in their NEP. I hope you have a lot for hospitals not covered by the zero balance billing. So would the sponsor increase the, I'd call it LGU Assistance Fund, which is non-existent in the NEP, or to increase, assuming there's fiscal space, the support for LGU hospitals, considering the situation where even nationally elected officials are sought for assistance by constituents who are in need of medical help?
Well, definitely the need is there, Mr. President. There is no doubt that the need is there. There is no doubt that the system can still be further improved. The decision, the recommendation of this subcommittee was to provide all hospitals with more funding that can be used to assist the patients. But until that is that there is more funding available, the need remains, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. I now go to the proposed renationalization of LGU hospitals in provinces without DOH facilities. How would this affect LGU autonomy and local health governance, which is present in this in the present evolution? And how will renationalized hospitals be fully funded and staffed by DOH? And what kind of transition timeline is envisioned? In short, I would like to understand where we are at in the renationalization. Will DOH assess, are they completing assessment of provinces, of LGU hospitals that will be renationalized?
So, Mr. President, the DOH relies on the information that reaches them, and normally this would be brought to their attention by the local representative that there is no DOH hospital in that area, or that the services offered by the LGU hospital is too costly, and that is the time that DOH would consider renationalization.
How many hospitals are already renationalized, if any, or are being assessed? And which provinces are these?
So, according to the Secretary, there are 40 provinces without a DOH hospital. Not all are requesting for renationalization. There are those that are running it on their own.
But there are is it a large part of these 40 provinces asking to be brought back to national coverage, or DOH to run it?
Secretary offhand recalls around 10. Yeah, but
May I know example for what province has requested for it to be renationalized?
Marinduque. Maybe we can just submit Batangas, meron din daw. The province or is it ilista nyo na lang? Oh, kasi let's not count on the memory of the Secretary. Let's look at the records.
And what is the timeline for renationalization? Assuming they are complete in their assessment of this by the end of the year, did they include a budget for the operations of these LGU hospitals to be handled by DOH?
Her Honor's question is, how long does it take? Well, it's a law. So for as long as the information, the request is received by DOH, it doesn't take them long to review it. Kung they have a policy, if there's no DOH hospital there, as I said, or the the LGU hospital being run is too expensive, then they will approve, and it's a law. So whatever time it takes for us to pass the law, they're willing to give their support as they'll assess it right away and give an answer.
Is there a source of funding in the current NEP or even in the HGAB for these renationalized hospitals? That means we
Sorry,
would
I missed
have
the
to-
question. There are 3 people talking to me.
Yes.
Please repeat.
Assuming an assessment, let's say you mentioned Marinduque, is completed by the end of the year, is there a provision in the DOH budget that would be able to help the province's LGU hospital?
So, like any law, Mr. President, when we pass it, there's no budget existing there unless it's already an institutional practice that we just made a law for. So in this case, the budget won't happen until the following year when they propose it in the
They
NEP.
would have to wait that long, yeah, for us to enact that law to renational. Would the law have to be a general law, or would it have to determine the kind of hospitals or the needs in that specific jurisdiction?
So every hospital, health facility will have its own law, and it will be very specific to that health institution.
Okay, we'll leave it at that, and I would be happy to receive information on provinces that are requesting for reversal to national government operations. Let me now proceed to PhilHealth and strengthening fiscal discipline and revenue integrity in PhilHealth. We know that PhilHealth, while it has tried its best, but continues to face major fiscal discipline challenges that compromises sometimes its delivery of affordable health care and accessible health care. And we have this years-old law, the Universal Health Care, mandating the full allocation of the sin tax revenues to PhilHealth. The agency has consistently received less than what is legally required. 69.78 billion for 2026, but only 53.26 billion reflected in the NEP. This was discussed in an earlier discussion. 106.95 billion in mandatory remittances from PAGCOR and PCSO since 2018 remains largely unreleased, while the agency's collection efficiency has dropped from 53 to 12%. These funding shortfalls reduce PhilHealth's ability to expand outpatient care, settle hospital claims on time, strengthen primary care packages, etc. So, may we be enlightened why, although this has been discussed earlier in my interpellation of the DOF and DBM, but I'd like to put it on record once again in the DOH budget. Why has PhilHealth consistently received less than the legally mandated share of sin tax revenues, despite certification from the Bureau of Internal Revenue? And what measures can be institutionalized to prevent future under-allocations and ensure the full and timely release of its mandated funds?
Mr. President, I forewarned the proponent that I cannot answer that question because I share the same concern as Her Honor, and I do not have the answer for the life of me. There is no legal basis for not releasing those funds. The law cannot be any clearer that it already is. It is crystal clear that this money is for sin tax. There is nothing else I could do as a legislator to improve that, unless I will say there that do not allow the Secretary of the Department of Finance and the Secretary of DBM to make a decision that will be contrary to this law. because that is what they did.
I
So-
heard the good lady sponsor forewarning me not to ask the question.
Then I said you can ask, but I will
And
do
of
not
course-
expect an answer
Yes.
other than what I'm just saying.
And of course, I said, I still intend to ask it in the DOH budget, and I want to put it on record, right? So, in short, may utang po ang PAGCOR at PCSO mula 2018.
Liwanagin po
Sa
natin yan,
PhilHealth.
ano? Kasi yun din ang akala ko. Hindi si PAGCOR at si PCSO ang may utang. Kasi si PAGCOR has said it in our hearing, and I believe PCSO also, yung na-earmark sa kanila, they have delivered it to the National Treasury. So
It's a matter of
that funding
transferring.
is there. Again, I also said during my own interpellation earlier today sa DOF na there is a different provision of law that governs the release of the PCSO and the PAGCOR earmarked funds. But it simply says that the release of those funds would be subject to the usual budget, walang sinabi doon na extraordinary, wag niyong ibigay yung funding. Kasi ganun ang nangyari. Ni piso, ni 50%, ni 10%, 1%, wala namang binigay since 2019 when the law was passed. So there are two different laws governing the sin tax and another set of law, another provision that governs PAGCOR. But the point is, in both cases, and they should be treated differently, it has not been released. Yung, again, to be clear, si sin tax nire-release pero kulang-kulang. Kulang-kulang, taon-taon. What is the basis for that? There is no basis na kulang-kulang ang i-release doon. To answer Her Honor's questions, what can be done? The only thing that can be done, because the justification given by the Secretary of Finance for the non-release, well, the Secretary was speaking for DBM as well, was because the funding wasn't being used. So I said, okay, but clearly if it wasn't used, then it is the executives of PhilHealth that must use it well. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't give it to them. You push them to use it well. You insist that they deliver publics, because we all know that kulang nga yung tanong nyo, dear colleague, na is there enough funding for the poor who need funds? Wala nga, kulang nga. So dapat nagamit man lang doon, di ba?
I cannot imagine why PhilHealth would not use it when there are so many hospitals in need, so many vulnerable populations and people in need. Kaya hindi po dahilan yung hindi magagamit na pondo. In short, kailangan ibigay ang pondo dahil may batas dyan. So, I cannot imagine also that we, with our power and influence in lawmaking and in the budgetary process, cannot actually demand that the national government remit to PhilHealth what is due them for this year. May we just put on record what is the total amount needed?
So the total amount, if you add the sin tax earmarking is 129.96 billion pesos. Earmarking from PCSO and PAGCOR is 106.95 billion pesos. And then if the total of that is around 236 billion. And then if you add the funds that were removed by DOF from PhilHealth, that is 60 billion. So the total is 296.91. That's why I just say it's almost 300 billion.
300 billion.
Yes.
And it is a matter of the national government remitting it to PhilHealth. It's as simple as that.
Yes. That is correct.
I think at least the Senate, as a body, collectively, we could all communicate it in a letter, aside from having this as part of the Senate records in our interpellations. In fact, the body of the interpellations can be attached to that letter addressed to the Department of Finance, the DBM. That's my suggestion, and we should not just let it be part of the archives of the Senate that we discussed it today. That is my suggestion. We should not let it pass just like that. I'm sure the lady sponsor would agree, and Senator Go and the chairman
Does this include the 60 billion that was earmarked in the NEP of 2025 but deleted in the BICAM? Is a 300 billion, does a 300 billion include the 60 billion already?
I've included that because that
Already.
should be delivered also.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we take note of that and we've given our suggestions on that. May I also know what are the root causes of the drastic decline in premium collection efficiency? If this is accurate, from 53 to 12%, and how does this affect PhilHealth's actuarial sustainability? How does the immediate eligibility provision of the Universal Healthcare Law affect the collection discipline, and what policy adjustments can be made without undermining universal access? Is there really a premium collection decline from 53% to 12%?
May we ask Her Honor what is the basis for the conclusion that there's a decline? Because I have different numbers that don't really reveal that.
Yeah. It is said that these are remittances from government agencies. In short, government agencies have not remitted to PhilHealth.
And yung collections din
Yes, yes. That's why I wanted to clarify, government agencies, it is said, are not remitting completely to PhilHealth.
Yes.
And
nag-decline din yung collections from employees.
and collections from employees also declined. In our records, that's, I hope PhilHealth is here, it declined from 53 to 12%. Is this accurate? This was mentioned in the budget hearing, no?
Yes.
Yeah. From PhilHealth. PhilHealth admitted a decline in collections. Inamin nila. Ang laki naman ng decline.
The numbers that PCS PhilHealth has shows that the government agency's collection efficiency is at 95%, Your Honor. I am wondering if, because what we put on record is the indirect contribution of government. In other words, it's the subsidy that the national government gives. That one is low. But not the government agencies, because those are considered direct contributors, and
So-
the collection efficiency there is high.
So correct our figures, assuming this understanding, but it was during the hearing of PhilHealth when they said that there was a drastic decline, and we are quoting them, from 53 to 12%, because we did not invent these numbers. This came from PhilHealth, and so I was wondering, how does this affect, and if the good sponsor
Where did Your
says-
Honor get it? Did you say it was in the hearing?
during the PhilHealth, during the DOH hearing, PhilHealth mentioned a 53 to 12% decline. Diba?
Maybe we can go revert, Your Honor, because there is no one who remembers that.
I-pointed it out. Si Salin po yung nag-point out. And it was refuted naman po by
Okay, the culprit is our chairman, Senator Sherwin. At aalamin ko pa kung ano yon. Give me a second.
It was a quote from the chair na,
Yes po.
huh?
Yung remittances po ito.
If it is not accurate, then we correct what was discussed in the hearing then, and there is no such decline in collections.
Not from the government agencies that
No.
Your Honor mentioned, no. There is no such decline. It is 95% efficiency. The quote from Senator Sherwin is something else. I don't know if you want me to get into it. It's a little bit different. I don't know. Maybe there was
Then
lost in
we
translation.
delete that.
Yes, let's just
Then-
delete. It is simpler.
Yes. Okay, we delete because
when I was reviewing the transcript, the impression I got was there was a collection decline from 53 to 12%. We now proceed to the FDA enforcement and market compliance for consumer safety. This was discussed earlier by the Senate President on certain products, but I would like to know what mechanisms does the FDA currently use to ensure that products subject to advisories are fully removed from online and physical markets? What kind of formal coordination protocols exist among the FDA, DTI, even NBI, and e-commerce platforms for post-advisory enforcement?
Mr. President, as I explained to the Senate President earlier in a similar inquiry, when there is already an advisory and there is a continued violation, the FDA can do a takedown, so they can order the takedown of the actual sites. I'm asking about for physical stores, then they work with law enforcement to follow due process procedures to conduct a raid and to eventually seize the products, but they have to follow the protocols, Mr. President.
Let me just clarify the statement on 53 to 12%. Self-earning members. I see the decline in collection. Yes, not government agencies.
Okay.
Yeah, self-earning members. There's really a decline from self-earning members. But I would assume that would not affect PhilHealth. Balit lang yan. Marami. We'll double check. We leave it at that because we are now with, I just wanted to correct that it was not the government agencies, but it was self-earning members.
They are working on it, Mr.
Yeah.
President. They are putting up offices overseas to be able to address this.
Okay. Thank you for that. And regarding the FDA, you mentioned that yes, this was discussed with the Senate President. And how do we take them down from e-commerce platforms to delist flagged products? And what is the FDA doing about it?
So they write the platforms, Mr. President. So, for example, if it's known, Shopee, Lazada, they will write to them and explain the violation, and it is taken down.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Recently, the Senate passed the Regional Specialty Centers Act. I think it was Senator Bongo who was a principal sponsor. And I am told that between 2022 and 2024, we had actually given a budget of 26.3 billion. I wanted to verify this for a total of 126. I'm not sure of this. Can we actually confirm if this new law is actually funded? And what is the status of the regional specialty centers? How many are actually up and functional, considering it's a very new passed measure? You're the principal author. Yeah. Where are these? Are they already? Yes. Existing. That's why. Yes. Because it says in our research, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was 26 billion already allocated for 126 regional specialty centers. But from what I understood from the original intent of the law, Senator Subiri, yeah, what you wanted was the creation of, let's say, kidney center, heart center, or children's hospital, and the 4 specialty hospitals in Metro Manila for it to be set up in Visayas and in Mindanao. But what happened with this law was that allocation was made for the existing regional hospitals. Is that correct? Where was the funding allocated?
No, what the law
Yeah.
states, and this is based on the recommendation of DOH, which the sponsor and actually this representation as an author supported, the most efficient way to build specialty centers would be to attach them to the DOH hospital, the DOH tertiary hospitals, because the regional hospitals, because they already have the manpower. It's not just the specialty doctor. Let's say whatever specialty that is, kidney. It's not just the nephrologist. The nephrologist. It's the support staff that will be able to do a kidney transplant. The nurses, the labs, it's all different. So the easiest way and efficiently and it'll work right away was to attach them to regional. Do we want to have a standalone? Why not? But that will take a long, long time. Very similar, sorry to use this as an illustration, but I did share the committee I did share the Department of Education budget for 6 years. It is actually also cheaper to provide funding to private schools to take in public school students than to build new schools. So it's a similar, so that is what the law provides. So actually the implementation is just consistent with what the law provides.
Yes. May I interject with
Of course.
a sponsor and with Madam Senator from Antique? That was I was the principal author of that as Senate President. That was my campaign actually. In the 2022 campaign, yan ang bukang bibig ko, yung specialty centers. As a matter of fact, that's all I said. And that helped propel me to my second term, because people really were in need of these specialty centers instead of traveling from all over the Philippines to Quezon City Circle. And after several discussions also with the President, as a matter of fact, the President used that in one of his sonas. If I'm mistaken, his first sona, his first State of the Nation address. But when we discussed it further, tama po kayo, Madam Sponsor and the department, it's going to be expensive to do a standalone per region. So if you're Region 10, you build a standalone building. So it will be attached na lang, Madam Senator Legarda, it would be attached to the, for example, kami, Northern Mindanao Medical Center, NMMC. And I think they're doing that now. But I just also, like you, I want to find out the status for, let's say, Region 6, NIR, Region 10. Do we now, for example, in Region 10, Northern Mindanao, do we have a heart specialty center in NMMC? Or meron na? Meron na?
Actually, I have 4 heart centers in Mindanao now.
Wonderful.
By virtue of our law.
Fantastic. Well, that's great
Yeah.
then.
And that would not happen if
Yeah.
it was a standalone. Yun lang
Yes.
naman yung kailangan natin. Of course,
It'll
it's
take
nice
time.
to
Yeah,
have
I
a
agree.
standalone, but
I agree.
we want action agad, di ba? So,
Yes.
diretso sa tao.
Totally agree, because you can always put a wing in the
Yeah,
hospital. There's a
exactly.
wing for
Exactly.
heart specialty. And so, pati kidney, Secretary, Madam Sponsor, meron na. Oh, great. Fantastic. That's good to hear. Fantastic. Thank you. Congratulations then.
So this year, just to add to the information, and I think it's the question of Her Honor, there is 2 billion, 2.4 billion under the item of specialty hospitals, but that can be allocated to wherever the need is. So like in this year's budget, there's a long list of beneficiaries. I believe they will request from DOH, and DOH will support wherever and as many of the specialty centers that they can.
Yes, thank you for that. I believe from 2022 to 2024, 26 billion has been allocated for that new law, and you're telling us now that another 2 billion is being allocated. And this covers nephrology, NKTI, cardio, heart center, lungs, and children. Okay. There was a plan long ago, and I think the secretary knows this, to put up the blood center. Yes. May I know what happened to that blood center? In fact, I filed a bill creating the Philippine Blood Disease and Transfusion Center. It is mandated to lead research, diagnosis, management, and treatment of blood diseases. I think there was a plan way back, I don't know which administration, that was supposed to be housed. Is it in the lung center or one of those specialty hospitals in Quezon City? May I know what happened to that plan in the previous administrations? And is there any plan, not necessarily to create an infrastructure, but to have a blood center, a blood services center?
So, the plan is, Mr. President, the blood center will be incorporated in the Philippine Cancer Center, which is in Quezon City.
That's good
in
to
the
know.
lung center compound.
That's good to know. May I know whether the NEP and the HGAB contains already provisions for the blood center? Where's the list of the 60B na inutang mo? Ano? Hindi lang. Tingnan kung natanggap nila ka wala.
Pero iba ma'am yung breakdown na
Iba.
So, because it will be part of the Philippine Cancer Center, it's part of the Philippine Cancer Center's budget.
But the services or the intent of the blood center that was envisioned maybe decades ago is contained in that budget. And is it operational now under the cancer center? Is there a dedicated blood department, hematology department that...
Iba-iba yun. Iba-iba yun. The voluntary blood program. Oh, that's not it. So different. That's different.
Because I was wondering whether the bill I authored is still needed
But yun nga,
or if
may
it already
budget yan sa
exists.
loob ng heart-
Yan yung
sa loob
bill
ng
ko.
cancer, that's what I said.
I don't.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I was wondering whether the bill I authored is still necessary or whether the cancer center already addresses the what is contained in the Blood Service Act.
Perhaps Her Honor can give us a copy so we can
The
have
Secretary
DOH look at
actually
it.
knows because early on, a few years ago or maybe a year ago, we spoke about this in my office and I told you my advocacy for blood and you were familiar with the plan in the previous administration to put up a blood center. So I was wondering what's the status of it or whether the enactment of a measure is needed for it to be actually funded.
Mr. President, according to the Secretary, the voluntary blood program is existing already. It also happens to be in the lung center area. There's no need for a law because it's already existing.
Anyway,
But
I'll give the secretary again a copy of my bill and the Philippine Blood Services System, etc., by creating the Philippine Blood Disease and Transfusion Center. I think I mentioned this to you more than a year ago, but give the secretary a copy. Yes. And kindly let me know if all the services as envisioned in the bill is actually being done in the cancer center. My last question would be to just put on record the 60 billion and the details of the utilization of the 60 billion that was taken out of PhilHealth, not reserves, what do they call it? The pending funds, the extra funds. It was stated earlier in the DOF budget that in 2024, the portion or the 60 billion taken away from the PhilHealth extra funds was given actually to DOH and the needs. And I informed the good sponsor that I wanted to know the information on the breakdown of the utilization of the 60 billion. And the DOF earlier gave us a breakdown. And most, if not all of it, allegedly or supposedly went to health. So that was a year ago. Has the DOH utilized it? It went to MAIP and
yes,
to etc.
so
Yes.
Mr. President,
Fund
we
balance.
were told that the bulk went to the health emergency allowance of the health workers, and then the others were other health related. So here, the secretary just gave me 27.45 billion for the health emergency and benefit allowances of health care workers, 10 billion for MAIFIP, 4.10 billion for procurement of various medical equipment of DOH, hospitals, LGUs, and facilities, 3.37 billion for construction of 3 DOH health facilities, 1.69 billion for HFEP, 13 billion for mandatory government counterpart financing for foreign-assisted projects. That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you for putting that on record. I would terminate my interpellation now with two requests. First, for the complete payment of the national government agency to the PhilHealth when applicable, if available. And second, for the...
Sorry, what's that? Sorry, can I clarify that first one? The payment of the national government agencies, is this the...
No, of the national government to PhilHealth that has been pending.
the 129 billion. What is it Her Honor wants?
I summarized my position.
Okay.
On the need for the
this to
national
be
government
paid.
to return to the PhilHealth reserves what it did not provide either through the earmarking
Yes,
or
okay.
allocation of a syntax. Yeah, I just wanted to put that on record. And second, for the expansion of the LGU Assistance Fund, as the DOH would call it, to assist LGU hospitals so that zero balance billing could finally be implemented, not just in specialty hospitals and DOH regional centers and DOH retained hospitals, but even in LGU hospitals. So I wanted to express that request and that support, and I'm sure that we can find the source for that in the fiscal space. Having said that, I thank the DOH family and the good sponsor for her patience at midnight. We terminate at 12:01. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
We
Senator
wish to
Loren.
thank Senator Legarda for keeping the word of the chairman of the Committee on Finance that we terminate at 12 midnight. So what is the pleasure, Majority Leader?
Well, the good gentleman from Davao was hoping that he could still interject, but maybe if we can, sandali lang. Manifest na, pabigyan na natin, Mr. President, kasi siya yung minority na lang na
Go ahead.
dito. So.
Well, it's up to you.
so-
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Senator Bongo,
Let's give
you're-
in to him. He was waiting the whole day, Mr. President, for his chance. So may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Batangas, no other than Senator Christopher Lawrence.
Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Salamat, good morning. Would like to place on record that I fully support the proposed budget of the Department of Health and its attached agencies as reflected in the Senate committee report. We thank the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, and our chairperson, Senator Win Gatchalian, for the reforms made in our version of the health budget. First, I support the additional 9 billion for the maintenance and operating expenses, or MOOE, of DOH hospitals, pero subject to approval pa ito ng both houses of Congress later on, no? At on top of this, specialty hospitals will also be provided with additional 1 billion each for the provision of medical assistance to indigent patients. We also wrote the Committee on Finance on and proposed to reallocate funds originally intended for flood control to additional MOOE for DOH hospitals for the zero balance billing implementation. Sinusuportahan po natin itong zero balance billing implementation that has been my dream ever since na sana po wala nang babayaran ng ating mga pasyente. Mithiin natin at panaginip natin yan noon pa. Sana tuloy-tuloy po ito na hindi lang po sa charity ward. Sana hindi na nila kailangan pumila ng matagal. Paano po yung mga wala sa charity wards kung madadagdagan po ng 1 billion itong 9 billion itong mga DOH hospitals? Sakto na ba ito? At kailangan pa ba nilang how about yung sa mga pay ward? Limited lang po ito sa mga DOH hospitals at gagamitin aside from MOOE. Ito yung I heard na talagang pinipiga pati yung QRF, no, yung quick response fund ng hospital para lang po ma-attain itong zero balance billing. Gusto po natin ito, itong zero balance billing. One question lang po muna kay Senator sa ating chairperson. Paano po yung mga hindi sa charity wards mako-cover na ba nito with the additional support of 9 billion and 1 billion each for the specialty hospitals?
Mr. President, for those who are not in the charity ward, they are covered by PhilHealth. Yung zero balance for now, sa first stage ng implementation, nandun pa muna sa charity ward lang.
So kulang talaga pa rin.
So may copay pa ang sa pay patients, private patients.
Kung matuloy itong dagdagan, still kulang pa rin. Kulang talaga.
Medyo kulang siguro, pero siguro kung i-remit talaga ng DOF lahat ng utang nga niya na halos 1/3 of a trillion, baka magkatotoo na yung pangarap natin.
Sana po, no? Kaya nga isinabatas natin nung 18 Congress itong Malasakit Centers Act para makatulong sa mga bayarin ng mga pasyente sa mga hospital at wala pong dapat piliin. Basta Pilipino ka, qualified ka po dito sa Malasakit Center. I support the sponsor and our chairperson that medical assistance programs should not be politicized. Hindi dapat magmamakaawa ang mga pasyente sa mga politiko para humingi po ng tulong. Dapat ang asikasuhin na lang nila ay makalabas po sila sa hospital yung mga watchers. Hindi na kailangang magmakaawa at haba ng pila para lang po makalabas ng hospital. Yan lang po ang pinapakomit natin noon sa ating Secretary of Health, Secretary Ted, during the Commission on Appointments hearing. And in line with this, I requested the DOH to sign a commitment letter stating that the DOH shall ensure that sufficient funding and assistance shall be provided to guarantee the continuous and uninterrupted operation of all malasakit centers nationwide, and that the MAIFI program of the DOH shall continue to be made available in all malasakit centers in accordance with the law. A department memorandum was also issued to this effect. May kopya ho ba kayo ng commitment letter, Madam Chairperson?
I have, Mr. President.
Nakalagay naman po dyan na wala pong matatanggihang mga pasyente.
Yes, nakalagay po dito na the MyFit program of DOH shall continue to be made available in all malasakit centers in accordance with Section 9 of the RA 11463 to ensure uninterrupted and unhampered provision of medical assistance.
Salamat, Mr. President. Second, Madam Sponsor, we laud the return of the 60 billion back to PhilHealth. Pero parang nagkaroon po ng double whammy dito. Dahil nung 2024, winalis po yung 60 billion na sinabi nga nilang excess funds ng PhilHealth at na zero pa pagdating ng 2025 budget. At for the record, hindi po ako pumirma sa BICAM report at isa po ito sa dahilan. Nawala na nga sila ng 60 billion noong 2024 at naging zero pa na dapat magkaroon sila ng 70 billion sa 2025 budget. I had already raised serious concerns about the adverse impact of the PhilHealth Fund transfer. At nagkaroon po ako ng 14 hearings dito po sa Senado sa Committee on Health nung chairperson po ako ng Committee on Health. At na-discover nga po natin yung excess funds ay winalis po ng National Treasury at doon po natin pinaglaban rin po yung mga health emergency allowances. Finally, nabayaran po yung 27 billion noong 2024 at ngayong taon naman po 6.7 billion. At in fact, may kulang pa, marami pang nagsasabi na marami pang mga claims. At nalungkot po tayo na parati ko pong pinapaalala sa PhilHealth noong 2024. Kasi noong 2024, December of 2024, nag-meeting po ang PhilHealth at tinasan nila yung case rates, dinagdagan nila yung mga packages. Nagmadali po silang nagpasa ng mga services, no? Katulad ng dental services, optometric services, emergency outpatient benefit, yung sa heart, kinover na nila, inaprubahan nila noong December of 2024. Pero kung pinasa nyo po ito noong January pa lang of 2024, wala sana kayong excess funds dahil nagamit nyo po yung pondo at wala pong wawalisin ang Department of Finance na excess funds at hindi nga natin alam kung saan napunta. Nabanggit kanina, napunta po sa iba't ibang programa ng gobyerno including infrastructure project. But for next year, with this additional budget, sabi po, dadagdagan ng 60 billion ang PhilHealth sa 2026. Parang yun na po yung ibinalik nung kinuha nung 2024. I hope that PhilHealth would further strive to improve its services. Napag-usapan rin po kanina, Madam Sponsor, I also know that you have raised this issue multiple times. Kanina rin po sa interpellation na hindi po nabibigay ang dapat na pupunta sa PhilHealth based sa earmarking na nakasaad po sa mga batas tulad ng syntax laws. Does the committee have any plans to address this, Madam President?
Mr. Question, what is the question?
Since napag-usapan po kanina itong earmarking po ng syntax laws, no? Since hindi nabibigay po yung nakasaad sa batas sa ngayon, does the committee have any plans to address this?
Well, tinake up po natin dito sa budget, binigay ho natin yung computation na I hope nakapagbigay liwanag sa mga kasamahan din natin kasi right now, may chance din tayo na ilagay yan sa budget kung may pagkukunan, di ba? Pero kung hindi kasi, sana nandun kasi talaga sa NEP yun dahil utang talaga yan from previous collections. Pero kung antayin natin sa NEP, di next year pa yun. Kung kayang gawa ng paraan, kayang hanapan ng pondo kahit konti, pwede. Pero kasi katulad nung idagdag ko lang yung sa PCSO and PAGCOR, wala pa silang pinapadala. Wala, zero. So, it's in Treasury. So, dapat nabigay po yun. So, medyo it's in the hands of the executive. Nagpupush po tayo. Sana, sabi nga, I think it's Senator Lauren who recommended na baka we can file a resolution and collectively fight for this.
Sana po, no, it is incumbent upon us to continue to secure the commitment of PhilHealth, considering the return of its budget and the subsidy we are giving to the agency next year. Talagang napansin nyo po, no, double whammy nga po, no, wala ng 60 at nawalan pa ng 70. 130 billion po ang nawala na dapat po'y ma-avail po ito ng mga pasyente, lalo-lalo na po yung mga mahirap na takot pong magpa-hospital hanggang ngayon dahil po sa babayaran sa ospital. Third, Madam Sponsor, through our hearings in the Committee on Health, we were able to press DOH and DBM to release funding for the Health Emergency Allowance or HEA. Yung nabanggit ko kanina, 27 billion. At ngayong taon naman po, 6.7 billion para sa mga appeals or unpaid HEA. Sa batas na ating isinulong, Republic Act 11712, services rendered na po ito, pinaghirapan po ito ng ating mga health workers, sila po yung hero ng pandemya, dapat po'y mabayaran. However, Madam Sponsor, ang final amount ayon sa DOH ay 8.1 billion. May balanse pa po na 1.7 billion. Originally, there was a 6.7 billion line item in the unprogrammed appropriations, but this was removed in the HGAB dahil akala nila fully paid na tayo. At ngayon naman po sa committee report, natanggal na rin po yung sagip na maaring pagkukunan. Would the sponsor be supportive to include additional 1.4 billion, whether program or unprogrammed, to finally fully pay the unpaid HEA to our healthcare workers po? Tagal na tong iba. Yung iba 2021 pa po ito.
Yes, of course we support, Mr. President. Ang concern natin is for our chairman kung saan niya. Kasi at the end of the day, nagsusupport na lang tayo. Pero siya na yung maghahanap ng pondo kung saan manggagaling. Pero full support po tayo dyan.
Sana po, no, na mabayaran po ito 1.4 billion.
Maliit na lang naman yan.
Kaya
Sana
nga po,
mahanapan natin ng pondo talaga.
Pinaghirapan at pinagpawisan po ito ng ating mga healthcare workers. Totoo lang po, Mr. President. And lastly, in our effort to further improve our healthcare system, we have advocated for the improvement and construction of various health facilities. Ito na po yung super health centers, yung mga hospitals. However, it was reported that several health centers across the country are currently not operational. Maganda po ang layunin nitong super health centers para mapalapit ang medical services sa ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po sa mga malalayong lugar. In fact, napuntahan ko mismo sa Tingloy, sa Batangas Island, 1 hour ang biyahe, yung mga buntis nanganganak sa bangka o sa tricycle sa sobrang layo ng Batangas Hospital. Ngayon, meron na silang sariling super health center. Ang importante po dito, magtulungan po ang DOH at ang LGU. Huwag po silang magsisihan sa pag-implement itong mga super health centers. At kanina po, napag-usapan no, na there are 800 super health centers and more than 200, about 200 are operational, about 300 are not operational yet, no? At subject to help ng DOH or ng LGU, paano ito maging operational. Sa pagkaalam ko naman po, lahat ng LGU gusto pong magkaroon ng sariling super health center, lalong-lalo na po sa bundok, sa malalayong lugar. Remember, more than 7,000 islands po ang buong Pilipinas at kulang pa to, in fact, itong 800 super health centers. Importante lang po dito, at we have consistently reminded the DOH to make sure that these health facilities are completed and properly equipped. 14 hearings ko po yan pinapaalala sa inyo na please make it operational at wag pong iiwang maging white elephant. At ang pagkaalam ko, gustong-gusto po ng mga LGUs na magkaroon sila ng super health center, but kailangan lang po ng tulong rin po sa personnel from DOH at sa mga equipments para magamit po itong mga super health centers. Ito po yung record, no? 300 are completed but not operational. 300 incomplete, infra and equipment, and 200 are operational, a total of 800. And according to the DOH, one of the factors is the inability of the LGUs to hire personnel for the health workers. With a budget of 23 billion budget next year for the National Health Workforce Support System or HRH deployment, pwede nyo bang matulungan ang mga LGUs, no, na ma-deploy po yung mga healthcare workers doon para makagamit naman to make it operational ang mga health centers?
Yes, natanong na rin yan ng mga kasamahan natin, and the answer is yes. In particular for the GIDAs or otherwise the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, and also for the lower class municipalities na sila talaga yung nangangailangan ng tulong. So sila po yung priorities.
Ito namang sa pagkaintindi ko pa, ito pong halos pareho po itong bukas centers na binubuksan ngayon ng ating Secretary of Health. The bukas centers are meant to service the population with laboratory tests and other select medical procedures such as outpatient consultations, x-rays, laboratory tests, minor surgeries, and dental services. This is similar to the super health centers which are managed by LGU. Ang pinagkaiba lang po, itong bukas are managed by DOH. At ito pong super health centers are managed by LGUs. Kung priority po ito ng Secretary of Health sa ngayon, ang bukas. Halimbawa na lang po, no, if ever sa future, hindi po ito maging priority na ng Secretary of Health, no, kung meron po ibang Secretary of Health. While ito pong mga super health centers, priority po ito ng mga LGU. At nabanggit po kanina, ang bukas centers are income generating, no? Through PhilHealth. Baka naman po itong mga super health centers, i-suggest nyo, baka pwede po mapa-accredit with PhilHealth dahil magagamit po ito sa YAKA program or e-consulta program rin po ng PhilHealth para naman po kumita sila at maging mas madaling masuportahan po yung kanilang budget.
Yes, as His Honor said, pwede yan sa yakap, so kailangan lang nila magpa-accredit.
Baka po pwede matulungan po ito ng PhilHealth. The DOH should submit a list of health facilities that need to be completed na pag-usapan po namin kanina ng chairperson po ng Committee on Finance. At sabi niya na sa 2025 wala pang halos nagagastos sa HPEP funding ng DOH. At nasa Nobyembre na po tayo ngayon para po itong same case ng mga classrooms. Lalo na ngayon with the controversies, no, ng mga infrastructure, mas lalong takot yung mga yung DPWH na mabilisan po itong pag-implement ng mga proyektong ito. So kawawa naman po na magsasuffer po yung mga health facilities kung until now ay hindi pa po nagagamit. Yung 2025, matatapos na po ang taon, mag-approve na tayo ng panibagong budget. Ano ho bang plano ng DOH siya ngayon dito sa mga HPEP na ito? Hindi ba nila ililipat na lang from DPWH ang mga projects costing 5 million or magmowa na lang po with the LGUs para mas mapabilis po itong implementation ng HPEP projects?
So, according to the Secretary, their discussion with the Secretary of DPWH is to transfer the implementation of the projects above 5 million to the LGUs.
Para mapabilis po, matatapos na po yung 2025, wala pa kayong na-implement sa HPEP. Anyway, sa next hearing na lang po, no, yung mga additional questions ko. I request the DOH to submit a detailed report on the status of the construction of primary care facilities in every region and its catch-up plan, how to ensure that these centers are operational. At wag pong iiwang nakatiwangwang. Sayang po ito. Marami pong pasyente makikinabang dito, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahirap nating mga kababayan na nasa malayong lugar na hindi man lang po makapunta sa mga hospital dahil malalayo po. That is all, Mr. President. Papasalamat po tayo sa good sponsor who is a fellow health advocate for advocating for the health budget and for taking the time to answer our questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you also to Senator Bongo, and thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move
Majority
that
Leader.
we suspend consideration of the budget of the Department of Health. I think we still have several colleagues who want to interpolate the department. So I think the next schedule will be to the sponsor, November 27. November 27, Your Honor, Mr. President. I so move that we suspend.
All right. Your motion is to suspend consideration?
Of the budget of the Department of Health.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Manifest. Yes, we'd just like to manifest that the schedule for plenary deliberations of the 2026 General Appropriations Bill was released to the respective offices on November 11, 2025. It is regularly updated with a list of interpolators of each department